Lieutenant Julian Weber gazed across the construction project his unit was responsible for. As the U.S. involvement in the war in Afghanistan came to a close, he was stuck building a bridge in the middle of nowhere for some godforsaken country. If there was one thing he had learned during his 4 years as an officer in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, it was unwise to criticize the high command's stupidity openly. Thus he kept his mouth shut as he and the other officers mapped out the construction project while the enlisted personnel was hard at work building the massive bridge that served virtually no purpose whatsoever to U.S. forces who were already fleeing the country in large numbers. That's right, fleeing. Julian may not care for a hellhole like Afghanistan. Still, he considered it a monumental loss to pull out of the country when the Afghan National Army was clearly incapable of contending with the Taliban without U.S. support. In his mind, the U.S. had invested over $2.2 trillion in the war and thousands of lives, yet before their mission was complete, they were pulling out. Leaving a fledgling democratic country like Afghanistan, which the U.S. had installed as a puppet state to fend for themselves. This was Iraq and Vietnam all over again, and we all know how that turned out. Despite his internal protests over the geopolitical situation, he was glad to be out of the region on a personal level. He was much more comfortable sitting in the barracks of some base in the homeland playing strategy games, city builders, and agricultural simulators. When he wasn't working, he played such games or educated himself on history, philosophy, politics, economics, and old technology. After all, he was a fairly educated individual, having graduated at the top of his class in civil engineering from West Point. During his youth, he always had a fascination with engineering. If you gave him a toy, he was more interested in taking it apart and putting it back together than he was playing with it. As he grew into adolescence, he had spent most of his time on the web or in a library researching history and how the industrial and agricultural revolutions came to be the significant improvements in technology, and how to replicate them. With a photographic memory and an above-average IQ, he could commit these things to his permanent memory. During his college years, he once more focused on his studies, taking many unnecessary electives. By the time he graduated and entered the armed forces, he was practically a walking textbook of knowledge ranging from liberal arts to technical knowledge. Obviously, this did not do him any favors in the dating scene. Largely because this is how he chose to spend his free time, he was quite obviously perpetually single and had no dependents to rely upon him. Not even a house pet, as he considered pawning them off to a relative while he was deployed, a hassle for not only himself but his relatives as well. Yet here he was, stuck in the Middle East, engaging in a construction project in a country the U.S. military had already declared its full withdrawal date, which was only a month away. He didn't understand the brass thinking, but it was just another enormous waste of the taxpayers' money at the end of the day. I mean, sure, the Afghan National Army could use the bridge for tactical purposes, but could they seriously not build it themselves? That was obviously a rhetorical question he was asking himself, as he was well aware of the degree of competency he could expect from the ANA and was not impressed. While he was thinking of such trivial things, he could hear the voices of a few non-commissioned officers joking around in the background, discussing how they intended to celebrate the end of the war. These older men had been in the war far too long and did have a shred of nationalism left in their bodies. As such, they did not care about the loss the country faced in this land, they only cared about going home. Not that he could blame them. Just as one of the NCOs was about to mention their plans, a large explosion went off in the distance, and the whistling sound of a shell in the air could be heard as it headed in Julian's direction. Only a single thought crossed Julian's mind as he gazed at the shell coming down upon him. Fuck my life, and with that final thought, his consciousness was engulfed in the blast of the explosive shell, as well as the lives of the other officers in the area. He was truly and utterly dead. Berenger awoke with a shout as his hoarse voice echoed throughout the large stone room, his eyes darting frantically across the area. After careful examination, he realized he was not blown up by an artillery shell but instead lying on a massive bed with a canopy above. Near his bedside was a young girl at the early stage of adolescence gazing at him with fearful eyes. Henrietta was his younger sister. Despite her youth, she was already quite pretty, with long blonde hair and sparkling blue eyes the color of the sky. As he gazed upon the frightened girl, he quickly thought to himself something of significant importance. Henrietta? Sister? Since when did I have a sister? What is going on? And why was that my first thought upon observing this stranger? Berenger furrowed his brows as he searched his memories. It would appear that in his mind were two sets of memories. One was of the body in which he currently resided and whose identity was Berenger von Kufstein, son of Sieghard von Kufstein and heir to the barony of Kufstein. He was 20 years old this year. The other set of memories belonged to Julian Weber, a first lieutenant in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers who died tragically in Afghanistan by an attack from the Taliban. Had he received new life? Just what was going on? Before he could further question his situation, the young girl named Henrietta held his hand with tears streaming from her beautiful azure eyes. "I thought I lost you. Thank God you're alive, big brother." She then followed up her statement with the sign of the cross and a brief prayer in a language Berenger recognized as Latin. Berenger sat back in his bed and continued to ponder about his situation as the memories of Berenger's life flooded into his head. This world was an alternate Earth set in the late medieval period. His family's land was a small barony set within the borders of the Holy Roman Empire. Though many historical events were similar to the world he once knew, there were still many differences. While the timeline of antiquity was mostly intact, what happened after changed drastically from the world Julian was from. The East-West schism never occurred within the Church as such. The Orthodox and Catholic churches never drifted apart. Instead, the relationship between the two churches was rather cordial, thus the papacy held even more power than it did within our timeline. Because the Byzantines were not considered heretics by the West by the time that the Crusades were declared. When the Holy Land was retaken from the Saracens, it was granted to the Byzantine Empire as they had the most rightful claim to the land. Thus the Byzantine Empire remained a powerhouse in the Mediterranean and never suffered the massive losses from the Fourth Crusade, which eventually would lead to its destruction not too far in the future. There were many important figures from our timeline that had been replaced in many changes within the Holy Roman Empire. For example, in its current state, the Kingdom of Italy and its monarch reigned supreme. The Kingdom of Germany had become a secondary state within the empire and was on the verge of civil war as the various feudal powers contended for the throne. These were just two of the many changes to the timeline. There had been far more than Berenger could count off of the top of his head. If he truly wanted to know the major differences in the timeline and the power structure of the world, he would have to thoroughly research it in his spare time. With all these conflicts in his two sets of memories, Julian, or Berenger as he was now known, was beginning to get a headache and rubbed his temples with his fingers. Henrietta, who mistook this action as a sign of illness, immediately stopped her prayer and left the room, saying only one phrase as she rushed out the door. Her fine noble dress fluttering in her escape. "I'll go get the physician." Berenger shuddered as he heard the sentence. From what he knew of medieval medicine, he was more likely to be harmed by the treatment than cured from what ailed him. However, his throat was dreadfully dry, and he found himself unable to stop his little sister as she fled the scene, leaving Berenger alone with nothing but his thoughts and an ever-increasing headache. Henrietta reappeared with the court physician not long after she had left. Though she wore an expression that showed a great deal of concern, the physician did not share her empathy. Berenger sat upright in bed, having a difficult time speaking due to how dry his throat was. Evidently, this body had sweat out most of its excess liquid while undergoing a fever. Few thought he would survive the night. The physician carefully examined Berenger and was shocked to see that the young man had recovered from the fever, as there was little hope for his survival previously. Despite being a medieval physician and having virtually no knowledge of practical medicine whatsoever, the man named Ewald showed a degree of competency after making his announcement. "No need to worry, Lady Henrietta, your brother's fever has broken, and aside from being particularly parched, he is completely healthy." After saying that, Ewald handed Berenger a glass of water and allowed the young man to drink his fill until his thirst was thoroughly quenched. After finishing the glass and wiping his mouth with his sleeve, Berenger nodded at the physician and thanked him for his service. "Thanks, Ewald, I can always count on you in my time of need." Internally, Berenger's words were insincere. However, if two lives have taught him anything, it is that it was not wise to voice your condescension aloud. Thus he acted in a civil manner befitting of a baron's heir. After hearing that her brother was healthy for the first time in a long time, Henrietta smiled ecstatically. This was wondrous news to her. Berenger had always been prone to illness. He was born with a weak constitution and a frail body. Something in which the sedentary lifestyle of a medieval noble only exacerbated. His next words startled her, as it was a question that was out of her expectations for her big brother. "Dear sister, do you mind fetching the servants and instructing them to get the bath ready? I feel as if cleansing the grime from my body would be good for my health." The physician snorted at Berenger's claims. Though baths were not uncommon for nobles, they certainly weren't as frequent of an occurrence as the modern world. Despite the physician's reaction, Berenger insisted on his request to his sister. Henrietta smiled as she responded to Berenger, "Of course, dear brother, I will go and instruct them this second." With that said, she had once more left the large stone room that belonged to Berenger and went to do as he had requested. The physician, seeing that he was no longer needed, excused himself. "I shall go and inform your father the Baron that you have recovered." Berenger nodded once more as he wore an indifferent expression. "You do that." With that having been said, Ewald left Berenger to his lonesome. Berenger sighed deeply, looking down and sniffing his clothes that reeked of sweat and filth. After grimacing from the stench, he sighed deeply. "When I inherit the title, there will be some serious changes around here." He had made up his mind that his first order of business when he came to power would be instituting laws across the barony about basic hygiene, maybe even construct some public bathhouses like the Romans used to have. Whatever was necessary to bring a degree of cleanliness to the people of his territory. After getting out of bed and stretching his limbs for a while, he heard a knock on the door, which came from one of the family's servants. "Milord, the bath is ready." He quickly opened the door with an overexcited smile on his face, which startled the servant. "Lead the way." The servant recovered from their shock and nodded as she did as the Baron's son requested. After a short walk down the hall, Berenger reached the bathroom, where he quickly barred the doors and stripped his clothes. He carefully examined his frail body with a sense of dissatisfaction. Though not quite emaciated, there was no doubt that his bones were weak and his muscles undeveloped. He would certainly need to change his dietary habits to one rich in protein and calcium. Until he could succeed his father and implement the changes that were already brewing in his head, he must first focus on building his body up and maintaining his health. Washing away the sweat and filth that had accumulated on his body throughout his fever was a good first step. As such, he dipped his toe into the wooden bathtub to gauge its temperature before plunging his body in completely. After getting into the tub, Berenger stared at his reflection in the pool of water. He had short golden blonde hair and glistening eyes the color of the sapphire gemstone. His facial features were regal and handsome. His skin was a milky white, something that accentuated his regal demeanor. If he had not been such a sack of skin and bones, he would have come across as very princely. Though he may have reincarnated into a weak body, he did not care too much, considering he was very handsome. The body could be refined like steel, but the appearance was set in stone. After spending nearly 30 minutes in the bath washing away both the filth on his body and the mental stress that had accumulated due to the transmigration, he finally stepped out of the tub. He found a set of nobleman's attire prepared for him. It was properly cleaned, which was the most redeeming quality of the clothing. After donning the attire, he shifted his attention to his short golden hair. Though he was no hairdresser, at the very least, he could use some of the greasy residue left on the tub to slick his hair back. He would seriously need to invent pomade to get his hair the way he liked it. After styling his hair, he left the bathroom and saw that a servant was waiting for him. "Milord, the Baron and Baroness are awaiting you in the dining hall." Berenger nodded with a stoic expression. "Lead the way." The servant bowed concerning his request. "Yes, milord." After traversing the castle for quite some time, Berenger arrived at the dining hall where he saw his family was sitting, patiently awaiting his arrival. He quickly took his seat and noticed the meal on the table with various food to choose from. Despite being a lower noble house, the family was still wealthy enough to afford a plethora of food daily. After saying grace, Berenger quickly allotted steamed fish, baked chicken, a variety of nuts, and leafy greens, as well as a large glass of milk to his meal. He did not even make eye contact with his family as he filled his plate to the brim. He was famished and felt the desire to dig in right away. His family gazed upon him with various expressions that he overlooked right away. It was not until he lifted his gaze from his plate that he saw their looks of concern. Berenger had already cut a piece of fish and was about to stuff it into his mouth when he saw their gazes. Feeling the awkwardness of the situation, he could not help but inquire, "What is it?" Sieghard was a tall and robust man with regal facial features. He had short blonde hair, a matching beard, and sky-blue eyes. He was also Berenger's father and the Baron of Kufstein. He gazed at his son with astonishment until now. The young man who was his heir had been a vegetarian. Yet half of his plate was filled with fish and poultry. When asked by his son why he was surprised, he felt the answer was obvious, and as such, he made a gesture towards Berenger's plate. Berenger had a perplexed expression spread across his face. After all, he had not fully adjusted to the memories of this body yet. "Am I not allowed to eat this?" His mother, Gisela, a blonde-haired, busty beauty, looked at him with her glistening sapphire eyes in an equally perplexed manner. "You're eating meat." Suddenly Berenger understood the meaning behind their confused expressions as he remembered that he was a vegetarian. He was starting to understand why this body he had inherited was in such poor shape. Berenger smiled at his beautiful mother and nodded. "I've decided to make some changes in my lifestyle. Starting today, I will eat meat and get some much-needed exercise. I can't go on living life as a vegetarian wastrel." A large smile spread across Sieghard's lips as he heard his son's proclamation. For too long, the boy had used his health as an excuse to be idle. It was good that he was finally growing up. He then took his fork and placed a large slab of beef on Berenger's plate. "Then eat up, you will need a full stomach." Berenger smiled and began to feast upon the well-prepared meal. Though sooner or later, he would have to discuss basic hygiene with the kitchen staff. For now, he would devour this meal with no complaints. His younger brother Lambert shared the same physical characteristics as the rest of his family. However, there was a discernible hint of malice in his ocean blue eyes as his gaze set upon Berenger. Though Berenger was unaware of what he had done to upset the youth, he took note of such a gaze and vowed to be cautious around his brother in the future. After finishing his meal, Berenger left the dining room in a hurry. He wanted to begin his exercise regimen as quickly as possible. If he worked diligently, he could change this frail body of his into that of a soldier's within a year or less. Something he intended to get out of the way as quickly as possible. As Berenger went for a run along the castle walls, he was completely unaware of the malicious gaze set upon him from inside one of the tower spires. The gaze belonged to none other than Lambert, who bit his lip as he quietly muttered under his breath, "How are you still alive?" Berenger continued his exercise routine for some time, taking small breaks to recover when he felt his heart rate rising too high. With a complete and total lack of modern exercise equipment, the tall yet dreadfully skinny young man was forced to exercise the old-fashioned way. This exercise regimen was modeled after the U.S. Army's PT standards, albeit scaled down to a capacity in which his frail body and weak heart could handle. As he continued to persevere through a task that was incredibly difficult for the feeble body he currently inhabited, Berenger vowed that when he was able, he would draft blueprints for free weights, kettlebells, and a bench press, which he would deliver to the town smith and inquire about the feasibility of crafting such items. After all, the technological prowess of this civilization was far from what he would consider being advanced. Lambert gazed upon his sickly older brother's struggle to improve himself from a tower above the castle's courtyard. A frown was spread across his face as his wicked eyes glared menacingly at sight. This sudden desire for self-improvement did not bode well for his plans. His anger only outmatched his disbelief. After all, Berenger should be dead. The poison that Lambert had used was effective enough to kill a warhorse, yet somehow Berenger was still standing, healthier than ever. All his scheming had gone to waste. The debts he had acquired to assassinate his elder brother remained unpaid, and if he could not become the heir to his father's title, he would be unable to repay them, which did not bode well for his future. However, if he were to attempt to use poison again, it would undoubtedly draw the suspicion of others, something he wished to avoid. If Lambert were to succeed his father and achieve his aspirations, he would need to devise a new assassination plot. An hour had passed, and Berenger was no longer capable of exercising. His first order of business was to bathe again and get rid of the sweat and grime accumulated over his body during his workout. The servants were perplexed as to why he desired to bathe twice in one day but followed his orders. After cleansing himself once more, Berenger returned to his room, where he sat at his desk, took out a piece of parchment, and began to design blueprints for several of the early innovations he intended to make to the industry. Though Berenger held limited authority within his father's land, he figured at the very least he could negotiate with his father about the implementation of such technology. If his father asked where he found such blueprints, he could simply say he acquired it from a trader from the Far East. After all, similar technology should exist in China during this time period. The earlier the barony could mass-produce steel, the better it was for his plans. The barony of Kufstein was set in the Duchy of Austria. Mountains surrounded it, and a large tributary of the Danube River flowed through it, creating fertile valleys. It was exactly because of its geographic layout that the von Kufsteins could maintain their control over the resource-rich region. If not for the natural defensive barrier that surrounded the valley where the people dwelled, then more powerful families within the empire would surely attempt to seize the region for themselves. After some time, Berengar had finished the blueprints for one of the most important inventions in steel production. Without it, the Industrial Revolution in his previous life's timeline would have never transpired. It was known in his previous life as the Bessemer converter or the Bessemer process. Through this process, one could manufacture 35 tons of steel in a matter of 20 minutes. The Bessemer process essentially functioned by removing impurities in the iron by oxidation. It utilized airflow through the molten material to achieve this. If one lined the interior of the converter with dolomite or limestone, they could produce a greater amount of slag as the byproduct, which could be used as a cheap phosphate fertilizer. Thus, this technology aided in not only industrialization but also agriculture. All of the machine components could be manufactured by a late medieval society, and either horse or water wheel could power it. Obviously, as technology advanced, he could improve it to be powered by steam engines. However, that was a distant dream. He needed an early model built for now. High-quality steel was currently a rare commodity. With the introduction of the Bessemer process, he could achieve many things with it. The uses for high-quality steel were endless. Ultimately, Berengar would require a blast furnace to convert iron ore into pig iron, which was then converted into steel by the Bessemer process. Though in this day and age, the blast furnace should already be invented. He was certain a resource-rich region like Kufstein would already have one in its local town. If they didn't, he would simply convince his father to build one alongside the Bessemer converter. He developed a second set of blueprints for the blast furnace just in case there was not already one present in Kufstein. After finishing his blueprints and letting them dry, Berengar picked up the pieces of parchment and carefully held onto them as he approached his father's study. The sun was just beginning to set as he knocked on the sturdy oak doors. Shortly afterward, he could hear the deep voice of his father's reply. "Come in." Berengar took a deep breath and exhaled before entering his father's study. Inside the room was a large desk where his father sat behind, going over paperwork. A small library within the room covered the walls, mostly filled with books of direct importance to managing the realm's affairs. A small oil lamp was lit and sat on the desk, illuminating the increasingly dim room, and more importantly, the parchment on which the Baron was writing upon. Sieghard did not even shift his glance to his son as he focused entirely on his paperwork. This better be important. Berengar cleared his throat and presented the documents to his father, which he had spent most of the afternoon drafting. "I'd like you to take a look at these. It is of dire importance to the production of steel within our realm." Sieghard paused as he heard his son's request and placed his quill down upon the desk. He looked at his son with an interrogating gaze as if questioning whether his time would be wasted by looking over the documents. Nevertheless, he grabbed a hold of them and looked them over once or twice before placing them down and sighing. "What exactly am I looking at here?" Sieghard may have been an efficient statesman and a renowned warrior, but he did not mind engineering. As such, he needed an explanation for the blueprints. Berengar gulped down the saliva which had accumulated in his mouth and began to preach to his father about the beauty of this new invention. "Father, with this device, we will be capable of producing vast amounts of high-quality steel in a short period of 20 minutes. Not only that, but the byproduct of this device will be able to act as an efficient fertilizer to increase agricultural production." A look of shock appeared across Sieghard's face as he went over the blueprints one more time. Though he did not fully understand what he was looking at, the prospects in which Berengar boasted about were simply too good to ignore. However, a sudden question appeared in his mind as he voiced his concern. "Where did you acquire this?" Berengar was expecting such a question, and as such, spun a large tale of how he encountered some traveling merchant from the Far East, who had traded the blueprints with Berengar for a small fee. Though his father was skeptical of this claim, he had heard the stories of how advanced the Far Eastern countries were and thus decided to act upon Berengar's request. Alright, tomorrow I will summon the best engineer in the region. If he can confirm that this technology is legitimate, then I will implement it as quickly as I am able. Berenger smiled and bowed to his father respectfully. Truthfully, this had gone better than he had thought. Thank you for listening to my request, father. With that said, Sieghard picked up his pen and returned to his paperwork. If that is all, then you are dismissed. Berenger bowed once more to the proud baron before departing from his room with a large grin spread across his face. The introduction of the Bessemer process and the blast furnace were just the first phases of his plans for modernization. His next goal would be to implement the four-field system and basic irrigation. Something which he would not be able to explain by trading with merchants. Thus, he would have to take time to visit the fields and converse with the peasantry. Yet those were his plans for the near future. For now, he intended to rest. His body was aching from the intense exercise he had forced himself through this morning, and it would not get any easier going forward. After stopping by the kitchen for a brief snack, Berenger went back to his room to rest. Before he knew it, he had actually drifted deep into sleep, dreaming about his past and current life and the events that unfolded. The light of dawn shone down through the windows of the castle's living quarters and onto Berenger's face. The moment the rays of the sunlight touched his face, he had awoken from his slumber. Sitting up while rubbing his shoulders, he yawned heavily, still tired from the previous day's workout. In fact, most of his body was sore. Nevertheless, that did not deter him from what he needed to do. Berenger quickly got dressed into some simple loose-fitting clothes and began his daily exercise, which lasted for well over an hour. He was covered in sweat by the time he returned to the castle, and his entire muscular structure was aching. Only after bathing for half an hour did he feel comfortable enough to begin today's work. His new attitude had shocked not only his family but also the servants of the castle. Waking up early, exercising, eating meat, and taking an interest in the realm's affairs were all things that Berenger had rarely participated in. After his fever broke, he had become an entirely new person in the eyes of those who knew him. This perception might not be entirely false, considering there were two sets of memories contained within Berenger's mind. Though he was unsure if he was still the same person he was before, who had simply been enlightened by the memories and knowledge that Julian possessed, or if he was actually Julian inhabiting Berenger's body. None of that truly mattered after all. As he was concerned, his identity was that of Berenger von Kufstein, and he now had the potential to change his family's land into an industrial empire with the memories he gained from his near-death experience. Though it would take a large degree of time and effort to achieve, he was now convinced that it was his destiny to lead the barony of Kufstein into the industrial age. Truthfully, as heir, he held little authority in the domain and could not keep lying to his father about where he came across such unique inventions. After all, the stubborn old man had not trusted his word and elected to search for an engineer who could verify the functionality of the designs. The man he was searching for had not arrived yet. Thus all Berenger could do was educate himself further on the matters of the realm. The young lord had elected to have his meal within the confines of the castle's library, where he went over important information regarding the history of the barony's finances. He was quickly dismayed by his findings. Despite being such a resource-rich region, the barons of the von Kufstein family had failed to capitalize on it. He quietly shook his head as he closed the ledger and thought to himself, "This is what happens when you leave a house of warriors to act as all-powerful administrators over a plot of land that is nearly 375 square miles in size and contains nearly 20,000 people." He knew that they were limited to medieval technology, but despite being a region notable for its iron reserves, they had barely invested in the mining of such a valuable resource. What little that was mined had been sold as ores to large cities throughout the kingdom. There were far better uses for such materials. The economy largely relied on subsistence agriculture. It was well and truly a backward feudal state. Even the nearby town was nothing more than an agricultural village with no substantial industry whatsoever. He was beginning to get a headache reading about how primitive his family's lands were. Just when he was about to curse aloud, he noticed his little sister Henrietta hiding behind one of the bookcases while staring at him from afar. He nearly let out a chuckle as he spotted the girl eyeing him like a scared rabbit. Evidently, the changes in her older brother's behavior these past few days were frightening to the young girl. She was beginning to think he had been possessed. Taking a sip from his glass of water, Berenger never shifted his attention from the ledgers he was reading. When the young girl thought she was safe from being noticed, he let out a sigh. "Henrietta, I know you're there." The young girl flinched upon hearing his words. She had been spotted by her older brother or the demon who had potentially taken his place. Thus she panicked and scrambled out of the library without saying a word. Berenger chuckled to himself as he saw the girl fleeing the scene. He could only guess what had compelled her to engage in this behavior. Nevertheless, now was not the time to concern himself with the trivial matters of children. He spent much of the day in the library studying everything from the realm's financial affairs, agricultural and mining output, as well as powers of the region. As a low-ranking member of the nobility, there were powerful lords who ruled over his father. The von Kufsteins were direct vassals to the von Habsburgs, who were the rulers of the Duchy of Austria and the County of Tyrol. Evidently, his younger brother Lambert was engaged to one of the daughters from a branch of the von Habsburg family, which was considered a great honor for the House of von Kufstein. Interestingly enough, despite being the older brother and a fully grown man, Berenger remained unmarried and unbetrothed. Largely due to concerns over his health and whether or not he'd live long enough to father a child. Berenger didn't mind such a fate after all. In his previous life, he was a man who had completely and utterly failed to get a girlfriend well into his late 20s. Unless he made himself something of worth, he would fail to acquire a bride in this lifetime too. Though he was not concerned with such a possibility, his search for a bride would become much easier when he finally put on some muscle. By appearance alone, he was positive he could snag a beautiful bride, even if she was nothing but a commoner. Although, he highly doubted his family would consent over such a union. After all, this was still the feudal age, and nobility did not marry commoners. Berenger set such matters aside for the time being. If he was to choose his own match, he would first need authority and physicality to back up his claims that he was now healthy. Both of which were a long way away from where he currently stood. After spending the better half of the day going over the realm's affairs, he noticed that the sun had already set and thus decided now would be a good time to inquire about his father's findings on his designs. Surely he must have inquired to an engineer already. There should be at least one of them serving his father. The young lord placed the books back in their rightful places and left the library, walking down the castle's corridors until he reached the door to his father's study. Before he could even knock on it, he could overhear an unpleasant conversation between three men, one of which he recognized to be his father. "I don't care what fancy background Sir Ingbert has. I have been in the field of engineering for over 30 years, and I say the designs are brilliant. They will function exactly as your son has described, my liege." A scoff followed the old man's claim, followed by what sounded like a much younger voice. "Sire, do not listen to this crotchety old man, he's a commoner. He does not have the education in which I have received. I assure you, these designs are nothing more than scribbles from a child who thinks he knows a thing or two about engineering." Berenger could already tell by that one statement that the man who had said such a thing about the Bessemer converter was a moron relying on a lofty background to obtain his position. Ultimately, his father did not disappoint him. After hearing both of his engineers discuss the designs, let out a long sigh before asserting his authority. "Sir Ingbert, you may leave us now. I have much to discuss with my head engineer." Though Alex could not see it, he could guess the expression on the fool's face right now and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, the door swung open, and he was face to face with the man known as Sir Ingbert. The man was in his late 20s and had light brown hair in the form of a ponytail with green eyes. He dressed in an overly embellished doublet signaling the wealth he possessed. He was exactly the kind of pampered twat Berenger had expected to see. After examining the ring on his finger, which displayed a boar's head engraved upon it, Berenger could guess the identity of the man before him. The man's name was Ingbert Heltzer, and he was the son of one of Sieghard's knights. Just as Berenger had a guess, the man had achieved his position as one of his father's engineers solely because of his background. Even by this world's standards, Ingbert's knowledge of engineering was a joke. A pampered noble like him had no need to pay attention to his studies well enough to become competent in such a field. After seeing the young man he had just passively slandered, Ingbert's face turned sour. The last thing he wanted was to see the Baron's son standing outside the door, overhearing his discourteous remarks. Nevertheless, the damage had been done, and Berenger merely gazed upon Ingbert like he was looking at a fool. After Ingbert stormed off in a fit of rage, Berenger overheard his father's authoritative voice from behind the door. "You may enter." Evidently, the old Baron had been aware of his son's existence outside the study's door the entire time. Now that Berenger had entered the study, he found himself being gazed at intensely by his father and an old man within his late 50s who he understood to be the head engineer of the barony. With these two authorities staring him down, Berenger could not help but feel nervous, as if he was about to be scolded. Berenger stood firmly in front of his father and the head engineer. The two stared at him intensely. Their shape gaze could practically penetrate Berenger's soul. Especially the shrewd eyes of the old engineer. It was as if his secret had been revealed by being inspected by those old discerning eyes. Finally, the tension was eased as a smile broke across the old engineer's face as he bowed respectfully to Berenger. "Milord, I am Ludwig, a humble servant of your family. Your father asked me here to verify the authenticity of these blueprints." Berenger nodded at Ludwig with a dignified visage. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Ludwig. I have a feeling we will see a lot of each other very soon." Though the message was cryptic, Ludwig took the statement as proof of his theory that the designs presented to him by the Baron were not from a merchant from the Far East but rather drafted by the idle and infirm heir who was almost universally scorned throughout the court. It would appear the boy was more clever than he had initially estimated. Nevertheless, the sly old man did not let his inner thoughts appear upon his face, and instead, he merely graciously returned the young lord's words to him. Likewise, seeing that his son and Ludwig had become acquainted, Sieghard smiled. He had a feeling working with the stubborn old engineer would be of great benefit to Berenger's development. Completely unaware that his son was the true designer of those blueprints, Sieghard decided he would allow the two of them to converse for some time without his presence. He found the subject of engineering to be dreadfully boring and usually just left such matters up to Ludwig to implement as he saw fit. "I'm quite busy with managing the realm. I suggest you answer Ludwig's questions to the best of your abilities." Berenger nodded as he replied yes, father. Afterward, Sieghard led the two men out of the study and secluded himself inside. Once sitting at his desk, he opened a compartment and took out a wineskin, and began to engage in the age-old tradition of drinking your stress away. After dealing with that fool Ingbert, he needed it. Outside the closed door of the study, Berenger found himself alone with Ludwig. As such, he suggested they find a better place to discuss the important matters before them. "How about we go to the library? I will have some servants fetch us some food and wine. I promise to answer all the questions you have to the best of my ability." Ludwig nodded his head in approval of Berenger's suggestion. The boy proved to be more thoughtful than he had given him credit for. He looked forward to inquire about the true origins of those designs. After reaching the library and secluding themselves within, they partook of food and wine and discussed trivial matters for the first half hour. Only after they were sufficiently buzzed did Ludwig ask about his most pressing concern. "So tell me the truth, kid, where did those designs really come from?" Berenger chuckled at the old man's question. He had suspected that the old man had guessed the true nature of the origin of the blueprints. "I made them." A serious expression appeared on Ludwig's face, as Berenger had suspected. The old man was not the least bit surprised to hear it, nor did he find the idea preposterous. However, what came from Berenger's lips next truly astounded him. "Though I surmise you already knew that." Cunning, that was the only word Ludwig could use to describe Berenger at this moment. Was this truly the weak and petty heir everyone had known? Had the boy been hiding his real intelligence all along? After taking a long sip from his wine, the old engineer inquired further, "Do you have any more brilliant designs?" Berenger tapped the lip of the chalice thrice and tilted his head to the side as he appeared to enter deep thought. After a moment had gone by, he responded honestly to Ludwig. "A few." Ludwig nearly jumped out of his chair in excitement upon hearing the news. There was only one thing the old man truly enjoyed in life, and that was engineering. To think that the boy he and many others had cast aside believing him to be a weak and petty person was actually so brilliant. However, before he could get out of his chair, Berenger raised his hand, signaling him to stop. "I will give you the designs to implement in the future when they're necessary. For now, we should focus on building the blast furnace and the Bessemer converter." Ludwig was perplexed for a moment as to Berenger's thinking before he realized the greatest concern. New designs were great in theory, but investing in them required significant financial support. Something in which the barony of Kufstein completely lacked at the moment. After calming down his heart, he sat back in his seat and put his hands together. So, I assume you have a plan? Berenger took a sip from his chalice once more before a grin spread across his lips as he answered Ludwig's question with one of his own. How much do you think 5 tons of pure steel ingots are worth? Though he could not do that calculation off the top of his head, he knew it would be no small amount. One could even call it a small fortune. But that was just at first. The more steel they produced, the less valuable it would be over time. However, as his thoughts came to such a conclusion, he instantly knew what Berenger's intent was. You want to sell the first batch and use the profits to invest in mining? The smile on Berenger's lips continued to curl. Further, his assumptions about the man known as Ludwig were correct. Despite being born a commoner, the man had a quick mind and a lifetime of experience in the related fields to what Berenger wished to accomplish. He would be a valuable ally to have in the future. Precisely, once our mines are operating at full capacity, the raw materials that come out of the mountains will be used primarily for our own industrial purposes. Any surplus we may have will be turned into ingots and sold to the Empire for profit. Ludwig could not believe his ears. Iron in and of itself was a valuable and rare commodity that most regions were constantly in need of. Steel was much more difficult to produce and was mostly used to craft weapons such as swords or in rare cases armor for the nobility. He could not imagine having a surplus of steel, especially after taking into account their own needs. Nevertheless, Berenger's ambitions were truly great. He intended to use his family's resource-rich territory to spring his sphere of influence into an industrial age. All while making a profit from the scraps left behind by selling them at great cost to the kingdom. It would take years, but he was positive he would see such an era in his lifetime and still have enough time to enjoy it. Though he did not reveal the entirety of his plans to Ludwig, as Berenger knew without seeing it for himself, the old man would never be able to dream of a world of industry. Instead, he reached out his arm in a friendly gesture to the old engineer and asked the question on his mind. Will you help me bring this barony into a new age of industry? Ludwig could hardly believe his ears. The petty and weak lord he had always heard rumors about was asking a commoner like himself for help in creating a steel production industry within his family's land. Even though the boy's father valued Ludwig's opinion, the old man was still looked down upon for being a mere commoner. Yet here, Berenger stood with his hand extended, asking, not ordering him to help him in his endeavors. The old man could not help but feel a small tear welling in his right eye. If only everyone knew how wrong they were about this young lord. As such, he grasped a hold of Berenger's hand and shook it firmly. I could do that. With that, a prosperous friendship would be born between a young lord and an old engineer. A duo that together would bring many innovations in the following months, which would yield great prosperity and stability to an otherwise impoverished barony within a kingdom filled with turmoil. Within a fertile valley, surrounded by the Alps mountains, lies the inhabited region of the barony of Kufstein. A large tributary for the Danube River flowed through the valley, the crisp blue water providing life to all beings within the region. As the light of dawn shone upon the harmonious territory, the rooster's cries awoken the peasant class to the beginning of a long day of hard work. Though the nobility tended to sleep longer than the common folk in which they presided over, one young lord had risen simultaneously as the peasants to get in his morning exercise. If Berenger wished to overcome his natural infirmity, then he would have to work twice as hard as the average knight in terms of physical fitness, and so he did. The night prior, he had already discussed with Ludwig to construct a set of free weights and kettlebells to assist in his daily training. Ludwig was well respected within the local town and had contacts in every trade. Thus he did his new friend a favor and sent the designs to the local blacksmith who would craft the exercise equipment at a fair price in which Ludwig was in charge of negotiating. Though the equipment had not been constructed yet, as the technology of this feudal world was still far from developed, it would only be a matter of time before Berenger could enhance his strength training further. Nevertheless, he still did all that he could manage with his limited resources. After another morning of hard training, Berenger found himself bathing again. His bathing habits were starting to provoke the servants' curiosity within the castle. He would bathe once in the morning after his exercise and once before going to sleep at night. He tried to persuade his family to adopt the practice, but they were stubborn people set in their old traditions. Though they would bathe relatively frequently for the time period, they still could not match Berenger's borderline germophobic tendencies. Nevertheless, he had commanded the entirety of the staff to wash their hands every time they used the restroom or engaged in any activity which might dirty one's hands. He became known for especially scolding the cooking staff when he found their cleaning habits had not matched his desires. Though the Baron did not chastise Berenger for his behavior, he became concerned about the boy's newfound habits. Henrietta was the only exception in the family, being the obedient little sister. She took up all of Berenger's hygiene suggestions. She had even begun bathing right before she slept. This made Berenger exceptionally happy, as the likelihood of his little sister catching serious illness was significantly lower if she practiced proper hygiene. The more he thought about it, the more he knew he would have to construct public baths. It would take quite some time on his path of industrialization for the entirety of the populace within his family's domain to be able to afford a private bath. Truly, the ancient Romans were far ahead of the medieval period when it came to things like cleanliness. After completing his first bath for the day, Berenger styled his hair to the best of his ability. He currently lacked the means to acquire pomade, which in his previous life he had made extensive use of to slick back his hair. He found it to be a dignified appearance, fitting an officer in the military and even better suited to a young lord. For now, he merely made it into a side part with his brush. The next time he visited the town, he would be sure to buy some lard, which was the main ingredient for the construction of pomade. After styling his hair and dressing in a fashionable outfit currently in style, he set forth to the dining hall. Truthfully, he preferred the fashion of the century, especially that of the Tudors in England. He would be sure to implement such culture in due time. For now, he would endure the dress of an early German nobleman. After entering the dining hall, he noticed his family was all seated waiting for him. This had become a recent custom, as Berenger usually spent quite some time enjoying the bath, a considerable time for a man with memories from century America. Nevertheless, in this filthy era, he never felt more comfortable than when he was bathing. After sitting down at the table and saying grace, he noticed that Lambert eyed him with malicious intent once more. It was subtle, and if not for 2 lifetimes' worth of experience, Berenger would not be privy to such a gaze. Yet it was all too frequent of behavior for Lambert. He would speak gracefully with a smile on his face, all while having eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. Berenger was starting to suspect that the frequency of his illness had something to do with Lambert. It was not uncommon for siblings to assassinate one another for the inheritance in a time like this. The more he examined Lambert's behavior, the more he began to question his motives. Unfortunately for Berenger, he had been isolated from the court and had no real friends among the nobility. Rather, they were all in Lambert's corner. After all, until recently, Lambert had always been the shining star of the von Kufstein family. He was talented with the sword, relatively intelligent, and highly charismatic. Lambert even managed to win the heart of the Count of Tyrol's eldest daughter and convince her father to approve of their engagement. Berenger could think of half a dozen nobles within the county of Tyrol who would side with Lambert if he requested their help in the assassination of his older brother. The more he thought about it, the more Berenger knew he would have to be careful in the future. He decided to spend some of his time establishing ties with the nobility of the region. However, his primary focus was winning the hearts of the people. He was confident that with his plans to advance agriculture and industry, the people would never want to see him replaced as their sovereign. While the nobles looked down upon the common folk as if they were mere slaves incapable of rising against their masters, Berenger had the memories of Julian, and the history of Julian's timeline proved that the wrath of the common folk is something all tyrants should fear. With the military innovations he would bring with his rise to power, the era of knights would become a thing of the past. Henrietta stared at Berenger with a hint of caution in her beautiful azure eyes. She was well aware her beloved older brother was acting strangely ever since his fever broke. She had even pondered the feasibility of possession, though he never acted malignantly. The sudden change in his personality had shocked her. Yet despite all of this, she still obeyed his every suggestion. If she were aware of Lambert's attempt on Berenger's life, she might murder the poor boy in his sleep. Luckily for the family, his treachery had not been revealed, nor was anyone but Berenger suspicious of Lambert's behavior. As the family ate, Sieghard broke the silence. Curious about Berenger's conversation with Ludwig the night prior, he decided to inquire about it. "So Berenger, my boy, how did your discussion with Ludwig go last night?" Berenger gracefully ate the grilled fish before him. After wiping his mouth with his napkin, he looked over at his father with a dignified expression as he recounted the events of the night prior. "Rest assured, father, the project will break ground as soon as possible. Ludwig needs to gather the necessary labor to complete the task. I fully trust in his abilities." Sieghard sighed in relief before a satisfied expression spread across his visage. He was relieved that his son's sudden change in behavior was not just a whim and was excited about the prospects of this new technology. The news aggrieved only one person within the room, and that was Lambert. The cunning youth quickly put on a mask of innocent confusion as he investigated the details. "Project? What project? Is something wonderful happening?" Everyone at the table had bought into the innocent facade of the scheming youth. Everyone except Berenger, that is, in his past life, had been cheated by too many frauds and had developed a sixth sense for detecting such falsehoods over time. Though Lambert was a good actor, it was not enough to trick Berenger's discerning eye. This boy, who was not even 16, was truly devious. Sieghard was happy that his second son was also interested in the realm's affairs and was more than happy to share the plan to construct the improved blast furnace and the Bessemer converter. "My son, your elder brother, had brought to my attention some interesting plans for developing the steel industry within our realm. With this new technology, we will be able to develop steel far more efficiently." A look of pride was on Sieghard's face as he revealed the plan Berenger had come up with without a hint of discretion. Though Lambert smiled at the news, he was internally furious. Just where did Berenger come up with such technology? Why was I not informed of this? Damn it, I have serious plans for the iron ore within my mountains. These were just a few of the thoughts that had crossed the youth's mind as he stared down his elder brother, who had always been so foolhardy. Though what he did not expect was that Berenger returned his stare with narrowed eyes. The gaze was cold though not murderous, it had a hint of savagery within it. The eyes of a man who was aware he had been plotted against and would surely return the favor at the first opportunity. The sight of which frightened Lambert terribly. These were not the eyes of the carefree and naive older brother he had grown up with. However, before he could investigate further, Berenger had finished his meal and stood up from the table after wiping his mouth with his napkin. Berenger shifted his gaze from Lambert and put on an equally convincing facade to their father. "Father, may I be excused? I have urgent business to attend to with Ludwig." A gracious smile spread across Sieghard's face as he had no idea of the rivalry that was brewing between his two sons. "Of course, my son, go. I wish you the best of luck with this endeavor." Berenger bowed before leaving the dining room, leaving Lambert and the family with various expressions. Lambert's right hand, which wielded the dining knife, began to tremble as his mind could not unsee the narrowed eyes of Berenger, which appeared to have seen past his facade and peered deep into his soul. The trembling of his hand did not go unnoticed by the family as his mother, Gisela, spoke up with a hint of concern on her face. "Lambert, your hand is shaking. Are you all right?" Lambert looked down at his hand and noticed it trembling for the first time as he examined it. The cold sapphire eyes of Berenger once more entered his vision, and his hand instinctively dropped the knife. As he grabbed a hold of his hand to steady himself, he spoke up to assure his family. "I'm fine, I'm just feeling a little under the weather, is all. If you would excuse me, I think I'm going to go lie down for a bit." After being excused by his family, Lambert gracefully left the dining hall, though when he was no longer in sight, he frantically sprinted to his room and latched the door behind him. After entering the large stone room, he collapsed against the door, shielding his eyes with his hands, muttering under his breath, "What devil has possessed my brother to make him aware of my schemes?" The trembling youth could not help but feel like his plot to assassinate his older brother had succeeded and invited a demon into their midst. As Berenger left the dining room and his family behind before Lambert's outburst, he could not witness the scene of his scheming brother scared to the bone. Instead, he had already headed to his room to draft new blueprints. He felt as if Ludwig could be trusted and willing to take the credit for the inventions if he asked. As such, he spent the next hour drafting plans for a beehive oven, which was the best method currently available for turning coal into coke. Something which would prove to be vital in the functioning of the blast furnaces. After drafting the plans, he quickly left the castle's gates and entered the town below. The von Kufstein family's castle sat atop a large hill in the center of the town. It was a well-fortified castle that the family had occupied for generations. They presided over the barony with absolute authority. They answered only to their lieges, the von Habsburgs, who ruled not only the county of Tyrol but also the Duchy of Austria. Though at this point, a cadet branch of the Habsburg family ruled over the county of Tyrol, where Innsbruck was their seat of power. The Count of Tyrol had agreed to Lambert's proposal to marry his eldest daughter. Even Berenger was slightly envious of such a thing. Not only was she a gorgeous young woman who still had time to grow into her natural beauty, but she was also the Count's daughter, a prestige many young noblemen sought after. Berenger had no idea what schemes Lambert had conspired to achieve such a thing. After all, it was unusual for a count to marry off one of his daughters to a lower nobleman, let alone the second son of a lowly baron. Nevertheless, the boy had achieved it. Even Berenger had to give him props. Lambert was not even 16 years old, yet he had conned a count into pledging his daughter's hand to him. Meanwhile, Berenger was single, without the slightest prospect of marriage in mind due to his feeble constitution. Though that would change soon enough, and maybe one day he too could marry a count's daughter. As soon as he thought up of such glamorous ideals, he laughed aloud. What was he thinking? He had far more important matters to attend to. Realistically speaking, the likelihood of him pulling off such a thing would be slim, and he'd rather not bother with the politics of the nobility. If Berenger could bring prosperity and power to his family's land through the might of industry and agriculture, that was good enough for him. He truly did not care for the lavish schemes of the upper nobility. His ambition stopped at inheriting his birthright and bringing his family's territory to a better age. With his knowledge of military tactics and advanced weaponry, he would be able to defend his borders from any threat, though conquering other regions was easier said than done, and he had no desire to wage wars for the rest of his life. For now, his ambitions had to wait. He had yet to gain any authority over the barony of Kufstein, and as such, had to make do with what he was capable of. After arriving at the door to Ludwig's shop, he could overhear the old man yelling at someone else within. This was not the first time he had overheard Ludwig's temper, and if Berenger was guessing correctly, then the voice in which he was arguing with belonged to Sir Ingbert. Something which Berenger dreaded having to deal with. He was not a fan of pompous fools who overestimated their worth. Especially when the reasoning for their hubris was because of some noble title they inherited from their father. Though Ingbert could not directly offend Berenger, it did not prevent him from acting like a jerk to Ludwig. As the heated discussion reached a degree of incivility that Berenger could no longer tolerate, he threw open the doors to the shop, making his presence known to all inside. Before the two men could greet him, Berenger barked his commands at Ingbert. Out! A devilish smirk appeared across Ingbert's face after mistaking Berenger's command as if it were meant for the lowly commoner beside him. You heard the young lord, leave us. Berenger glared at Ingbert coldly. He was a man with good control of his temper, but Ingbert's incapability to read the room thoroughly agitated him. I was referring to you. The wicked smile on Ingbert's face suddenly turned into a confused expression as he pointed to himself, asking for clarification. Me? Berenger glared fiercely at Ingbert in silence, as if the young knight was trying his patience with every second he remained in the room. After a few moments of gawking at Berenger like an idiot, the young knight finally understood what he had meant and bowed his head respectfully. Though his tone was pleasant, his eyes were furious. He had never been scolded in such a way before. He would remember this humiliation until his dying breath. After bowing to Berenger, Ingbert left the shop behind where Ludwig was by himself, scratching the back of his head. You didn't need to do that. Berenger quickly approached the old man and slapped him on the back. Nonsense, his presence would only hinder our plans. Besides, I have a new set of blueprints for you. Like a child at the candy store, Ludwig's eyes glowed with excitement. He reached for the blueprints in Berenger's hands but was taken aback when the young lord withdrew his hand out of reach. Not so fast. I have one condition. Ludwig frowned as he heard the young lord's words. For a second, he felt as if he were going to be cheated by Berenger, that is until he heard the condition. I need you to take credit for its invention. Ludwig's mouth nearly fell agape as he heard Berenger's words. He had never expected the Baron's son to request him to take the glory for inventing what he knew would most likely be a critical piece in the steel industry. After careful deliberation, Ludwig agreed he did not need to know why Berenger shifted the invention into his hands. After all, It probably included some convoluted court schemes with which he wanted nothing to do with. If his 57 years alive had taught him anything, it's that it is best to avoid the affairs of noblemen. All right, that's fine by me. Berenger smiled, partially because the man agreed to his request but also because he had not inquired why he wanted to shift the invention to Ludwig's name. The man was much more intelligent than a fool like Ingbert would ever be. After handing over the blueprint to Ludwig, the man could no longer contain his excitement. A huge beaming smile spread across his face. Inside the blueprint was a series of notes about converting coal into coke and how coke was a more efficient fuel source for the blast furnace than charcoal. Luckily for them, the mountains that surrounded the barony of Kufstein were not just filled with iron but coal as well. You are a genius, milord. Berenger smiled at Ludwig's response. Though he was brilliant in his past life, he was far from what he would consider a genius, but here in this primitive world, he was most likely the most knowledgeable man on the planet. He was glad to see someone appreciated his intellect. So, how quickly can you put those 3 designs into production? Ludwig scratched his beard at the question. He too desperately desired to make the blueprints into reality. After careful deliberation, he raised a single finger. Give me a month, and I promise you that I will have at least one of each of these designs built within the town. Berenger was pleased with the news. It was much quicker than he had anticipated. He was fairly certain by the look on the old man's face that he would run himself ragged building these inventions. Nevertheless, Berenger did not stop him. He only left a few words of encouragement. Make sure to take care of yourself. I will drop by every once in a while to check up on your progress. If you need any additional funding, just ask my father about it. I'm sure he will manage to find the funds needed to make this dream of ours a reality. After all, these designs greatly concern the matter of the realm's future finances. Ludwig grinned and gave a thumbs up to Berenger. He was happy to have a partner who understood his passion for engineering. Even his own son did not express the same degree of excitement for this project as Berenger did. You can count on me, partner. With that said, Berenger excused himself from Ludwig's workshop. Now that the initial stage of the industry within his plans had been set on the right path, he would focus on expanding the agricultural capabilities of the barony for the next month. Truly, a lord's work is never finished. After returning from Ludwig's shop, Berenger spent the rest of his waking hours for the day perfecting agricultural designs. The first improvement he would have to make for the agricultural system of Kufstein would be the 4-field system, which was instrumental in sustaining a large population. Currently, the 3-field system was in use, which essentially operated as a form of crop rotation that left one field empty or fallow and used the other 2 fields to grow oats, beans, wheat, and rye. The 4-field system was a huge advantage that led to the agricultural and industrial revolutions. If this world were left to its own devices, it would be centuries until they naturally developed such a crucial system. The 4-field system was like it sounded. It had 4 fields divided into legumes, roots, leaves, and fruit. This allowed for an increase in food production. Due to the legumes and roots, the soil would maintain or increase its fertility over time. On top of all of these things, it also allowed for the continued growth of food stock for livestock, allowing them to be bred year-round, as certain roots like turnips and beets were notoriously hardy plants capable of being grown during the winter season. Berenger intended to fully implement the 4-field system within the next month. Especially considering that after a month from now, he will have access to a quality phosphate fertilizer which will only increase the yield of his crops. If all went as planned this year, they would be able to have ample food storage. Within a few years, the barony of Kufstein might even become the breadbasket of Austria. After spending time drafting the plans for agriculture, Berenger noticed that the sun had long since passed. It was late at night now, and it was just about time for him to take a bath and head to bed. After all, he had a lot of work that needed to be done tomorrow. However, just as he was about to ask the servants to prepare a bath for him, Berenger heard a slight knock on his door. Cautious that it might be another ploy from his brother Lambert, Berenger inquired about the individual's identity before opening his door. "Who is it?" The response surprised him. It was a meek and feminine voice, one that still held the high-pitched tone of a child. "It's me." Berenger immediately recognized the voice to belong to his little sister Henrietta, who had only recently turned 10, thus advancing into the very beginning of adolescence. A warm smile spread across his face as Berenger approached the door and opened it. In the doorway stood a little girl dressed in an extravagant pink nightgown and holding onto an old rag doll that had been in her hands since birth. It was her favorite toy and also her best friend. As though the doll had aged poorly, the dress was of exquisite make, and Berenger immediately questioned how his family could afford such frivolities after having inspected the ledgers. It appeared his father was deeply concerned about appearances and wasted money on luxurious clothing. Nevertheless, Berenger looked at Henrietta with questionable eyes. It was late at night, she should already be asleep by now. Why was she at his doorway? His paranoia took hold, and he did not leave the room, merely peeking out of the narrowly open door. What's wrong? Henrietta held her doll tightly to her chest as a worrisome look spread across her doll-like face. I can't sleep. Can you tell me a story? Berenger sighed. He had intended to take a bath and then get some sleep, but it appeared his little sister needed him. After all, he was grateful to have a little sister in his previous life. Berenger, or Julian as he was known then, was an only child, so he desired to get along with his new siblings. However, Lambert had already made that an impossibility in his case. On the other hand, Henrietta was different. She appeared to have a good relationship with Berenger. As such, he was more than happy to tell her a story. After walking out of the door, he began to take off in the direction of Henrietta's room. However, he quickly noticed Henrietta had stayed behind in his doorway, confused about her actions. He immediately turned around and asked about it. Henrietta, why are you still standing there? The young girl stiffened up at her big brother's response and peered down the long corridor with a petrified look on her face. The hallways are scary at night. After seeing her too scared to move, Berenger backtracked to her location and grabbed a hold of her small hand as he led the little girl to her room. Though he could not see it, the girl smiled as she walked down the hallway hand in hand with her big brother. She concluded then and there that she had been overthinking things. He was still the same kind and caring older brother she had always known. After arriving at her room, Berenger opened the door and walked the girl to her bed, where he picked her up and tucked her in. For a second, he forgot how frail his body was and struggled dearly to accomplish the deed. After tucking the girl into her bed where she was comfortable, Berenger began to spin the tale of Leonidas and the 300 Spartans who had protected Greece from a Persian invasion at Thermopylae Pass. Truthfully, he did not know if that was historically accurate in this world or not, but it did not matter. It was an interesting story of the heroism and bravery of man regardless of if it were true or not. Only after the girl had fallen asleep did he end his story. Seeing the girl fast asleep, he kissed her on the forehead. Sweet dreams, my dear sister. After parting from her room, he immediately informed the servants to prepare a bath for him. After they had finished, he thoroughly enjoyed it before heading back to his quarters and sleeping himself. The night would go by peacefully, the sun would rise, and the rooster would crow, awaking the peasant class, as well as Berenger, who once more engaged in his daily exercise routine. After finishing his exercise and taking his morning bath, Berenger had breakfast with his family once more. After finishing his meal, he directly headed to town. He had two purposes in his visit today. One was to form a relationship with the local farmers, and another was to buy lard and lots of it. He was going to invent pomade even if it killed him. He was sick and tired of parting his hair. He would rather slick it back like he used to do in his past life. After reaching the town, Berenger approached the nearest farm, where he saw a man in his 30s operating the plow as he began to make ready for planting. After all, it was early spring, and the time to begin planting had just begun. Berenger took notice of the man who was hard at work and decided to approach him. Excuse me, what is your name? The man saw that Berenger was speaking and looked around to see who he might be speaking to until he realized he was the only one in the vicinity. He carefully lifted a finger and pointed at himself with a jaw slightly ajar, gawking at Berenger as he could not fathom the baron's son speaking to a lowly peasant like him. Yes, you, how may I refer to you? Milord, my name is Gunther. Berenger reflected upon the name for a moment and smiled at the large and burly man as he complimented him. Gunther, a strong name, it surely suits you. I am Berenger, it is a pleasure to meet you. Gunther could not believe his ears. The baron's son and heir said it was a pleasure to meet him, a lowly peasant? How could this be? He accidentally voiced his thoughts and immediately winced, expecting retaliation. A pleasure to meet me? How? Berenger's smile froze. He did not realize the peasant class had so little sense of self-worth. He would clearly have to explain to the man how important his job is. Of course it is a pleasure. I see a man desperately plowing the field in the dawn of spring, working hard to ensure that the realm has enough food to eat, to survive the winter, and to prosper as a region. I can't help but feel proud to meet a hard-working individual such as yourself. He was not lying. In his previous life, Berenger had seen too many slackers succeed in life because of their connections, while hard-working men lived a life of poverty and daily struggle. He could not help but admire a hard-working and competent man who provided for his family, despite the horrible conditions a medieval peasant endured, which would drive a modern man to suicide. After hearing the young lord's kind words, Gunther was truly shocked. The man's reputation was well known throughout these parts, even by the peasant class. Despite this, when meeting him for the first time, Berenger was nothing like what Gunther had expected him to be. Berenger could see that Gunther was amazed by his behavior. Thus, he shifted the direction of the conversation in his favor. "Tell me, Gunther, have you ever thought of using 4 fields instead of 3? Gunther nearly scoffed at the young lord's remark. He may be the Baron's son, but he knows nothing of agriculture, something Gunther and his family had been doing for centuries. "Milord, with all due respect, if we were to use 4 fields, then the soil would erode and eventually be useless." A smirk appeared on Berenger's face. This wasn't just a farmer who learned what his forefathers taught and did not understand the underlying principles of why it was so. At least in terms of his profession, this was an educated farmer, someone who clearly understood why one should not do as Berenger had suggested. If I were to tell you that if you created a 4-field rotation separated into the category wheat, turnips, barley, and clover, would it not solve such a problem? He was testing Gunther's knowledge of his craft. After all, Berenger had no use for fools who did what they were told because that was the tradition. He needed thinkers, men who could grasp a hold of new technologies and implement them on his behalf. Defying all odds, the first farmer he came across was such a man. Gunther's eyes lit up. It was already well known that legumes could enhance the soil of the fields they were planted in. Thus they were already used in the 3-field system. However, the more he thought about Berenger's words, the more he realized the young lord was correct. If they used these 4 crops as the staple of their agricultural system, they would be able to maintain or possibly increase the fertility of the soil while growing food year-round and sustaining the breeding of livestock throughout the year. The poor farmer gazed at Berenger with a new sense of admiration. However, what Berenger said next shocked the man to the core. "I see you approve, then come, let us introduce this innovation together." Afterward, Berenger dismounted from his horse, rolled up his sleeves, and picked up a hoe where he stood aside Gunther and worked alongside a lowly peasant to introduce the agricultural innovation that would bring the barony of Kufstein into an agricultural revolution. Despite his natural infirmity, he helped plow and seed the field throughout the entire day alongside the poor farmer. By the end of the hard day's worth of labor, the 4-field system was implemented on this single farm, and Berenger was exhausted beyond his limits. Yet, he was satisfied on a deeply personal level. The life of a pampered noble was ill-suited for a man such as himself. Gunther stared at the young lord in disbelief. Nobody in the entire village, not even his wife nor his kids, would believe he had just plowed and seeded a field alongside the Baron's son and heir. Thus an unlikely friendship between a lowly peasant farmer and a young lord was born. One which would last a lifetime. After a hard day's work, Berenger sat down next to the poor farmer known as Gunther and shared a wineskin with the man as he wiped away the sweat from his brow with the sleeve of his luxurious doublet. As the two rehydrated, Berenger suddenly remembered his most important reason for entering the fields. As important as advancing the agricultural technology of his family's land was, there was one matter that truly kept him awake at night. "Hey Gunther, do you have about a pound of lard I may purchase from you?" "That's right, lard." No matter how important advancing the agricultural system of his family's land was, it was a process that would take many years, possibly even decades, to fulfill truly. Right now, he desperately needed lard to create pomade so he could get his appearance the way he desired. I mean, sure, his family probably had lard in its kitchen, but the cooks were awfully stingy about the resources he could take out on a whim. If he kept stockpiling lard, sooner or later, he would have to explain to his father that he was using it to create a primitive hair gel. Only once did he use the greasy residue from his natural grime to fix his hair, and he immediately regretted it the entire day. He felt grossed out knowing that the sweat and dirt produced by his body were used to style his hair. It was simply unsanitary. After the first day of his transmigration, he opted never to resort to such filthy habits ever again. Thus he had been parting his hair ever since and felt it did not fit of this handsome face he had acquired. Gunther had a hard time believing this young lord's behavior even now. After helping a lowly peasant like himself plow and seed his fields for the entire day, the baron's son was asking to purchase lard off of him instead of outright confiscating it. "My lord, all of this land belongs to your family. Everything I produce belongs to." Before Gunther could finish his thought, Berenger raised a hand and cut him off. With a dignified expression, Berenger smiled at Gunther and preached his ideology. "I'm a strong believer of the saying a fair day's wage for a fair day's work. You tell me what you think the lard you have put so much effort into producing is worth, and I will pay it." Gunther stared at Berenger with an astonished look. He had never met such an enlightened noble before, yet what Berenger said next was like a dream come true for a lowly peasant such as himself. "One day, when I rule over these lands, I will pay every man the worth of their labor, regardless of the class they were born into." A small tear formed in Gunther's eyes as he heard the pleasant words of Berenger. If this were an ordinary nobleman, he would never believe such an outrageous statement. Yet, Berenger, a man with obvious physical frailty and of noble birth, had stood side by side with him, helping him plow and seed his fields so that together they could introduce a new system of crop rotation. The noble scion did it without demanding for anything in return. After considering Berenger's offer for quite some time, raised 3 of his fingers. 3 pfennigs. Berenger thought it was a fair price. As such, he reached into his doublet and pulled out a small satchel which contained a pouch of small white coins. He pinched 3 of the small coins with his fingers and pulled them out of the satchel, handing them over to Gunther with a smile on his face. Gunther, on the other hand, was staring madly at the 3 white coins. When he was said 3 pfennigs, he referred to the copper pfennigs, not the white ones, which contained at least 50% silver within the metallic mix. These were worth far more than he had asked for. After gaping at Berenger like an idiot for a few moments, he finally recovered from his daze and handed them back to the young lord. "My lord, when I said 3 pfennigs, I was referring to the copper ones, not the white ones." Berenger looked at Gunther with a look of confusion on his face. In his entire memories, the young nobleman had only ever encountered the white pfennigs. He was entirely unaware that a separate currency with the same name existed and was worth far less. After hearing such a thing existed, Berenger couldn't help but feel disgruntled. He could not believe the currency used in this society was primitive. He would investigate this at once and develop a plan to rehash the currency used in this feudal society. He swore even if he had to create his own currency, he would fix this backward system that Kufstein currently used. Luckily for him, this would be within his power as the Baron of Kufstein when he succeeded his father. Much like during the timeline of his previous life, sometime during the century, the German king was no longer able to enforce the regalia of minting coins. Thus the minting process fell to the authority of every local town and lord. The value of a coin from one barony could be worth more or less than the value from another. It was truly a maddening system. However, if you thought the Kingdom of Germany was a mess, then the Holy Roman Empire as a whole was far worse. There was no uniform currency throughout the entirety of its territory. While the Kingdom of Germany and its domains used the pfennig, or penny as it would be translated to in modern English as the most common currency, the same could not be said about the other kingdoms the empire comprised of. Though he may be a baron, at the very least, he could simplify the coinage minted in his territory when he came to power. However, for now, he had to endure the stupidity of such a foolish system. After thinking it through, Berenger folded Gunther's hand, which currently held the 3 pfennigs, and smiled. 3 pfennigs is 3 pfennigs as far as I'm concerned. When I come to power, I will mint new currency made of solid gold and silver so that its value is absolute. It did not take Berenger long to come up with a new system. After all, he had the memories of his past life, and eventually, Germany got its act together and minted pfennigs and marks. Marks were made out of gold, while pfennigs were made out of various materials and eventually lost their value almost entirely. However, he would not be foolish enough to compromise the integrity of his coinage. As such, he vowed to make all pfennigs made out of silver and all marks made out of gold. In a time like this, with such a small population, such a currency system would work well domestically and in trade with other regions. Gunther eventually came to accept the excessive price and delivered the lard in a ceramic jar to Berenger. He couldn't help but be curious about why Berenger needed a pound of lard when his family's kitchen would be filled with it. Once again, Gunther voiced his thoughts aloud, though this time, when he realized what he had done, he only slightly flinched as he was aware of Berenger's character at this point. After his instinct took hold, he could hear Berenger chuckle at him. "You will know when you next see me." With that, Berenger placed the jar in one of his horse's saddlebags and hopped upon it as he waved goodbye to Gunther. "I will see you again soon, my friend, but for now, I need to retire for the evening." After which, Berenger slapped his spurs against the exquisite Destrier's torso and rode off towards the castle's gates. By the time he arrived at the gates, the beautiful orange sunset which filled the sky had already begun to fade, along with the light of day. His first order of business was to take a bath as quickly as possible. However, upon entrance, he was immediately greeted by his little sister Henrietta, who jumped into his arms and wiped her face against his sweaty torso. A smudge of dirt and grime appeared on the young girl's face as she looked up to her brother in his arms, pouting as she did so. "You're late, and dirty," she said coldly as she stared daggers at Berenger. It was unlike him to come home so late. Not only did he rarely leave the castel's walls, but he had never returned in such a pitiful condition before. She could only imagine what trouble he had gotten himself into. Berenger laughed as he petted the young girl's head. "I appreciate you are worrying about me, but I'm fine. I just had some business to take care of." Henrietta looked at what Berenger was holding, and her eyes filled with curiosity. "What's that?" she exclaimed as she pointed at the ceramic jar in his hands. Berenger was more than happy to answer his curious little sister. Lard. The young girl touched her lips with her finger with a questioning gaze. She had not heard the word before and was curious what it meant. "Lard?" Berenger smirked with a devilish grin. He decided to tease the little lowly pig fat. Immediately Henrietta's cute face scrunched up as she backed away from her brother with an abhorrent expression. "You," she cried as she ran away from her precious big brother. As she ran away, Berenger laughed to the point where he nearly fell on his knees. The little girl's expression was just too cute. Suddenly he remembered her face had a smudge of dirt on it, and he hollered at his sister from across the hall. "Henrietta, take a bath. You've got dirt on your face." Thus Berenger had to wait a bit longer for his nightly bath. After all, he was fine with letting his darling little sister take a bath first. As he walked back to his room, he could not help but feel a watchful gaze set upon him. He was certain he was being spied upon but refused to reveal it, as that would only cause more trouble. As such, Berenger walked back to his room in an inconspicuous manner, never alerting the spy that he was aware of the presence. After reaching the sanctuary of his room, Berenger let out a deep sigh of relief. He would have to be more cautious going forward. It would appear Lambert had set spies upon him to watch his actions. It would not be long before that little bastard attempted to assassinate him again. Berenger refused to die so quickly after being reincarnated. If Lambert wanted to unleash spies upon him, that was fine too. Could play that game. Slowly but surely, Berenger was winning the hearts of the common folk, and they were the greatest potential spy force in the world. After all, not a single noble would expect the peasantry to report their activities to someone else. Shortly after the event, Berenger took his nightly bath and once more tucked in Henrietta, who was now as clean as a whistle. After telling her a story about the heroes from the history of his previous life, he went back to his own bedroom, where he locked the door behind him and latched the windows. However, he decided to leave the curtains open, which allowed the light of the full moon to shine upon his sleeping body like a guardian angel watching over him. As the light of dawn shone upon Berenger's regal face, he awoke peacefully. Though his body was sore all over from his previous day's activities, he still managed to drag himself out of bed. If he kept pushing himself like this, his body might give out on him before he can cure himself of his natural infirmity. Thus he decided to take a day off from excessive exercise. Instead, he spent the early morning converting the jar of lard he received from Gunther into the pomade he had so dearly desired. Using a homemade recipe, which he utilized extensively in his previous life, Berenger had finally succeeded in his endeavor. His next course of action was taking his morning bath, which was a bit earlier than usual. Afterward, he placed his fingers into the wax-like substance and slicked his hair back with it. After carefully styling his hair, he gazed at himself in the bathroom mirror. Aside from his thin and frail body, he looked very majestic with the new hairstyle. His previous attempt using grease residue from the bath to style his hair ended disastrously. It smelled bad, it kept falling out of place, and it did not meet Berenger's excessive conditions in the slightest. However, after successfully inventing pomade, his already exquisite appearance improved further. He was amazed at how much better looking his current body was than in his previous life. The golden blonde hair, which now shimmered in the light of dawn, the deep sapphire eyes, which appeared as if they had been chiseled out of gemstone, and the milky white skin which every girl dreamed of having combined perfectly into a princely appearance suiting his noble heritage. The only advantage his previous appearance had over his current one was that it had a strong and fit body. However, these things could naturally be improved over time, and he was in no hurry to impress the women of this era. He had many things to accomplish before even thinking of getting married. Besides, the only members of the opposite sex he was remotely close to were his little sister and his mother. At the very least, he would have to be introduced to a proper woman before he could even attempt to woo her. After styling his appearance and gazing at himself in the mirror, Berenger had taken the time to get dressed in an opulent black doublet, with gilded lining, as well as an equally luxurious set of hose, and a pair of black leather shoes. He sighed heavily as he looked at himself in the mirror one last time. His family truly wasted too much money on maintaining appearances. After donning his attire, he left the bath and instinctively headed to the dining room. He was quite early by the standards of his recent routine. As such, he caught his family off guard when he arrived at the dining room, where they were all seated, having a polite conversation as they waited for him to arrive. Upon entering the dining room, his family glanced over at him with shocked expressions. They were not expecting him to have such a refined appearance. Even Lambert gazed upon Berenger with envy. Sometimes it took a change in hairstyle to reveal the full potential of one's appearance. Henrietta blushed at her brother's striking demeanor and looked away. Even his mother, Gisella's mouth, hung agape, which she quickly covered with her hand. Siegfried looked upon his son and heir with a gaze of fatherly approval. Finally, the boy he had raised appreciated his taste of the finer things in life. However, he wondered how the little bugger had managed to style his hair in such an imposing manner. Seeing his family's odd expressions, Berenger touched his face with his right hand. "What is it? Do I have something on my face?" In unison, his family members shook their heads in silence, with various emotions in their awkward gazes. After confirming his appearance was tidy, Berenger sat down at the table across from Lambert and lifted his hands as he prepared for the morning grace. However, his family was too busy examining the change in appearance to notice his posture. After a few moments of silence, Berenger looked up at his father. "Father? Do you not wish to say grace this morning?" Having the memories of Julian, Berenger was now a closet atheist. Nevertheless, he still put on the appearance of a devout Catholic because he knew the consequences a man of science would endure in this primitive era. It would take decades, but maybe he could usher in the scientific revolution a bit earlier than in his own timeline if he worked hard at it. After snapping out of their trance, his father began to speak his prayer as the family listened. Afterward, the family began to dig into their meal. While cutting apart his pork sausage with his utensils, Berenger overheard Lambert reporting his previous day's activities to their father. "Father, did you know that Berenger spent the whole day plowing the fields with a peasant yesterday?" Their father, who was just about to bite into his sausage, gazed over at Berenger with a confused look on his face. "You plowed a field?" Berenger would not resort to disparaging the friend he had made the previous day to save face among the nobility. As such, he had no shame in his voice as he admitted to his day's venture. "Yes, father, I suppose that's why I took the day off from my morning exercise. Overexerting oneself will have negative effects on the body." This confused his father further. Why would he take time out of his exercise schedule to plow a field? He could not help but inquire about the details. "Any reason in particular?" Lambert sneered at Berenger as if he had caused a loss of favor for Berenger with their father. However, the words that came next astounded him. "Well, you see, father, I had this brilliant idea about improving crop rotation. However, as you know, I am not a farmer, so I sought out a professional's opinion on my theory. The man turned out to know his craft quite well, and as we got to discuss the feasibility of it, we decided to try it out. And I am a man who leads by example, so I picked up a plow and got to work." Lambert scoffed at this response. How could Berenger develop a new innovation for agriculture all on his lonesome? Clearly, this was a facade his older brother was putting on to turn the situation to his advantage. As such, Lambert immediately questioned Berenger about his so-called innovation. He would catch his older brother in his lie and reveal to everyone that Berenger was a fraud. A wicked sneer curved upon Lambert's lips as he thought to himself, "Older brother, you are still too naive to play these games with me." After which he voiced his concerns aloud. "You say you invented an innovation of crop rotation, and what might that be?" Berenger stared at Lambert coldly once again, which instinctively caused the teenage boy to shiver. After staring him down, Berenger scoffed at the impertinence of his little brother's statement. "Even if I described it to you in vast detail, you would not be able to comprehend it. You do not have a mind for agriculture, little brother." Lambert was infuriated by this response. He had not expected his older brother to attack his weak point. It was true that Lambert did not know the first thing about agriculture, nor did he understand engineering. He had only ever heard the phrase crop rotation before. He hadn't the slightest clue how it functioned. That was not the responsibility of a noble scion like himself. Before he could respond to Berenger's allegations, Berenger had already seized the initiative and addressed their father with a tone of great respect. "Father, if you wish to know the details, I won't hide anything from you, but I fear it might be a waste of our time together as a family, as I'm certain I would only bore the children with the intricate details of crop rotation." Lambert was furious at this point. Did Berenger seriously place him in the same category as Henrietta? As if he was some small child? He was only a few months away from his birthday, which would make him a man in the eyes of God and men. Despite his internal protests, the boy still did not manage to get a word out, as their father, Sieghard, agreed with Berenger's terms. "You're right, Berenger, there are more important matters to discuss as a family right now. For example, how did you manage to get your hair to look like that?" Lambert, who at that moment had stuffed his mouth with a slice of sausage, nearly choked upon it after hearing his father's words. Berenger was also surprised at his father's words. The old baron truly did have a fascination with fashion. Though quickly, a light flashed in Berenger's eyes as he thought of this as an opportunity to coerce his father into engaging in proper hygiene. "I'm afraid it won't work for you, father." Sieghard could practically feel his heart break as he heard such words. He could not explain why, but after gazing at his son's dignified appearance that was better suited to royalty, he needed to know how to make himself look so majestic. Of course, he unwittingly fell into Berenger's trap. "Why not?" A sound of panic had entered Sieghard's voice as he practically stood up from the head of the table after hearing such dire news. Berenger, on the other hand, had to prevent himself from smiling sometimes. It was too easy to manipulate his father into doing his bidding. "Because you don't bathe frequently enough." After hearing Berenger's words, hope surged in the old baron's heart. If that were the only problem, then he would bathe just as much as his son if he had to. He didn't care if people made fun of him for doing so as long as he could have the glistening golden hair of his son. Realizing that his father had thoroughly grabbed onto the bait, Berenger decided to set the hook in and reel in the catch. "The product I invented to style my hair this way only works on clean hair, though I promise you, even if you work up a sweat, with this solution, your hair will stay intact like mine. Though, you do need to clean it off again at night." This was complete and utter bullshit, but if it meant he could improve the hygiene of another member of his family, so be it. A little white lie like this never hurt anyone. By the time the breakfast had been finished, his entire family, except for Lambert, were convinced of the values of proper hygiene. The Baron had begun to draft plans for the entire servant staff to wash their hands throughout the day regularly. Berenger left the dining room with a giant smile on his face. He was one step closer to introducing a sense of modern hygiene to his family's lands. Hopefully, this clean lifestyle would catch on soon enough. He could not help but fear an epidemic breaking out because people were uneducated about disease and filth. For the time being, this was sufficient after all. The people he regularly contacted would be forced to practice some degree of basic hygiene. His next stop was to visit Gunther as a member of the peasant class. The man was instrumental in Berenger's plans to implement the four-fields system across all farms within the barony of Kufstein. Berenger was just about to step out of the castle when he heard his father's voice calling out for him. "Berenger, do you mind speaking with me in the study real quick?" Berenger let out a deep sigh. Apparently, his plans to visit Gunther and use his connections to implement the four-fields system would have to wait. Steadily, Berenger strode into his father's study. As he sat down in the chair in front of his father's desk, he could see his father staring at him with a curious gaze. Berenger knew that look all too well. However, before he could protest, Sieghard let out a heavy sigh, much like his own son had done not 2 minutes prior. "Berenger, my son, you're 20 years old and still unmarried. I understand your reasons, however, a healthy glow returns to your skin with each passing day. It appears that whatever you've been doing has been good for your well-being. Now that your childhood infirmity seems to be passing, it's time to think about finding a wife." Berenger repeatedly tapped the armrest on his chair while resting his face on his right fist, a habit which he had developed in his previous life whenever he was sitting down. During these moments, the only sound that could be heard was the clunk of the wooden armrest whenever a finger would strike upon it. Within Berenger's mind, he attempted to find a way to prolong this discussion. He was not ready to be married yet. After all, he had so much work that needed to be done, and courting a woman would take up much of his time that was currently needed elsewhere. However, he could not tell his father such things, seeing as how the young lord's ambitions were on the borderline of infringing upon his father's rights as baron. His father might have a penchant for fashion and luxury, but he was no fool. He could tell Berenger had lofty plans for the realm, but Berenger was still a young man. He would have plenty of time to enact such policies when he inherited the position of baron. For now, he should find himself a bride and have children, thus continuing the family line. Fundamentally, Berenger had a mindset for this kind of stuff. His plan was to get married in his 30s to a beautiful woman 10 years younger than himself after he had made a fortune by beginning the industrialization of his family's land. However, in his estimation, this would take many years to accomplish fully. One of his biggest concerns was that despite the vast resource-rich lands his family held, the population was sparse, uneducated, and mostly unskilled, seeing as how an overwhelming majority of them were working in the fields. For the time being, he could not take charge of the family's finances without his father's approval. As such, he could not implement policies that required substantial investment like public education, which would be vital in creating a new generation of skilled laborers in a variety of fields, which was truly necessary for an industrial society to thrive. Despite being deep in thought, Berenger needed to answer his father. The man was growing impatient, especially since the only thing the old baron could hear for the last few moments was the tapping noise produced by Berenger's fingers repeatedly pouncing upon the wooden armrest of his chair. Just when Sieghard was about to scold Berenger, the young lord sighed as he sounded dejected at his father's request. "Who do you have in mind?" A small smile spread across Sieghard's lips as he gazed upon his son. The boy was finally growing up. "You remember your cousin Adela, right? My sister's third daughter and the daughter of the Count of Steiermark." Berenger was revolted at the thought of marrying his cousin. He had nearly forgotten that it was a fairly common practice in the medieval period for nobles to marry off their sons and daughters to their siblings' children. Nevertheless, he kept a straight face as he showed respect to his father's wishes. "Little Adela? I haven't seen her in ages. How old is she now, 13? Sieghard nodded at his son with a smile on his face. "She will be turning 13 this year. I hear she's blossoming into a stunning young woman." Berenger tried not to frown. He had expected an age gap, but this was far too young for him to feel comfortable courting, though it may be slightly more normal in these times. His mindset made him feel like a groomer just thinking about it. Nevertheless, the more he thought about it, the more the idea appealed to him. Not because he was attracted to his 12-year-old cousin, but this gave him roughly 4 years to set his plans into motion before he was married. At most, they'd be engaged in name only, and he could probably find some way to weasel his way out of the betrothal before the girl turned 16 and he was forced to go through with the act. Berenger began to tap his chair once more as he thought about the monumental decision that would affect his entire life. After another few moments, he broke the silence between the two. "I would have to meet her first and see what kind of young woman she has become." His father was pleased, though slightly disappointed. He did not fully manage to convince his son to accept the betrothal upon request, but Berenger didn't fully decline it either. Maybe there was some hope for the young man after all. After nodding his head in approval, Sieghard got up from his chair and walked Berenger to the door. "I will send a letter to your uncle informing him of your request. You should expect a response within a fortnight." Berenger nodded. At the very least, this potential betrothal would buy him some time, which he desperately needed. He probably would not appear before the girl for another 3 months. By that time, there should be some significant gains in his muscle mass, and his appearance would improve greatly. He would feel embarrassed trying to court a girl in his current borderline emaciated form. "I'll leave it up to you, father." After getting that business out of the way, Berenger was finally able to leave the castle and meet up with Gunther to see how he and the land he worked was doing. Gunther had been hard at work, not only tending to the fields but spreading the idea of the four-field system to the other farmers. It had only been a day, but he successfully managed to convince 3 of his friends to implement such a system on the fields they tended to. It would appear Berenger did not have much to do in regards to spreading the system. Gunther was well connected with many of the peasant farmers within the barony of Kufstein. All Berenger had to do was sit back and let his competent underlings spread the industrial and agricultural innovations that he had already set in motion. For the remaining month, he would spend his time and energy increasing his fitness and building relations with the locals. For the remainder of the evening, he would return to the castle, take a bath, and get a good night's rest. That was the plan, of course, but just like the day prior, the moment he entered the castle's gates, Henrietta ran up and hugged him, inquiring about his whereabouts. "Big brother, where did you run off to this time?" A worried expression settled onto the little lowly's face. Berenger could not help but smile at her cuteness and patted her head. "I was just visiting the town and getting to know the locals. It's a lord's job to understand the conditions of his people." The little girl smiled as she felt her head patted and eventually let go of her hold over her brother. "You're finally in time for dinner. Let's go eat," she said as he pranced off in the direction of the dining room. Berenger followed after her. As he did so, he noticed the same strange presence he felt the night before. Lambert's spies were getting sloppier. Just like the prior night, Berenger ignored it and continued to the dining room. Still, he kept a keen eye on the area he suspected the spy to be hiding. He did not want to receive a bolt in the back while he was not paying attention. After reaching the dining room with his little sister, Berenger noticed his family already seated. They had not expected him to come home so soon after all his daily routine as of the last few days kept him busy during this hour. Nevertheless, he had arrived on time for once. His mother and father were pleased to see him, but Lambert was clearly not. After sitting at the seat across from Lambert, Berenger gazed at him briefly with an indifferent expression before returning his gaze to the plate in front of him. When he suddenly heard his mother's loving voice call out to him. "So, my son, I hear you are finally betrothed?" Berenger nearly choked on his food when he heard those words. He looked up to his mother with a shocked expression on his face. It had been merely a few hours since he discussed this with his father, and he had not fully accepted the betrothal. How did it suddenly turn into a done deal? Was this a setup from his father all along? Had the old man already negotiated the betrothal by the time they had the discussion? Henrietta dropped her fork when she heard those words and looked at Berenger with shock. Her big brother was getting married? She had never even thought of it as possible since he was so much older and still single. Though she was very intimate with her big brother, she by no means had any unhealthy ideas towards him. If anything, she was happy that there was finally someone he could spend the rest of his life with. After the shock vanished, she smiled at Berenger and immediately asked him all kinds of questions. "Who is it? Is she pretty? Do I know her?" Henrietta sent a barrage of questions towards Berenger while still trying to comprehend what had transpired behind the scenes. Lambert was equally stunned. He did not believe a single nobleman within the region was remotely interested in setting up an engagement with Berenger. Hell, he had gone through great lengths to prevent it. Just who was acting without his knowledge, or the knowledge of the Count of Tyrol for that matter. The boy could not believe somebody within the county of Tyrol would risk angering the Count. After all, the two had been plotting together against Berenger for some time. He never expected a count of another region to personally arrange a betrothal with the wastrel that was his older brother. Berenger, finally snapping out of his shock, glared at his father menacingly, his fists curling up as he struggled to contain the urge to strike the old baron for plotting against him. Nevertheless, he was in no position to do so and calmed himself down, gritting his teeth as he chastised his father for his actions. "Father! What did you do?" As Sieghard stared down his errant son for too long. He had enabled this boy's idle behavior. The fact that he showed interest in the proposed marriage was good enough reason for him to accept it. He knew in his heart that sooner or later, the boy would accept the proposal, so why would he bother wasting time with an introduction between the two cousins? You seemed interested, so I expedited the process by accepting the Count's terms. Berenger was furious, so there really had been terms already laid out, and his father gauged Berenger's level of interest on whether or not he should accept. Berenger was interested, but not for the reasons his father believed. He wanted to meet the girl to know for sure whether or not his plans could succeed. It was too late now, he was already betrothed, and there was nothing he could do about it. No longer in the mood to eat, Berenger ripped the napkin off his doublet and tossed it aside as he stormed out of the dining hall. He was no longer in the mood to dine with his family. After finishing his bath, he returned to his room, where he fell asleep. He would no longer dwell on things that were out of his control for now, he had to focus his efforts on getting stronger. It would only take a month or so before his innovations were fully adopted and in place within the barony of Kufstein. On the other side of the castle, an oil lamp was lit on the desk in the room of Lambert. He was quickly writing a letter to the Count of Tyrol, his future father-in-law, requesting his help in scheming against his brother once more. If his brother should marry and have a son before Lambert could get rid of him, it would be disastrous for their plans. Only after the oil had fully burned from his lamp did Lambert put down his quill. Attaching the letter to a carrier pigeon, he sent his wicked schemes into the night sky and towards the Count's residence at Innsbruck. As the month passed by, Berenger found himself spending most of his days exercising, eating healthy, and acquainting himself with his subjects. By now, the common folk of Kufstein was mostly aware of his humble and just nature. He had found himself spending some of his free time helping villagers with personal requests. Every day for lunch, he would dine among the common folk at the local bakery. Under his guiding hand, the local baker and butcher teamed up to create a local sandwich shop booming in business. Berenger had to admit, inventing the sandwich was one of his best ideas. It was a cheap and healthy option for the villagers to cobble together and eat when they had the chance. The longer time went on, the more he added to the culinary culture of Kufstein. Instructing chefs on making schnitzel, spätzle, and other common German foods that were iconic in his previous life but had yet to be invented. It was not simply a matter of advancing technology. He would have to bring a new era of culture with him if he wanted to accomplish his goals for the land over which his family governed. During this period of time, Berenger had earned the trust of the servants in the castle and the village folk and had even set up a small spy network within his family's lands. It was used entirely to counter Lambert's attempts to end his life and usurp his birthright, and as such certain commoners became aware of the Baron's second son's true nature. In public, Lambert seemed like a noble and pious man, but the reality was very different. Lambert was completely unaware that his every move had been watched by the common folk he looked down upon and reported to his older brother. He may have the local nobility on his side, but there was only so much they could do when the people protected Berenger. Who would poison his food? If the chefs who admired Berenger's passion for the culinary arts were the ones who would directly bring the food to the table in an attempt to hear Berenger's criticisms so that they may learn from him. In his past life, Berenger had lived alone for many years and cooked for himself. Over time he had become quite the adequate chef. Though these men who cooked his meals had far more talent than he ever had, they lacked the knowledge of recipes and spices that Berenger brought with him from the memories of his past life. Every so often Berenger would check up on the progress in which Gunther and Ludwig had made, and he was pleased with the results. The progress on the beehive ovens, blast furnace, and Bessemer converter was going smoothly. By the end of the month, they would be complete. The same could be said about the four-field system. With Gunther's backing and Berenger's improving reputation, the barony would have a four-field harvest this year. While the month came to a close, the young lord had found himself healthier by the day. No longer was he haunted by the gaunt lines of malnutrition that ravaged his otherwise excellent appearance. The shallow cheeks of his face had filled in nicely and had enhanced his already majestic features. The improvement to his condition was tremendous. It was amazing what a high-protein and calcium diet could do for the body. Though he was by no means a bodybuilder and had still maintained a very lean appearance, Berenger was certainly no longer sickly in the slightest. His torso no longer had the haggard appearance of a feeble old man but shined with the vigor of youth. There were even signs of definition in the muscle on his body, and a six-pack steadily began to form. His milky white skin maintained its grace, but the unhealthy pale effect had been replaced with a healthy glow. Despite these gains, he was still far from the fitness goals that he wished to accomplish, yet Berenger was satisfied with his appearance for now. He had finally overcome a lifetime of pestilence and frailty. Perhaps now he could even swing a sword properly, though, with his plans in mind for military innovations, the age of swords and arrows would soon be coming to an end. After finishing his morning bath time, Berenger entered the dining room to eat his morning meal with his beloved family. However, Lambert was noticeably missing from the occasion. He had ventured to Innsbruck to visit his fiancée. This allowed Berenger a slight reprieve from the constant battles of intrigue he had secretly been engaging in with his little brother behind the scenes. He was aware that Lambert was cooking up an assassination attempt in the shadows, and the likelihood of his visit to Innsbruck involving that purpose was high. If the Count of Tyrol was backing Lambert's plot to eliminate him, it did not bode well. Thus Berenger had no choice. He would have to meet with his fiancée and gain the backing of her father, the Count of Steiermark. It was a task he had been putting off for some time now, primarily out of concern for his appearance. He had not seen Adela since she was a little girl. As such, this meeting would be the first time she had seen his adult appearance, and he had been waiting for satisfactory results. First impressions were key, especially when he really needed to convince the girl's father that he was not a sickly young man, of mild intellect and idle nature as the rumors had stated. He needed to prove he was healthy, determined, and cunning. If he were to be backed by a noble of equal stature, then the Count of Tyrol would have to think twice about assassinating Berenger. As long as Berenger could contain Lambert's schemes to those dwelling within the barony of Kufstein, he was positive he could foil any attempt on his life and inheritance. Eventually, though, he would need a more permanent solution to Lambert and his many schemes. Berenger could not very well have someone who intends to kill him live within his domain. The conversation at the breakfast table was delightful now that he did not have to worry about Lambert trying to affect his family's opinion of him. His father was very proud of the results of his training, and his mother could not help but smile every time she saw how healthy her baby boy had become. Henrietta, on the other hand, was happily enjoying her food without a care in the world. Berenger was snacking on a breakfast sandwich made of toasted sourdough bread, sausage, egg, ham, bacon, and cheese. It was one of his favorite breakfasts in his previous life, and it was just as great in this one. His parents did not know where the idea of sandwiches came from, but they also enjoyed the new culinary inventions over the past month. After finishing the sandwich and washing it down with a mug of milk, Berenger discussed his concerns with his father. "Father, I do believe it's time for me to meet with Adela. We've been officially betrothed for nearly a month now, and I have yet to see her face." Sieghard smiled. He knew his son would be asking about it soon enough. The reason he hadn't asserted they meet sooner is that he too shared Berenger's concerns over the boy's prior appearance, but that was no longer a factor. Truth be told, he had received several letters requesting his son's appearance, which he had been stalling for time with his replies. However, he could not ignore the last one. Apparently, the little girl got fed up waiting on Berenger to accept her requests for a meeting and had already set out for Kufstein to force an encounter with her betrothed. He had not informed his son of this yet, and he figured now was the perfect time to do so. "About that, it would appear your little cousin was too eager to meet you, and she has already set out for Kufstein. She should be arriving tomorrow morning." Berenger smiled. He truly had not expected this, but he liked the little girl's determination. Maybe they could get along after all. However, he was not too sure what he could have in common with a 12-year-old girl. Nevertheless, he was pleased to hear the news. He would not have to wait a fortnight to meet the girl, nor would he have to travel all the way to Graz, which was the capital of Steiermark and the home to its count. "Good, that fits with my plans for the upcoming days." Sieghard relaxed his shoulders and sighed after hearing Berenger's response. He thought the boy would be displeased with the news. After all, he had reacted so strongly to being engaged that he feared the boy would do something stupid in an attempt to break it off. Nevertheless, his son appeared to have accepted the betrothal. Sieghard had no idea that the only reason Berenger accepted the idea was that he needed to borrow the Count of Steiermark's power to interfere with Lambert's deadly schemes. Berenger still was not pleased with the betrothal, but necessity forced his hand. If he had to court a young girl to ensure his survival, he would do so. Luckily, the two wouldn't be married until the girl was 16, an acceptable age to Berenger. Neither of the two men knew that the girl was ahead of schedule and was already at the border of the barony. It would not be long before the couple would meet for the first time in many years. Nevertheless, because they had no way of knowing, Berenger went on with his plans for the day. Ludwig should have completed the project by now, and as such, after finishing his meal and being excused, Berenger went to the town and visited the area where Ludwig had constructed the devices. Gazing up at a series of beehive ovens which were already aflame cooking the coal mine from the mountains into coke, a wide grin spread across Berenger's face. As Berenger stood in awe at the small industrial sector that had rapidly sprung up over the past month, Ludwig snuck up behind the young lord and patted him on the shoulder. "Milord, as you can see, we have completed your designs and have already begun the process of creating the first batch of steel." Berenger looked across the small industrial sector built beside the river and saw that the blast furnace, which was powered by a water wheel, was already in the production of pig iron. The beehive ovens produced the coke, which was then used to fuel the blast furnace to create molten pig iron, which was sent into the Bessemer converter to create steel. Everything was flowing like a well-oiled machine. It would not be long until they had produced their first batch of steel, which they could sell to Innsbruck for a small fortune. Once he gained the profits, he would invest them into the mining sector of the small barony and truly begin large-scale production of steel. Berenger smiled as he slapped Ludwig on the back in a friendly gesture. "Ludwig, my friend, you have really outdone yourself." The two men smiled at each other as they stared in silence, watching the operation of the semi-modern industrial sector in which they had created together, though they had no way of knowing it. On this day in the year of our Lord 1417, the 2nd of April marks the day when Berenger would become known by his enemies as the Tyrant of Steel. Adela stared outside the windows of her luxurious carriage, guarded by a retinue of knights belonging to her father. Her golden blonde hair, which was tied into twin tails, glistened under the sunlight which shone upon her face, enhancing the natural beauty of her dazzling sapphire eyes. Despite being 12 years old, she was nicely filling out the long baby blue dress which she wore. Her perfect hourglass figure would only improve further with age. A drop of sweat began to pour down from her milky white shoulders as she fanned herself off with her exquisite hand fan. She had traversed a large distance to enter this lowly barony. Adela von Graz was the third daughter of Count Otto von Graz, who was the Count of Steiermark. Against her wishes, she had been betrothed to her sickly elder cousin, which during the last time they met he appeared to be on his last limb. Somehow Berenger had managed to limp onwards in life until his year. She had no idea how such a frail and unhealthy youth had endured life this long. However, because of this, she was furious with her father, who had used her as a way to get a stake in Kufstein's rich iron mines. As a girl, she was nothing more than a tool for her family to secure alliances, and she was not content with this lot in life. Nevertheless, she had to obey her family's wishes, and as such demanded to meet the man she would eventually be married to. However, to her dismay, her requests to meet with him kept being delayed. For an entire month, she had to endure this behavior until the point where she left her home and traveled across the entire Duchy of Austria to meet with him. From her perspective, the behavior of Berenger and his family was unsightly. Clearly, something was wrong with his health, otherwise, why would his family keep delaying his visit? If he was seriously too sick to travel, then she would convince her father to break the betrothal. It was no wonder that Berenger was 20 years old and still unmarried. When she entered the village of Kufstein, she took notice of the smoke rising in the air, and initially thought a fire had broken out. Yet, to her surprise, the peasants rushed towards the smoky area in flocks as if something extraordinary had transpired. Curious as to what could gain the interests of so many of the common folk, the young lady ordered the driver of her carriage to approach the area to see what the commotion was about. After stepping out of the carriage and entering the industrial sector which had recently been built, her eyes were not attracted to the strange machinery which was producing the smoke, but to that of a tall and handsome young man with slick-back golden blonde hair and sapphire eyes which matched her own perfectly. Despite the luxurious clothing he was wearing, the man stood next to an ordinary peasant, both of which had large smiles on their faces. The young lady had not paid the slightest amount of attention to the peasant next to the handsome young man, who she immediately recognized. Despite the many years since their last meeting, she spoke her disbelief aloud as her cheeks flushed at the sight of her elder cousin, who had grown extremely handsome since she last laid eyes upon him. Berenger? Despite voicing her thoughts, she remained unheard by the Baron's son, who was otherwise engaged with the actions of the machinery before him. It did not take long for the Bessemer converted to dump its load of molten steel into the small factory, where it was further processed into ingots. The slag, which was produced as a byproduct, was taken away and converted into a phosphate fertilizer under the instructions of Berenger. Adela was stuck in a trance and had not heard a word that escaped Berenger's lips. Her body moved on its own as it inched ever closer to Berenger's presence, who was still blissfully unaware of the contingent of knights clearing the way for the Count's daughter. Ludwig, you did not disappoint. With this batch of steel, we can use the profits to get the mines working at full capacity. We should be able to produce an overabundance of steel within a year. However, before Ludwig could respond to Berenger's compliments, the young lord's attention shifted to the girl approaching him and the knights who protected her. He could not explain why, but he felt like he knew this beautiful young girl from somewhere. He immediately noticed the flushed cheeks and entranced gaze she was giving him as she bashfully looked away from Berenger and into the direction of the ground. She asked him the question that was on her mind. "Berenger, is that you?" Apparently, he did know this young girl, but he could not place a finger on who it was. He felt it would be improper to ask, but he truly had no choice as he could not fully remember the girl's identity no matter how much he tried. "You are?" Adela instantly felt like her heart had grown 3 sizes upon seeing Berenger and then plummeted into an abyss when he failed to recognize her. This bastard had grown so handsome, and yet he did not manage to recognize her beautiful face? What was wrong with his thick head? Despite her inner fury, Adela put a smile upon her face and a graceful act as she bowed before Berenger. "It is me, Adela, your fiancé." Berenger was taken aback. He was not expecting her visit today. He thought for sure his father had told him she would arrive tomorrow. Damn it all, did that sly old fox seriously set him up again? He was once more furious at his father. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do about it now. Standing in front of him was his fiancée, who, if he was being honest, had developed wonderfully. In a few years she would definitely be a knockout. Nevertheless, despite her potential beauty, he had no real attraction to her. After all, she was still a young girl, and not yet a woman. However, he smiled after knowing that his fiancée would grow into a stunning woman. After calming himself down and adjusting to the situation, Berenger put on the facade of a proper nobleman. Truthfully, Berenger had virtually no experience in charming the opposite sex, so he had to rely on his one source of infallible knowledge that explained how to win a young girl's favor. That source obviously being the many shoujo manga he had read in his previous life. Without any shame, he adopted the mannerisms of a character from some random manga in his memories, which just so happened to be a prince. "Apologies, my lady, I did not recognize you. The last time I saw you, you were but a child. Now you have become an astonishing young woman." He cringed internally at his acting, but if there was one thing shoujo manga had taught him, it is that if you wanted to win the favor of a young girl, you had to be handsome and charming, and this was the only way he knew how to act charming. If Berenger wanted this engagement to work, he at least had to make the girl feel like he was interested. It worked like a charm. Adela was fully enamored in Berenger's handsome appearance and charming act. She had completely forgotten the fury she felt not long ago when Berenger failed to recognize her. Ludwig, watching the cheap romantic display, struggled to contain his laughter while observing the boy's performance. Luckily for Berenger, this girl was but a child and could easily fall for such falsities. Though the longer he stood there watching, the more he recognized that he was no longer needed and tapped Berenger on the shoulder. "You don't need to worry, my lord, I can handle the rest of the production myself. Why don't you take your girl out for a sandwich?" Berenger gazed at Ludwig with brotherly affection. Both men knew that Berenger was more interested in staying and overseeing the production of the steel and slag, but he was limited by his noble obligations. Thus Ludwig gave him a reasonable excuse to leave him behind. "If you insist, I will leave the matter to you. I thank you for your hard work." Adela gazed at Berenger with further interest. Despite being a baron's son, he treated the peasants almost as if they were equals. She had never heard of such a thing before. Though most nobles would mock him for such behavior, she found the friendly exchange between the two acquaintances to be quite endearing. Berenger offered his arm for the young lady to grab onto, which she accepted as the couple walked towards the center of the town with smiles on their faces. During the walk to the sandwich shop, Berenger spent the time to say hello to the locals who had passed by. He appeared to be on a first-name basis with many of the commoners, and they, of course, referred to him with the proper respect for his position. Adela became increasingly curious about Berenger's relationship with the commoners. They did not fear him, nor were they intimidated by his position. Instead, they willingly walked up and chatted with him, and by extension her. She was not used to such a sociable walk in her father's domain. The peasants stayed out of the count and his family's way, never making eye contact with them. It was as if she had stepped into a totally different culture. One woman had even approached the couple and handed Berenger a rose to give to the young lady next to him. All of the commoners could tell by the way Adela was dressed that she was obviously nobility. Due to the way she was clinging to Berenger, they were most likely engaged because of this. The common folk treated her with the same dignity and heartfelt respect they gave to Berenger, who had spent so much time helping develop the town over the last month. By the time they reached the sandwich shop, Berenger had approached a woman in her 30s who was at the counter running the store in her husband's absence. Her name was Helga, and she was the local baker's wife. She helped her husband run the bakery and the sandwich shop, which was co-owned by the local baker and butcher. She saw Berenger walk through the store entrance with a pretty young girl in hand and smiled at the couple. "Milord, you honor us with your presence." Berenger smiled in return and ordered a meal for himself and Adela. "Helga, 2 of the usual, please." Helga immediately got to work as she began to prepare the food, but not before washing her hands. By now, the entire village was aware of Berenger's health habits and had begun to adopt his clean ways. After serving up 2 sandwiches, each paired with a cup of fresh milk, Berenger paid the woman with a white pfennig which was worth more than the entire meal. "Keep the change," he said as he smiled and took the food and cups over to a table outside the restaurant. Seeing as how it was the middle of spring in the mountains of Austria, the weather was more than acceptable to sit outside and dine. Adela had not said a word the entire time they were walking. She observed Berenger's behavior, which was far from what she expected from the notoriously idle and petty sickly lord. He was nothing like the rumors had said. Clearly, someone was making up lies about him to ruin his reputation. She would never believe that his personality had changed overnight due to a near-death experience. Being a noble lady of high repute, she was confused about the absence of silverware when dining. How exactly was she going to eat this concoction referred to as a sandwich by the locals? Berenger smiled at her as she intensely stared at the food. The charming smile nearly sent her into another daze. "What's wrong? You don't like it? You haven't even tried it yet." The young lady struggled to find her words as she stared at Berenger's exquisite smiling face. Eventually, she managed to find her tongue. "There's no silverware." Berenger chuckled as he had forgotten about the aversion the nobles had towards the way commoners behaved. Thus he decided to lead by example as he grabbed a hold of the roast chicken sandwich with his hands and bit into it. The look on Adela's face was priceless. It was as if she was looking at a barbarian. There was no way she would stoop to such uncouth behavior. However, after a few moments of watching Berenger eat the sandwich with a satisfied smile on his face, she could no longer resist the temptation to try the food. As such, she held onto the sandwich with her petite hands and took a small nibble out of it, which nearly caused Berenger to choke on his food from laughter. This girl was too cute. In a way, she reminded him of a slightly older Henrietta. The sparkle in Adela's glistening sapphire eyes lit up as she tasted the sandwich. She had never had something like this before. Truth be told, the culinary arts of the medieval age were severely lacking. He had spent great effort teaching the chefs in his castle, as well as the locals, how to make basic dishes from his previous life. After a while, she noticed Berenger watching her and felt embarrassed. However, she couldn't stop eating the sandwich. Only after she finished the entire thing did she question his gaze. "What are you staring at?" Berenger chuckled slightly. "Women, no matter what time they're in, are still the same. I just thought that you are cute, is all." Instantly the girl's entire face turned red as his voice was played back in her head repeatedly. She had not expected him to say such a thing. Her brain had practically fried itself thinking about it. Did he have no shame? Though it's not as if she didn't like the compliment. Only after the two of them had finished their meal did Berenger bring up the noble obligations that had to be paid. "Well, I suppose we should go visit my father so that you can pay your respects. Lord knows he will be outraged by the fact that you entered his territory and failed to pay him respects upon entry." This snapped the girl out of her trance as she quickly realized she had failed to follow basic noble etiquette. She nearly slapped herself for following her curiosity rather than sticking to the schedule. By the way, Berenger spun it. She might have insulted the Baron's authority by doing so. The little girl had no way of knowing that Berenger was playing a prank on her. Sure, if it were any other noble who entered his father's dominion and failed to pay respects, the Baron would be furious, but this was his niece and also his son's fiancée. He would easily forgive her for playing around with Berenger upon arrival, especially since that was what her visit concerned in the first place. Sieghard would be happy just knowing the two were getting along. Nevertheless, the girl began to tremble with fear as she realized the grave sin she had committed. She did not know her uncle well, her mother rarely talked about him. She feared there would be a reprisal for her actions. Seeing the terrified expression on the little girl's face, Berenger grabbed hold of her hand and calmed her down. "Hey, there's no need to be so afraid, I was only joking. My father won't be mad at you for spending the day with me. Trust me, even if he is angry, I will take the blame. Considering I was the one who dragged you to lunch." The little girl wiped away the tears that had been forming in her gentle sapphire eyes and sniffled slightly. Really? Berenger nodded. Maybe he shouldn't play jokes like this on children. After all, noble obligations and etiquette were likely a scary thing for a young girl such as her. If she messed up, it could not just affect her well-being but that of her family. After wiping the tears from her eyes, Adela got up from her seat and asked Berenger, "Well, what are we waiting for?" Afterward, the betrothed couple headed towards the castle, her retinue of knights closely following from a distance. They knew if they had followed their young lady so closely on her first date, she would be furious. As such, they stayed behind, keeping an eye on her safety from a close enough distance that if trouble showed itself, they could fulfill their duty. Of course, that would never happen in a town that celebrated Berenger as a pillar of the community and not just the Baron's son. Berenger entered the castle's grand hall while holding Adela's hand. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment the entire time as she hid slightly behind Berenger's back, gazing up at him from behind. She had not expected the day to play out like this. Nevertheless, she was glad it did. She would be beside herself if Berenger had truly been as the rumors painted him. Sitting upon the seat of power of the realm was Baron Sieghard von Kufstein, who had a stern expression on his face. He was not expecting his niece's visit until tomorrow, yet here she was standing before him. These complicated things, he would undoubtedly need to throw a feast this evening to welcome a young lady of her position into his lowly territory. Sieghard was no fool, and he knew why his brother-in-law, the Count of Steiermark, had offered this proposal. Despite the Count's hidden intentions, looking down upon Adela, and how she behaved, he could already tell that this was a good match. When the Baron's cold gaze landed upon Adela, she shivered slightly, which did not go unnoticed. However, with a supporting gesture from Berenger, she fulfilled her noble obligations as she bowed before her uncle, greeting him with respect. After all, it has been quite some time since she last saw the man. Lady Adela von Graz expresses her gratitude for providing hospitality during her visit. Berenger bowed before his father as well. Despite being the old man's son, he still had to show respect for his father's position. Sitting next to Sieghard was his wife Gisela, who had a much more warm expression on her face than her husband's. She thoroughly examined her daughter-in-law-to-be. Though she felt as if Adela was a bit young, the mature Baroness still nodded with approval. The girl was truly a young woman befitting her beloved son. Deep down, she felt bad for Lambert, whose fiancé was an entitled and sadistic brat who gained pleasure from humiliating the young boy. Such behavior had evolved from the brat's unearned sense of superiority. It would undoubtedly be a rough marriage for Gisela's second son. However, the feeling she gained from Adela's behavior gave the doting mother much confidence in her firstborn's future happiness. Truth be told, Berenger would much rather be out working on his plans for the future of industry and agriculture. However, building ties to the nobility was of dire importance to his current diplomatic strategy. He may be safe while in his own territory due to the protection provided by the people. Yet, if he were to travel beyond the borders of Kufstein, he may find himself plotted against by his brother's allies. Getting on good terms to his betrothed, whose father was a mighty count, provided him with a level of security necessary to deter those of a similar position. Sieghard carefully observed the relationship between his son and niece. Apparently, the two had spent some time together this afternoon. Though it spat in the face of common etiquette, he could forgive the young girl for getting tied up with Berenger. Recently his son had an aura of charisma that he severely lacked before. The boy seemed to be far more sociable than in the past. Truly, Sieghard did not know what inspired the recent changes in his son's behavior, but he was grateful for whatever caused it. Now, if only Berenger could get along with the local nobility as he did with the commoners. Despite the girl's lack of manners, the old baron would still address the matter as he wanted to gauge the girl's character. After clearing his throat, Sieghard narrowed his eyes at the young girl. While standing up from his seat of power, he began to speak in a stern voice. It seems you and my son are already acquainted. Tell me, is this why you did not immediately come and pay respects to me, the sovereign of this land? Adela immediately flinched upon hearing her uncle's words and looked over at Berenger for help. The minute she did so, Sieghard pounded his fist on the armrest of the chair while his voice raised to a new height. Don't look away from me while I'm talking to you. Answer the question. Tears began to form in the young girl's eyes, which she quickly wiped away, sniffling while she responded to the Baron's request. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing the expression on the poor girl's face, Berenger could no longer put up with his father's test. He grabbed a hold of Adela and dragged her into his arms while chastising his father. Father, don't you think that tone of yours is a bit rude? After all, if anyone is to blame, it is me. I was the one who took her out to lunch before meeting you. The young girl looked up at Berenger with a sense of warmth in her sapphire eyes. The tears were still streaming down her doll-like face. She was slightly surprised that Berenger had stuck to his word and protected her from his father's wrath. Until now, there had been a slight hint of suspicion in her heart that he was putting on a facade and that deep down, he really was an idle wastrel like the rumors had said, even if he had become healthy. In the end, Berenger really was as he presented himself. This was true for the most part. Despite putting on a charming act based on a generic shoujo character, he more or less spoke from the heart, and his actions around the town had been completely genuine. Upon seeing his son stand up for the girl he was betrothed to, Sieghard's stern expression turned into a warm smile as he attempted to placate the girl and his son. I'm sorry, Adela, I was quite rude. I only wanted to gauge your character. I hope you can forgive me. The young girl wiped the tears from her eyes, which had finally begun to dry, and swallowed her excess saliva. She had slowly begun to understand why the Baron had tested her that way. Clearly, the loving parents wanted to know if Adela would deflect the responsibility onto their son or not. Even though Berenger took the blame himself, if she had thrust the responsibility on his shoulders before he could do so, it would have been an enormous act of disrespect to Berenger and his father. Evidently, Sieghard and his wife were very protective of their eldest son. After regaining her dignified appearance, the young lady accepted her uncle's apology with grace. There's nothing to apologize for, dear uncle. You were merely protecting your son and heir. After she said that, the smiles on Sieghard and Gisella's faces improved. Further, this young lady was much better wife material than the bitch they had sold their second son to. In a few months Lambert would be married, and his fate would be sealed. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Refusing their liege because they disapproved of his daughter was an unwise play. If the relationship between those two could improve relations between their two houses, then so be it. For whatever reason, Lambert did not seem to mind the abuse he suffered at the hands of his fiancée. Sieghard stood up from his seat and approached Adela, and greeted her with open arms. Welcome to my humble house. I hope you find your stay to be acceptable. Knowing that the girl was from a wealthy family, the lowly baron could not possibly believe that she would be being pleased with the humble lodgings of his domain. He had no way of knowing that the young girl had already fallen in love with the quaint old town where the locals were so friendly, and the culinary culture was unique. Adela was a big fan of the sandwich she had tasted earlier. By the time she dined at the feast in the evening, she would never want to leave the humble baron's domain. For now, though, the family engaged in small talk, getting caught up on the past few years. Adela was especially interested in how Berenger transitioned from a feeble, idle, and petty young lord to the man he was today. When she found out that the miraculous transformation only began a month ago, she could not believe her ears. Did the man before her seriously spring up after a near-death experience? If Berenger had not confirmed it himself, she would have never believed her aunt and uncle. Eventually, the table was set, and the feast had begun. Adela sat next to Berenger, who sat in his usual place at the table. The only family member who was missing was Lambert, which did not go unnoticed by Adela. When she heard he was visiting his fiancée, she was shocked by the coincidence. She never expected both of the von Kufstein sons to be out with their fiancées simultaneously. Nevertheless, her thoughts towards the missing son disappeared when she smelled the aroma of the food set upon the table by servants. Adela had never seen such extravagant cuisine before. Berenger had instructed the chefs to go to all out on their new recipes. Schnitzel, Spätzle, Wurst, Rouladen, Sauerbraten, all the staples of German cuisine from Berenger's previous world, were presented on the table. All except one, the one in which Berenger desired as a side dish to his Jaeger Schnitzel most of all, potato pancakes. Curse his fate for being thrust into this world a century too early for the discovery of potatoes. That is what Berenger initially thought to himself as he lamented their absence from his favorite dishes. Still, he was glad to be alive. He swore to himself that when he became wealthy, he would hire an exploratory fleet to discover the New World and bring him back potatoes. Screw the Aztecs and their massive gold reserves, he needed potatoes. While his family had become accustomed to eating such treasures over the past month, Adela's eyes were lit with ecstasy as she tasted the gourmet cuisine for the first time in her life. No matter what, when she finally returned home, she had to bring these recipes back with her for her father's cooking staff. Though she was ecstatic about the delightful food, she still ate with the grace and civility expected of a young lady in her position. After delighting upon the food for the evening, the family finally went their separate ways. Henrietta was tasked with taking Adela to her room. The young girl also insisted on her future sister-in-law taking a bath before she went to bed. At first, the young lady refused as she did not see a reason, but the persistence of a girl younger than herself was not something she could escape. After bathing together in awkward silence, Adela finally got to her room where she could rest. As she lay down on her stomach and hugged her pillow in a baby blue nightgown, she could not help but think about Berenger's actions throughout the day. The girl fell asleep shortly after with a loving smile on her face. Berenger, on the other hand, was burning the midnight oil, hard at work in his room drafting up plans for the expansion of the mines. There was also another matter in which he wanted to address as quickly as possible: the textile industry. Unlike Adela, he was not thinking about the day he had. Instead, the young man thought about his plans for the family's territory. Eventually, after drafting up several documents and blueprints, Berenger snuffed out the oil lamp, which provided illumination, and fell asleep. The only thoughts on his mind were about the wonderful meal he had during the evening and the complete and total lack of potato pancakes. The young lord had no way of knowing that Adela had already fallen head over heels for him. When the light of dawn rose upon the fertile valley, once more Berenger had awoken to begin his daily exercise. Just because he was now a healthy young man did not mean he did not have to maintain said health. He began his routine with a series of push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and pull-ups. The exercise equipment he had specially ordered had arrived long ago and was kept firmly in the corner of his large stone room. As such, he could accomplish most of his objectives without leaving the comfort and safety of his own personal space. Nowadays, only his daily run was outside the confines of his bedroom. It was a truly efficient use of time and space. Once Berenger had finished his daily exercise, the first course of action he took was that of his morning bath. The young lord refused to spend the day covered in his own sweat. Though by now, everyone in the castle was aware of his bathing habits. It could practically be said that during the 30 minutes before breakfast, the bathroom was reserved for Berenger. The young lord was especially excited about today's bath. For you see, almost a month ago, after Berenger had convinced the family to begin bathing regularly, he realized the need for a more refined bathing area. As such, he successfully managed to convince his father to break ground on a grand project. During this past month, constant construction had been going on in the corner of the castle, where a private bathhouse was constructed within the castle walls. Today was the first day after its completion. As Berenger entered the new bathroom, he noticed there were 3 separate chambers for the large room. The first area was the dressing room, where the occupant would dress and undress. The second room was the lavatory, in case one needed to use it during bath time. The third area was the actual room where the bathing occurred. A large circular stone bath was fitted in the center of the room and was heated to nearly 100 degrees Fahrenheit. This was not just a bath, it was practically a hot tub. Berenger spent a good 15 minutes soaking his stress away in the large bath, in which he could practically swim before finally getting out. Afterward, he dried himself off with a towel and went to the dressing room, where he properly dressed. It was only after he was fully clothed that he decided to style his hair the way he preferred it. After confirming his appearance in the mirror, he left the newly designed bathhouse and headed for the dining room, where he met his family and fiancée for breakfast. As he snacked on his favorite breakfast sandwich, he looked over at Adela, who had another ecstatic smile on her face. It would appear that she had fallen in love with the food in this small barony. When she noticed Berenger's gaze, she covered her mouth with her napkin as her cheeks flushed. Though before she could speak, Berenger had shifted his attention to his parents. "Father, Mother, I must say the new bathhouse is excellent. It was truly a worthy investment." When Sieghard heard the word investment, he nearly had a heart attack. That bathhouse cost him a fortune. How would he ever recover from such an expensive luxury? He could not believe he allowed his son to convince him to purchase it. It would take some time for the family to recover from the amount they had spent on the commission. Or so he thought. The old baron was completely unaware how much steel had been amassed within the past 24 hours. Practically all the iron ore that had been stockpiled in the barony was converted to steel ingots overnight. Berenger only had plans to sell a few tons of it. The rest would be used as the basis for his industrial vision. When Berenger saw the painful expression his father made, he was quite concerned. "Father, you look ill. Are you all right?" After recovering, Sieghard glared at his son. He swore he would never forgive the boy for the financial loss he took commissioning that thing. "Yes, I'm fine. It's just that the bath you so thoroughly enjoyed this morning cost us a fortune to build. I don't know how we will recover." Berenger did not even take note of his father's words. At first, he merely bit into a slice of his breakfast sausage nonchalantly. It was only after he realized what his father had said that he began to laugh, which only caused Sieghard's enraged gaze to intensify. The man's face was practically boiling in rage. "Is poverty a laughing matter to you, Berenger?" Adela had not heard the conversation. She was too busy enjoying her food. However, what Berenger said next immediately grabbed her attention. "Oh, father, if you knew how many pure steel ingots were sitting in our warehouse right now, you would never say such a thing. At this point, we are sitting on enough wealth to buy the county." Though Berenger's claims might have been a slight exaggeration, it was by no means a lie. They had significant wealth in terms of raw steel. There were currently 2 counts trying to marry into the von Kufstein family and placed their potential sons-in-law on the seat of power explicitly because they were aware of how much iron ore the region had available. Hell, Adela's father was willing to sacrifice his daughter's happiness and marry her to a lazy, petty, sickly wastrel to get a claim to those resources. If the 2 counts had known that Berenger had turned the barony's current stockpile of iron ore into pure steel ingots overnight, they would be tempted to invade the barony and seize the wealth for themselves. Sieghard's jaw practically dropped to the floor as he heard this news. He had not been following his son's industrial and agricultural ventures too carefully. In his opinion, Berenger's claims were too wild to believe. However, he did have experts confirm there would be no downside in adopting the various ideas. So he decided to take a gamble and see if anything would come of it. If what Berenger had said was true, then there were dozens of tons of steel sitting in his warehouse right now waiting to be sold or processed. The old baron could hardly believe his ears. Adela was equally shocked. She knew her father wanted the iron mines of Kufstein. She was well aware of her father's intentions to use her to get Berenger, the son and heir, to hand them over to her family when he became baron, but now her fiancé claimed he had turned a warehouse full of iron ore into steel ingots overnight. She was equally in disbelief as Sieghard. If this were true, she would have to write to her father and convince him to change his plans for the future. Only Henrietta had a calm expression as she had no idea what any of this information meant for her or her family. Instead, she was excited to hear the new bath was finally complete. The little girl had an urge to run away from the table and take a bath this instant, though she refrained herself from such unladylike behavior. Berenger could not stop chuckling. Did his father seriously think that he would coerce him into spending the family's life savings on a private bathhouse with no plan to recuperate their losses? What they would gain from selling a fraction of the steel would be enough to fill their coffers and invest in the mining industry. What steel remained would be used to start a new age of industry. After all, steel was an important component of his plans for barony-wide irrigation. Let alone the innovations to other fields of agriculture like the steel plow, combined harvester, the grain elevator, etc. These were all inventions he had planned to make in due time, but they needed a large amount of steel to implement on a realm-wide scale. The young lord estimated that the barony's fields would be filled with early forms of mechanized agriculture within a year or two, which would allow for far fewer farmers, and in turn, create more tradesmen who would be used to fuel his fledgling industry. For now, his focus was on creating steel pipes for irrigation. As long as he had the 4-field system, irrigation, and phosphate fertilizer used on every farm, this year's harvest was sure to be massive. Sieghard could hardly believe what he was hearing. He decided to excuse himself from the breakfast and immediately check with Ludwig about the details. He had to see the stockpile of steel with his own eyes to believe it. "Apologies, my loving family, but it appears I have some serious business I must attend to. I will see you all at dinner." Afterward, the Baron left the dining hall and rushed to the storehouse, keeping the iron ore. Sieghard would spend the rest of the day having Ludwig walk him through the process and explain Berenger's ideas for how best to make use of such a vast quantity of steel. As Sieghard left the dining hall, Adela recovered from her shock and decided to ask Berenger a question of dire importance to her family's plans. "Berenger, what exactly is it that you plan to do with so much steel?" Berenger smiled at the young girl sitting next to him and patted her head affectionately. He knew why her father had proposed their marriage, and he was not about to give away the key to his family's success. "First, I intend to sell a portion of the ingots, and use the profits to fill our coffers, and invest in the mining industry to increase industrial productivity. As for the steel that remains afterward, I intend to use it to implement a system of realm-wide irrigation to improve the efficiency of our agricultural production." The young lady had no idea what irrigation was or how it affected agriculture, but it appeared Berenger's ambitions were purely domestic. He had no desire to build a large army and conquer other regions. He merely wanted to increase profits and crop yields. After listening to the Count's ambitions of becoming the Duke of Austria her entire life, she felt greatly relieved that her future husband was not a power-hungry madman like her father. Instead, everything Berenger desired was to increase the quality of life and economic productivity of the people he would one day rule over. She had never before met a single nobleman who was content with his lot in life. Everyone she had ever met, including the men in her family, all desired more than what they currently had. Berenger was different. He was fine with being a lowly baron, as long as his barony was the most advanced region in the world and could defend their sovereignty. She knew now it was best to convince her father to abandon the idea of taking over the mineral rights of the region, as Berenger would put the resources to far better use than her father would. She needed to convince her father to negotiate with Berenger, and Sieghard for that matter, on a fair price for the steel they have already produced. After all, her father would not be satisfied without the iron or steel required to equip his armies. As though the matter was of great importance, she felt like spending the rest of the afternoon with Berenger, who had his schedule open due to his father taking up Ludwig's time. As such, the two took a walk across the town and conversed with the common folk. The second time around, Adela was far more social with the villagers, who began to recognize her as their future baroness. It was not until dinner when the two had returned from their second date and entered the castle's gates. Though Berenger was anxious about getting his designs to Ludwig and introduce irrigation as soon as possible, he felt as if a day or two of rest was needed every now and then. After all, he never expected his time with Adela to be so delightful. Adela also treasured the time she spent with Berenger. She felt as if she was dreaming, for the last 2 days had been so peaceful and filled with joy, something she was not accustomed to under the yoke of her father's tyranny. After dining with her Soontobe in-laws, she retired to the new bathhouse, where she finally understood Berenger's habit of bathing twice a day. As the day's accumulation washed away from her flawless skin, she sat in the bath thinking about her recent date with Berenger. It was not until a half hour later when she came out of the bath and saw Berenger at the doorway entrance. Though she was fully dressed in her nightgown, her hair was let down and still wet, and for some reason, this caused her great embarrassment. Thus she fled back to the room she currently occupied, avoiding Berenger's gaze the entire time. It was only after the door was safely latched behind her that she calmed down and realized she still needed to write the letter to her father. She spent the remainder of her waking hours writing the letter. What was initially planned to be a request to purchase the steel at a fair price turned into a letter from a young girl gushing about her crush. Only the very end of the letter remotely resembled her initial intentions. As if she hastily added it on after she had written everything on her mind about Berenger. Shortly after its completion, she handed it off to one of her knights and ordered him to deliver the letter to her father as soon as possible. As soon as the task was complete, she returned to her bedchamber, where she fell asleep with a satisfied smile on her face. Berenger, on the other hand, had spent the remainder of his time bathing and drafting up blueprints for some of his agricultural designs. Though it would be a while before they could be fully implemented, it was best to have the designs drafted as soon as possible. His only regret about today was that he had failed to deliver his designs on irrigation to Ludwig. It did not matter, for he could always do so tomorrow. After all, at least Adela was happy. After finishing his work for the day, Berenger snuffed out the light of his oil lamp and crawled into bed, where he rested comfortably on his feather mattress for the rest of the night. Tomorrow was an important day in his plans for agricultural advancement. Lambert lied shirtless, bound, and prostrate on the floor of his fiancée's bedchamber. A peerless beauty with a flawless heart-shaped face and silky strawberry blonde hair cascading down her shoulders gazed coldly at her foolish fiancé with her sky-blue eyes. She was currently in the process of punishing. Her foot pressed his head down into the cold stone floor while her left hand carried a curled whip. Her heavenly bust heaved as she sighed in disappointment at the news of failure in which Lambert had brought her. Linda von Habsburg was the eldest daughter of Count Lothar von Habsburg, head of House von Habsburg Innsbruck, which was a cadet branch of House von Habsburg whose main branch were the rulers of the Duchy of Austria. She was 16 this year and was renowned across the duchy as one of the three heavenly beauties of Austria. However, looks were often deceiving personality-wise. Linda was secretly a sadistic bitch known among a select few as a young woman who broke her toys easily. Yes, her toys, that was how she referred to her suitors, many of which had come and gone over the years as they could not endure the physical and mental abuse which she took pleasure in inflicting upon them. Lambert was just the newest arrival, and though her father had supported his proposal, she did not personally recognize it. An intense gaze stared down upon the teenage boy lying prostrate before her as she raised her whip and struck his back. A large cut appeared as it made contact with his flesh. Lambert desperately attempted not to let a painful cry escape his lips. However, he could not resist screaming in agony after another 2 lashes, which only further enraged the dominatrix, who pressed his head further into the cold stone floor with the heel of her foot. If Lambert gazed up, he would be able to clearly see the beautiful girl's embroidered white silk panties that lie beneath her sinful baby blue nightgown, which had been purposely designed to show off the girl's immaculate curves. However, it would only further provoke his fiancée if he did so, something he would do his best to avoid. After venting her frustration on the youth's body, she sighed heavily and lowered the whip before bringing Lambert's face up to meet her own vicious glare. Tears streamed from the boy's eyes as she chastised him for his weakness. "It looks like frailty runs in your family. How pathetic." The girl got up from the bed and kicked Lambert back down to the ground as she sat on his back, using him as a stool for her to rest on. "You're useless, you know that?" After hearing about Lambert's attempt on his elder brother's life, which failed spectacularly, she was in a particularly foul mood. Exactly how hard was it to poison a sickly and frail man to death? Somehow not only did Lambert's attempt fail, but it inspired Berenger to get his act together and began the process of becoming healthy. By now, the young lord had overcome his childhood infirmity, thus ruining her and her father's plans. The news was even worse as they found out that the Count of Steiermark had engaged his third and youngest daughter to Berenger, thus giving them a greater stake in Kufstein's rich iron reserves. If they could not remove Berenger within the next few years and place Lambert as the sole heir to the barony, then this engagement was entirely useless for the Counts of Tyrol. Lambert struggled to endure the weight of his fiancée, who sat atop his back. Nevertheless, he managed as she continued to scold him. Though at the moment, she was more speaking to herself than anything else. "If you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself." The heavenly beauty saw her toy gazing up at her and looked at him with disgust. She grabbed a hold of the handle of her whip and shoved it in the boy's mouth, forcing his head away with a violent thrust. "Do not set your filthy gaze upon me, wastrel. You have not earned that right." Lambert averted his gaze as he forced himself to ask the question on his mind. "Apologies, mistress, I was just curious about what you said. What is your plan exactly?" A wicked grin appeared across the immaculate visage of the sinister beauty as she gazed down at her favorite toy, sending chills down his spine. "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to go back to your home and seduce your brother then, after he is on his knees begging, I will end his life. Clearly, you can't be trusted to do this simple task yourself. Lambert felt conflicted after hearing such words. His fiancée was going to seduce his brother? Even after enduring all this abuse, Lambert had not even been able to sleep with her yet. The lustful teenage boy was extremely envious of his older brother at the current moment, but as he thought about the pain he was currently facing, his mind shifted to joy instead. If she was like this with her fiancé, how cruel would she be to Berenger when she finally got him on his knees? Without awaiting her fiancé's approval, Linda called out in an authoritative tone. Hans! Immediately the door to the bedchamber swung open, and a young knight clad in full-plated armor with a sword slung around his waist entered the room and knelt before the young lady. Evidently he was well accustomed to the sight before him, as not a hint of surprise could be seen from his expression. Yes, my lady? Linda sat atop Lambert's back with her arms crossed and an indifferent expression. She did not care for someone as low as a knight. As the privileged daughter of a count, she even considered barons to be nothing more than elevated trash, let alone a common knight. Get my shit packed, I'm going to Kufstein. Hans would never disobey an order from the young lady. He did not want to end up in Lambert's current position. As such, he obeyed her orders, despite it being a menial task unbefitting of a knight. He was well aware that a servant was a servant in the eyes of the harsh mistress, and there was nothing he could do about that. Your will is my command. Afterward, the knight quickly left the room and went to manage the task set before him. It would be a matter of hours before she set forth on the road to Kufstein with a retinue of knights to protect her and her current boy toy in tow. Meanwhile, in Kufstein, Berenger had just finished his daily breakfast and set forth on the task to begin constructing his irrigation system, which was based on a system used in his previous life commonly referred to as wheel line irrigation. In his previous life, this irrigation system provided water to vast fields across the entirety of the United States of America. With this system in place, the barony of Kufstein would efficiently water their many crops without the need for several farmers to water them by hand. Eventually, this would allow for fewer farmers while utilizing larger plots of land for growing crops. When Berenger entered the industrial district, he saw his friend and partner in the steel industry, Ludwig, currently overseeing steel production. When the old man noticed the young lord approach, he bowed respectfully. "Milord, it is wonderful to see you. I have been awaiting your instructions on what to do with all this fine steel we have amassed." Berenger smiled and mocked his friend in a jestful manner. "Oh? I thought my father visited you yesterday. Did the Baron not have any plans for the resources of his domain?" Ludwig scratched his head with an awkward smile on his face as he led Berenger over to the storehouse which currently contained all of the steel, briefly summarizing his discussion with the young lord's father the day prior. "Ultimately, I managed to convince him to let you manage the steel business. He was so shocked by the amount of steel in our stockpile that he had no idea what to do with it all." Berenger chuckled. If he were in his father's position, he would be a bit overwhelmed as well. "A wise move. We'll sell between 35 tons of it. I am certain that in these uncertain times, there is bound to be a buyer for that much steel." Ludwig scratched his beard while entertaining the thought, what about the rest? Berenger had a look of excitement in his eyes as he stretched out the blueprints for his irrigation system. Though it looked complicated at first glance, Ludwig quickly realized the ingenious nature of the design. "This is for watering crops?" the old man asked, almost in disbelief that such a thing could exist. Berenger nodded in affirmation of the statement and looked off into the distant fields of Kufstein with a determined expression on his face. "Imagine it, all of our fields supplied with water through this system, not a single patch of land unquenched." Ludwig looked off into the fields, which were filled with farmers slowly watering their crops by hand. He could envision the future quite well, but a concern instantly entered his mind. "Won't that put a lot of farmers out of work?" Berenger smiled at Ludwig and grabbed a hold of his shoulder. "Out of the fields and into the factories. Of course, they will be properly compensated for their labor." After hearing the extent of Berenger's thought process, Ludwig could not help but share in the feeling of excitement that these blueprints had generated. Truly, Berenger had a mind like no other. The fact that he had used the word factories proved that the young lord's ambitions for the steel industry did not end with this one factory they had just built. Ludwig was slowly starting to piece together Berenger's concept of an industrialized society. The more designs the young lord showed him, the more his understanding of the world changed. After chatting a bit more about his plans, Berenger finally allowed Ludwig to work on the irrigation system. It would take a while to produce it, but he figured it could be done in a matter of months. At most, in half a year, the fields of Kufstein would be properly irrigated, ushering in a new age of agriculture. By then, he hoped to have some of his mechanized inventions in production, like the combine harvester, seeder, as well as the steel plow. Now that he had accomplished his plans for the day Berenger returned to the castle, it was about time he began making preparations to befriend the local nobility. As such, he went back to his room and began drafting invitations for the minor lords and knights under his father's vassalage, as well as their families. After all, he had an excuse to host a party. He had recently gotten engaged to a fine young woman, and it was time to throw an official celebration and allow the world to know of his intent to marry her. Initially, he had reservations about the idea of marrying his cousin. After all, that was not a common thing in his previous life in American society. It was outright outlawed throughout most of the country. However, Adela proved to be beyond his expectations. He honestly did not have many expectations for the young girl to begin with. At the very least, he figured she would be a noble snob who would chastise him for his friendliness with the commoners. Yet, she proved to be a kind-hearted young girl who thus far had appreciated the culture he had begun to foster in Kufstein. Maybe one day soon, he could share his vision for the future of his domain with her. Even if something happened and the engagement did not work out, he still needed an excuse to gather his father's vassals, and this was the best one he could come up with. By refusing to show, they would not be insulting him, but his father, the Baron. Something the lesser nobles beneath his rule could very well not afford. While he was drafting up the letters of invitation, Berenger heard a knock on the door. As such, he placed down his quill into the ink bottle and investigated the disturbance. After opening the door, he was surprised to see Adela with a tray full of snacks and 2 glasses of milk standing in his doorway. With flushed cheeks, the girl asked what was on her mind. "Would you like to share a snack with me?" After seeing the girl's cute expression, Berenger could not find it in good consciousness to decline her offer. Thus he parted from the doorway and led the girl to his desk, where he pulled out another chair and set it up next to his workstation. After placing down the tray of Lebkuchen and pfeffernuss cookies which the castle chefs had recently baked for the young lady, Adela spotted the exercise equipment in the corner of Berenger's room. Naturally, she inquired about their use. "What is that in the corner, back there?" Berenger did not even need to glance behind him to know what she was referring to as such. He snacked on a Lebkuchen cookie and reminisced of his mother's baking from his previous life. After getting back to reality, he answered the young girl's question. "That's exercise equipment. It helps build strength." The girl had never seen such equipment before, but she immediately lost interest when she heard it was used exercise. As long as she kept her current figure and grew into it properly, she had no desire to do any more exercise than was necessary. Her gemstone-like eyes quickly took notice of the letters in which Berenger was in the process of drafting. "What are those for?" Berenger washed down the cookie he had just snagged with a sip of milk before getting back to work on his letters. "They're invitations for our engagement ceremony. I figured I might as well invite the local nobility to the occasion. After all, I feel they would be more inclined to talk to me with you by my side. Once they get to know the real me, the vicious rumors that have been spread about me will begin to disappear or at the very least replaced with less harmful ones." Adela looked at Berenger with hearts in her eyes. He was throwing a party to celebrate their engagement? That was completely unheard of and extremely romantic, at least in her eyes. Berenger was aware that traditional engagements from his previous life and the ceremonies that preceded them would not become a thing for many decades still. However, what he was unaware of was just how much of an effect this party would have in his fiancée's opinion of him. The girl got really excited when she heard he was throwing a party and inviting many nobles. She couldn't wait to see such a splendid occasion. So when will this party be taking place?" Berenger answered without delay as he continued to write the invitation letters. "About a month or so. I need time to sell some of the steel I have stockpiled to afford the expenses." "It won't be a simple affair." As Berenger realized the expense this party would incur, he figured he might as well sell an extra ton or two to avoid causing his father unnecessary heartache. After all, the man loved to spend his money on luxuries but always felt bad about it afterward. As such, the couple spent the remainder of the afternoon together enjoying some snacks while discussing the details of the upcoming party. Pleasantly unaware of the storm heading in their direction, taking the form of a sadistic vixen. From the view of the carriage, those dwelling inside could see the castle of Kufstein in their sights. They had been traveling for nearly a week now and finally arrived at their destination. Inside the luxurious carriage were two individuals in their teenage years, Lambert and Linda, who had spent the entire journey in silence. Every time Lambert attempted to speak with Linda, he was given a deathly glare and a crack of the whip. Eventually, he decided to mind his own business. The only thing that made the trip bearable was knowing that his brother's life would soon come to an end, and he would be next in line for the title of Baron. A rider was sent ahead of the caravan to ensure that the von Kufsteins were aware that the Count of Tyrol's daughter was approaching them. This was to avoid any awkwardness that may arise from randomly showing up in another noble's territory. Even if she was traveling with the son of said noble, it would be a huge slap to the face of Baron Sieghard if she showed up unannounced. However, she did not ride ahead out of fear of giving Berenger time to defend himself against her schemes. If what Lambert said was true, the young man had been slightly more cunning than she was led to believe. She blamed the lack of intelligence entirely upon Lambert and his inability to gauge his own brother's cleverness. If her scheme was to work as planned, she would need to put on an act to entice Berenger into a room alone with her, where she would play with him a bit before ending his life. She wondered what his screams would sound like. Would he have the high-pitched tone of his kid brother? Or the deep grunts of a man? She was beginning to get aroused, thinking about the pain she would inflict upon her victim. As the carriage arrived in the castle's courtyard, the Baron and his family came to greet the Count of Tyrol's daughter. Even Adela had been present to show her respect to Linda's position, a position in which she was equal. Yet when Linda stepped out of the carriage and gazed upon the family, her cheerful facade nearly cracked when she saw that there was no character fitting Berenger's description lined up to greet her. Did this bastard seriously not give her any face? Where could he possibly be? This was outrageous. She was his liege's daughter. She thought about the suffering she would inflict on the feeble man for this slight and managed to keep her facade up as she greeted her hosts. Lady Linda von Habsburg, thanks you for your hospitality. Personally, she felt sick in showing any form of respect to the barons who in her eyes were hardly a step above commoners. Yet, due to her noble obligations, she could not poorly represent her family in front of their vassals. Sieghard and his family bowed respectfully to their liege's daughter. Adela was the only individual to remain standing, and that was because she was of equal status to Linda and would not lower her head to appear. Sieghard declared in a voice loud enough for the entire courtyard to hear. You honor us with your presence. Welcome to our humble abode. We hope you find your stay to be adequate. Sieghard had said a similar thing to Adela, and Adela seemed to be thoroughly enjoying her stay. Still, like a shrewd man, the old baron could tell at a single glance that Linda was putting up an act to maintain face and inwardly looked down upon them for their castle, which was practically destitute compared to the lavish castle her family dwelled in. I'm sure it will be enough, as the strawberry blonde-haired vixen said in an indifferent tone. She was too preoccupied with being upset over Berenger's absence to be concerned with the inelegant trappings she found herself surrounded with. She could no longer bear the insult and inquired about Berenger's whereabouts. Your son tells me he has an elder brother. Tell me, where is he right now? Is he not aware of my arrival? And there it was, the uptight, snobbish attitude in which Sieghard and Gisela pitted their second son for having to deal with. If they knew what was going on behind the scenes between the couple, they would never allow the marriage to occur. Unfortunately for everyone involved, they were unaware of Lambert's suffering. Sieghard had an awkward expression on his face. Berenger had set out early in the morning, saying something about installing pipes in a field. He truly did not know where his eldest son was at the moment. I'm afraid I don't exactly know his whereabouts. He said something about installing pipes in a field and left early in the morning. I apologize on his behalf for his abs. Before Sieghard could finish his sentence, a hand was raised in the air, cutting him off. Linda was firmly holding her palm face up at him, informing him to be silent. No need for an apology. I expect to hear it straight from his mouth when I see him later tonight. I assume he will be home in time for the feast? Sieghard had a look of concern on his face. This girl was not easy to please. He had to be sure to lecture Berenger to apologize properly to her later that evening. They could not afford to offend their liege's family. All he could do was agree to her conditions before leading her into the castle and showing the young lady the lodging she would be staying at during the duration of her visit. Meanwhile, in Gunther's field, Berenger and the townsfolk quickly installed the first set of irrigation pipes. He had received notice from Ludwig early in the morning that he had finished production on a set of irrigation pipes and had enough to fill up a single field. As such, the young lord had rushed out of his quarters and aided in installing them. He worked side by side with the peasants as they connected the wheel-line irrigation system across the field. After it had been entirely set up, Berenger was given the honors of activating the system within seconds. Water sprinkled from the thin steel wheels, which were stationed every few feet across a long steel pipe that supplied water to the aforementioned wheels. Cheers echoed across the field as many villagers had gathered to witness Berenger's latest invention, and it did not disappoint. Gunther and his family practically wiped tears from their eyes as they saw the irrigation functioning properly. This meant he did not need to spend nearly as much energy watering his crops every day. This was truly a great day for his family and the village. After the cheering had settled, Berenger cleared his throat and spoke with an authoritative tone. "Citizens of Kufstein, I present to you the wheel-line irrigation system. Our industrial sector is currently working on producing many of these devices, enough to fill all the fields of our humble domain. I hope this makes your lives easier in the coming days." A thunder of applause alongside cheering could be heard all the way to the castle, and it did not go unnoticed. However, now was not the time to celebrate. The true celebration would come when the harvest came into effect. With all of the recent innovations, it would be an unimaginable yield this year. After saying his farewells to the villagers, Berenger returned to the castle. He quickly engaged in his nightly bath after dressing in a particularly exquisite black velvet doublet in gold brocade and matching breeches. After all, now that he was engaged, he figured he should dress nicer, even if the attire were a bit too gaudy for his tastes. However, when he entered the dining room, all eyes were set upon him, something to which he had become accustomed to. However, the glances of Lambert and the stunning woman sitting next to him particularly caught his attention. He had not seen Lambert in over half a month. It was no surprise he was acting this way when Berenger's physical transformation had even stunned his family members who witnessed it in full. Though Berenger did not care in the slightest about his vile brother's opinion, what caught his glance was the heavenly beauty sitting next to Lambert. She had to be the most beautiful young woman he had seen in the entirety of his 2 lives. Was that Lambert's fiancée? He instantly felt envious of his younger brother and thought to himself, "Fuck, what kind of shit luck do I have to get stuck with the cousin when that scheming prick gets an angel like her?" Meanwhile, Linda had an even stronger reaction to Berenger's appearance. Her heart began to beat rapidly as she saw the suave appearance of the healthy young lord in front of her. He was nowhere near what Lambert had described to her. He was fashionable, he was handsome, and most of all, he was tall, unlike his kid brother. It took the sadistic vixen all of 3 seconds to change her scheme from seduction and assassination to seduction and enslavement. Why the hell should she bother with a little twit like Lambert when the heir of the von Kufstein family was the prize catch? If she could make Berenger her slave, she would be the happiest mistress in the world. Sure, Lambert was good-looking and had his boyish charms, but he could not compare to Berenger. She was furious that she had been tricked into an engagement to the second son. She began to wonder why she was constantly given misinformation these days. Who was the idiot who said that Berenger was a sickly, indolent wastrel? She would have that fool's tongue cut out for speaking such slander. The lustful glances exchanged by Berenger and Linda did not go unnoticed by those who were sitting at the dinner table. Lambert's face was beginning to turn red with fury, while Adela was pouting in silence as she thought to herself, "Just because she has a large chest, that idiot is practically drooling over her. I won't forgive him for this." Finally, Sieghard had enough of the display and grunted in displeasure, which woke the 2 strangers out of their trance. "Berenger, are you not going to sit down?" Berenger immediately recovered his calm and sat down and said grace with the family. He almost lost himself there. For a second he needed to remember that this girl was the fiancée of his little brother. Obviously, she was out to get him. If he fell for her charms, he was truly a dead man, something he did not want to repeat so soon after his previous experience with death. While he was calming himself down, the stunning young woman introduced herself. "Linda von Habsburg, daughter of Count Lothar von Habsburg, it is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. Deep down, the girl could barely keep a straight face without fawning over Berenger. She had acted too cordially. She was never this pleasant with other people, especially of a lower house like this. She, too, had to get a grip, or else she would fall prey to her own scheme. Berenger had no choice but to introduce himself. He tried to behave himself as he could feel the deathly glare that Adela was giving him from his left side. In the end, he still sounded too flirtatious as he gave Linda his greeting. Berenger von Kufstein, son of Sieghard von Kufstein, and heir to the barony of Kufstein, rest assured the pleasure is all mine. Linda had no idea why, but she coquettishly laughed at his remark, thus resulting in Henrietta gagging at the display of immoral affection. She would not let this vixen steal both her big brothers. Something had to be done about this situation. Eventually, the awkward atmosphere faded as the food arrived. Linda had a similar reaction as Adela when she first tasted the fine cuisine presented by the chefs. However, hers was far more exaggerated in an attempt to seduce Berenger. Every time she moaned in ecstasy at the taste, Berenger could feel a battle of wills in his mind. As if the angel and devil on his shoulders were advising him on two different paths. Damn this girl, she was too much of a succubus for a virgin like him to handle. Seeing as the situation was spiraling, Berenger elected to leave the table before he lost himself to temptation. He excused himself early and headed for the bath. While he was fleeing the scene, Linda smiled wickedly. She had decided she would make this man her slave at any cost. Not a toy like all the previous suitors, but a dedicated slave, someone who would serve her for the rest of her life. As she watched Berenger's fine behind walk away from her, she devised a devious plan to ensnare him. After everyone in the castle had fallen asleep, she would approach Berenger's room with a flagon of wine and 2 chalices while dressed in her most revealing nightgown. She would persuade him to allow her entry to his bedchambers under the guise of inquiring about his absence earlier in the day. Afterward, she would pour him a drink which would obviously be drugged, not with deadly poison but a powerful aphrodisiac. When Berenger could no longer contain his lust and pounced at her, she would subdue him and force him to recognize her as his eternal mistress, his owner, his countess. Then when he had fully submitted, she would help him relieve himself. After a week, maybe even a month of proper training, she would give her chastity to him and swindle him into breaking their betrothals and getting together by faking a pregnancy. It was the perfect plan, and it was all supposed to go swimmingly. So when it was finally over, all she could ask herself was, how did things end up like this? After Berenger had fled the dining scene, he quickly took a cold bath to calm himself down. He could not fall prey to this temptress's schemes. It would surely mean the death of him. After spending enough time in the bath to cool his bodily reaction, he returned to his room, where he began to draft plans for the steel plow. It was the next step in his irrigation initiative. He would work well into the night as per usual. Only after midnight had approached was he disturbed from his work by the knocking sound at his door. He was wary there was only one person who would possibly disturb him at this hour. Linda was here to plot against him. He would not fall for her advances like he had done earlier that evening, or so he thought. After calming his heart, he approached the door and opened it, where he saw Linda's divine figure in an especially revealing nightgown that should not exist in this time period. Clearly, this was hand-tailored with the purpose of seduction in mind. The gown was baby blue, with white embroidery, and was designed to enhance her natural curves. The femme fatale standing before him wore a seducing smile on her face with a tray that contained 2 chalices of wine. He could already guess her plot. Linda's expression turned sultry as she expressed her desire to enter his bedchambers. Can I come in? I have something to talk to you about. Berenger smiled and played along to her games. He had already figured out what she was planning and intended to turn it around on her. As such, he opened the door and allowed the young seductress into his room. I don't see why not. After Linda crossed into the room, she placed the drinks down upon his nightstand and lay down upon his bed, making sure to spread herself out in a way that showed off her perfectly proportioned body in the best way possible. To a virgin like Berenger, a beautiful young seductress like Linda was the most potent weapon. Berenger almost fell for her charms, but he quickly reminded himself that she was sent to eliminate him, and as such, he forced himself out of his trance. Afterward, he sat down next to her on the bed, where he made sure to sit in a manner that revealed his blueprints upon his desk. Though Linda stared at Berenger's charming appearance with a rising degree of lust, her eyes were quickly drawn to the blueprints, and as such, she swiftly got off the bed and walked over to his desk while inquiring about them. "What are these?" While Linda had taken the bait, Berenger switched the drink positions so that this would-be assassin would have a taste of her own medicine. Afterward, he grabbed the non-poison drink and took a sip, explaining the nature of his designs in brief detail. "Just some simple agricultural equipment. I have designed. It is really nothing important." Hearing that it was designed for agriculture, the snobbish noblewoman immediately lost interest and returned to her seat, noticing that Berenger had already taken a drink. A sinister smile spread across her immaculate lips as she sat down and took a sip from her own chalice. Completely unaware that Berenger had switched the drinks. After she took the first sip, Berenger began to extend the conversation so that she would keep consuming the poison wine. As such, he immediately asked about why she had stopped by his quarters. "So why are you here, alone, so late at night? Do you not know it is inappropriate?" Linda continued to drink from her wine until the whole cup was empty before answering Berenger's question. However, as she was about to answer his question, she became incredibly dizzy. She could feel her body heat rising, and she struggled to stay sitting on the bed. Despite all of these changes, she tried to control herself and answer his questions. The heavenly beauty quickly began to feel her body becoming sensitive, to the point where the breeze from the windows blowing upon her skin raised her arousal. Something was terribly wrong in her fugue-like state. She slowly realized that she had somehow consumed the drugged wine that she had prepared for Berenger. Realizing what Berenger had done, Linda grew furious and tried to get up so that she could reprimand him. However, all that she managed to do was fall into Berenger's arms, where he looked at her with confusion. Linda's sensitivity was greatly enhanced by the drugged wine, and by simply being touched, she felt her arousal increase. Her flawless porcelain skin had a great deal of flushing across it while glistening with sweat. Linda was breathing heavily while looking into Berenger's sapphire eyes with a longing expression. Berenger gulped heavily as he came to a sudden realization. This girl had not attempted to poison him. At least not in a lethal sense. Instead, she spiked his drink with a powerful aphrodisiac. Just what exactly did this little vixen have in mind for tonight? Realizing that this was finally his opportunity to lose his virginity, Berenger quickly began to disrobe after taking off his shirt. The lust in Linda's body grew to an uncontrollable extent as she gazed upon his welton figure. After removing both of their clothes, Berenger was ready to do the deed. However, he thought of a brilliant plan and managed to control his urges for a few moments before he went in for the kill. As such, a devilish smile appeared across his face as he gazed upon Linda's heavenly figure. Noticing that Berenger was not going through with the act, Linda felt greatly offended and she began to berate him. "What are you waiting for? Put it in." Berenger, on the other hand, shook his head as he grabbed a hold of one of her exquisite breasts. The moment he did, the girl climaxed from the mere touch. The act of which shocked Berenger. He could not believe how powerful the drug she consumed was. Nevertheless, it was not enough to relive the girl of her condition, and as such Berenger began his interrogation. "What is Lambert planning by having you do this?" Though Linda was drugged and in a state of maximum arousal, she still had a strong will and attempted to resist divulging the information. However, after a little more teasing, she began to sing like a songbird. "He wanted me to seduce you and kill you." This answer shocked Berenger. Clearly, this was not a lethal substance. Just how exactly did he end up in this scenario? As such, he inquired further about this information. "So how exactly did you end up like a bitch in heat?" Linda pursed her lips and began to pout. However, as Berenger further toyed with her body, she quickly divulged her shameful plan. "The moment I saw you, I knew you were the one." Berenger's jaw fell open. Did this girl seriously confess to him? Was this how a confession was supposed to happen? What was he, some hentai protagonist? Nevertheless, he continued to dig for an answer. "What do you mean by the one?" By now, Linda was in so much misery from not releasing her pent-up arousal that she no longer had any resistance to Berenger's questions. "My slave. I have toys, but I have never found a proper slave. I wanted to drug you and force you to submit to me." Berenger's head was quickly filled with a variety of images while he contemplated her words. It took him a moment before he realized what kind of girl she was. Oh shit. She is a hardcore dominatrix. Wait a second, this is an opportunity. A wicked grin spread across Berenger's face as an evil plot filled his head. If he went through with it, there were only two outcomes. One of them most certainly would be his demise, but to have such a divine young woman to himself was well worth the risk. Linda could no longer contain herself and began to whimper as she began to plead with Berenger. I cannot wait any longer, put it in now. Berenger shook his head and teased her some more before giving his command beg. The shoe was on the other foot now, and he fully intended to take advantage of the situation. Hearing the words she had said countless times before to other men, Linda began to frown, but she was in no condition to negotiate. As such, she quickly began to beg. Please put it in. Berenger shook his head once more and wagged his finger before giving her further instructions. Call me master, and you will get what you want. Linda had grown furious. She would never submit to a man. However, the longer she waited, the more unbearable her situation became, especially as Berenger continued to play with her body. Eventually, she submitted to Berenger and voiced the words he wanted to hear. Please put it in me, master. Berenger smiled and nodded as he expressed his agreement with her words. That's better. Before Linda could chastise him, Berenger jumped into the fray and claimed his prize. The two would go at it the entire night before Linda was finally relieved from the effects of the drug. After the light of dawn shone upon their naked figures, Berenger noticed a peculiar sight. His white bedsheets were stained with blood, which meant only one thing. However, before he could react, Linda had dug her teeth into his shoulder. It was not a vicious bite intent to harm. Instead, it was more of an affectionate nibble. Nevertheless, Berenger flicked her on the nose and chastised her. Bad girl. Linda quickly flushed in embarrassment. She was completely ashamed of herself for her actions from the night before, and she quickly put on her nightgown and rushed out of Berenger's room, where she headed for her own quarters. Berenger, on the other hand, was smiling with satisfaction in his own room, where he began to speak to himself aloud. Berenger, you finally did it. Hopefully, things won't be too awkward at the breakfast table. When Linda fled Berenger's bedchambers, she covered her flushed appearance with her hands. She was so embarrassed she wished she could die. Berenger was far from gentle the night before. He had taken a stern and dominant position, not allowing her control over the situation for a single moment. It greatly wounded her pride as a dominatrix to be pinned down and bred like a bitch in heat. The fact that she had given her virginity to Berenger because she was careless was another point of contention in her mind. Though she had entertained herself by humiliating men through physical displays of dominance in the past, she had never engaged in any sexual activities before. For all her bluster, she was completely inexperienced, until now. There was only one way she could forget this humiliation, by taking it out on her current toy. She resolved herself to be especially brutal to Lambert later today. She had no desire to inform anyone, especially her father, about her misfortune. If she did, her reputation as a domineering young lady would be completely ruined. After all, she had her chastity taken by a lowly baron's son, and she could not possibly lose face like that. Instead, she opted to find a way to get vengeance on Berenger herself. Somehow she would find a way to get even. Or so she told herself. The conflicted state of her subconscious thoughts told a different story. Several hours had passed, and Berenger treated the morning like any other. He had to pretend as if nothing happened. The probability of Linda informing anyone of the deed the two had done the night before was slim. As such, the likelihood of her father finding out about it and demanding he takes responsibility was practically non-existent. He understood Linda's type. She would not easily inform others of how she had gotten herself drugged and begged a man of Berenger's position to mate with her. Despite the slim probability, Berenger decided to take several precautions and advance some of the plans he had already been thinking about for some time. As such, after exercising and bathing, Berenger drafted blueprints for flintlock muskets and cannons. He did not have the time or resources to produce rifled muskets at the moment or percussion locks. Such things required advanced machinery and a chemical stockpile of mercury fulminate, which he was far from achieving at the early stages of his development. He did not even have a single court alchemist in which he could teach the science of chemistry. As such, there was no one to make such a valuable chemical, and he did not have the time to spend wasting his day away on elementary chemistry. Once his blueprints were finished, he rushed the designs over to Ludwig and informed him to create a batch of 100 flintlock muskets and 3 12-pound cannons as quickly as possible. Ludwig was concerned with the anxious expression on Berenger's face and had to ask. These designs are centuries ahead of anything I have seen regarding gunpowder. I have to ask, what could we possibly need these for? Berenger was a gentleman, or so he liked to think. As such, he would never tell anyone what he and Linda had done the night before. Thus he came up with some excuse to convince Ludwig to start the production of weaponry. I plan to start a militia if anything. Kufstein's defenses are quite lax, and I think it would be wise to invest in such a force. Just keep it on a need-to-know basis. I don't want details about these weapons being leaked. To Ludwig, this was a logical request. However, the only problem with it was timing. They were currently in the middle of developing irrigation piping, and as such, it would not be easy to switch over to the production of arms. However, he could tell Berenger was adamant about this, and as such, he acquiesced to the young lord's request. I'll divert some resources from the irrigation assembly line to the production of these weapons you have designed. The workers won't know what they're making, so rest assured. That's right, due to the many pieces of the irrigation system, Berenger had implemented a rudimentary assembly line system to expedite productivity. Thus, as long as nobody was aware of the finished product, except for those who could be trusted with the confidential information, then they could feasibly assemble the weapons in secret and arm a peasant militia with them. Training in basic line tactics and operation of simple yet effective weapons could be achieved much quicker than training a swordsman for war. Berenger clasped Ludwig on the shoulder and thanked him for his service. I thank you, my friend, from the bottom of my heart. When the profits come in from the steel ingots, I will be sure to give you a raise. Ludwig humbly shook his head as he conversed with the young lord. No thanks is required. I'm just doing what I must for the realm. Berenger released his grip on Ludwig's shoulder and wiped the sweat from his brow. All right, I'm needed at the castle. Inform me when the weapons are fully manufactured. Ludwig bowed at Berenger as he departed. Of course, milord. With that, Berenger re-entered the castle grounds and found his way to the dining room, where the family was sitting calmly as if they were completely unaware of Berenger's scandalous activities he had committed the night before. Even Linda seemed to have partially recovered from the debacle and was seated peacefully next to Lambert. It was only when she spotted Berenger did she glare menacingly at him. Sure enough, the young temptress would not bend to his will easily, but that was fine. Berenger would enjoy the process. After sitting down at the table and eating breakfast with his family and fiancée, he felt the anxiety in the pit of his stomach slowly fade away. However, Linda's cold sky-blue eyes never allowed Berenger out of her sight. As if she was watching him, wary that he might try something then and there. However, when she saw Berenger's tranquil expression as he ignored her completely and conversed with his little fiancé as if nothing had happened during the night, she was inwardly outraged. This bastard won't even give me the slightest attention after what happened last night. Was it completely meaningless to him? How could he treat me this way? I swear on my ancestors' graves you will bend to my will before the week is done. Unknowingly she had bit her lips and crossed her legs as she examined Berenger's loving expression towards Adela with fire and fury in her heart. However, there was something else mixed in with her scorn. Was that jealousy she felt? How could she possibly be jealous of that little girl? Clearly, her mind was playing tricks on her. After drinking from her chalice, she nearly choked on it when she realized it was wine, the same flavor of wine that had caused her to lose herself to lust the night before. Despite it being ordinary wine, she began to feel flustered and dizzy, which did not go unnoticed by the others. Gisela, with ever the watchful eye, inquired with a concerned tone. Are you okay, my lady? With flushed cheeks, Linda responded to the curious gazes of the others in the most dignified manner she could. I'm afraid I've had too much wine with my breakfast. Lambert, can you be a doll and take me to my quarters? Lambert tensed up when he heard those words. He was completely unaware that Linda had changed her plot attempting to drug and enslave Berenger last night. He figured she would at least wait a few weeks before she tried to scheme against the man. After being chastised for his failure, he was certain she would be wise about her attempt to assassinate his brother. Clearly, she just wanted to torture her twice more at the moment. However, he could not decline as the punishment would only be more severe. Thus he left the table with Linda and dragged the heavenly beauty to her quarters. It wasn't until she left the dining room where her wary gaze finally dropped its focus on Berenger. After entering her room, Linda took out her conflicted emotions on Lambert, who acted as a target for her frustrations. However, what confused Linda most was that she no longer found pleasure in abusing the young boy. Instead, every time she heard the crack of the whip, she could not help but remember the rough treatment she endured the night before, and before long, she found herself aroused by her memories and desiring more. Soon enough, she began to feel a crisis in her identity. A proud dominatrix like herself should not be feeling this way over such memories. Before long, she threw the whip across the room in a fit of rage and screamed at Lambert, venting her own conflicted emotions on the poor boy. As she did so, instinctively she shouted a set of words designed to hurt him. "Get the hell out, I don't want to see your ugly face for a long time." Lambert was perplexed. The girl had never acted this way before, but after taking her lash multiple times, he bit his tongue and quickly fled the scene while thinking to himself, "Crazy bitch, you are lucky that you are pretty." After Lambert had slammed the door on his way out, Linda latched the lock behind him and crawled up onto her bed as she hugged her knees while staring out the window in deep thought. What is happening to me? Why am I suddenly like this? Memories of the passionate night she had spent with Berenger filled her head, and the ecstasy she had felt when he had his way with her. She could not help but become incredibly aroused at the thought of being treated in such a way by a strong and domineering man like Berenger. Lost in her thoughts, Linda suddenly shook her head to get rid of all the unnecessary notions plaguing her mind. She would return tonight, however, this time she would be the one to make him beg. Or so she told herself. Her body was far more honest than her mind. At midnight, Berenger suddenly heard a knock at his door again. He smiled as he realized his sinister plans might actually become a reality. As such, he put on a stoic facade and opened the door with an indifferent expression. "You again? Don't tell me you are here for more?" Linda had prepared an authoritative statement. She had even come with a plan so that she could whip Berenger into submission and return to her usual self. However, the moment she stared at him in his doorway with a look as if he did not care the slightest about her, something in her mind broke. She could no longer deny the affection she had for the man. Maybe he really was the one, but not her slave. Maybe he was her master? She shook her head in indignation and resolved herself to stay strong. While thinking such complex thoughts, Berenger noticed the whip in her hands and gazed at her coldly before inquiring about her intentions. "And just what do you plan to do with that?" Hearing Berenger's words immediately broke Linda from her trance. She began to breathe heavily as she knelt before Berenger and presented him her whip, which she had previously used to humiliate half a dozen young noblemen. The moment she did so, she cursed herself inwardly. Exactly how is this staying strong? Seeing this action, Berenger was shocked. She broke quicker than he thought she would. He waited for a moment for Linda to explain herself, and finally, she said the words he wanted to hear. "Please punish me, master." Linda immediately screamed in agony within the confines of her mind over her mistake, but she could not express it in reality. Instead, she slowly followed Berenger and obeyed his commands, like an obedient slave. A wicked grin appeared on Berenger's face. As such, he led the girl into his room and closed his door, where the resulting sound of the whip's crack failed to penetrate the thick stone walls of his quarters. With this action, Linda had confirmed it for herself. A switch was flipped in her brain. She was no longer a sadistic dominatrix but a masochistic slave girl, and she could not be happier. After playing with the whip for a bit, Berenger pulled out a set of ropes he had lying around and bound Linda up. The rest of the night, he would enjoy himself to the fullest with her magnificent body. By the time the sun rose, Linda had absconded from his room like a frightened rabbit once more. Though she had begun the process of submission, there was still a great deal of pride in her heart, and it would take a while for her to surrender herself to Berenger fully. Over the course of the next week, Berenger would spend the time of the day overseeing the production of firearms and cannons, as well as the irrigation system and their slow implementation. He had gotten his father's approval to draft a volunteer militia, which began their training immediately. Even though the production of firearms was yet to be completed, the militia recruits could still drill and practice line tactics and undergo mental conditioning to become a cohesive unit, which was important on the field of battle. He modeled his militia's training after basic training from the U.S. Army, which he had experienced in his previous life. He was given full authority of the militia by his father, who saw it as a perfect way for his son to prepare for war and did not think anything else of it in the slightest. As such, the peasants flocked to the ranks of his militia to train in their spare time. After all, who would not want to defend their homes under the leadership of Berenger? When he was done with his work for the day, he would spend several hours with Adela inside the castle walls. Linda of course would purposely provoke Berenger in minor ways during his date time with Adela, then she would return to his chambers at night to be disciplined for her actions. She was slowly but surely becoming honest with herself. By the end of the week, her heart and soul had finally submitted to her desires, and by extension, Berenger. As the dawn rose on the first day of the new week, Linda did not flee out of the grasp of Berenger but cuddled closely in his arms, a warm smile on her face as she prodded his chest with her finger. "So what now, master?" Berenger looked at her in shock. Did she seriously call him master of her own free will? Normally she would only call him that when she was aroused, and she was clearly in a very calm state at the moment. As such, he decided to clarify the matter. "Master?" He could not help but question the girl. She had a look of confusion on her face as she stared him in the eyes. "Yes, that's what you wanted me to call you when we're alone. If not, I can call you by whatever it is you desire." Berenger could not help but chuckle. He had finally done it. He had taken an enormous gamble, and if he lost, it could easily have cost him his life. Yet, it turned into the greatest gain in the entirety of his 2 lives. He honestly expected her to hold on to her stubbornness a bit longer, but she was finally a properly broke-kneed slave. He had no idea what to say to this. In his past life, and his current one, he was a virgin until a week ago. The way he finally lost his V-card was not exactly something you would see in a fairy tale. Still, he lost it to the prettiest girl he had ever seen. A week later, she was calling him master? How the hell did he accomplish this? Apparently, Linda was not the only one who changed significantly during this past week. Berenger had grown more confident, more ambitious, and more reckless. After an entire week of rough and kinky intercourse, the girl was truly and utterly loyal to Berenger and Berenger alone. After thinking about the girl's question for some time in silence, he finally responded. "Master is the correct term. As for what comes next, I won't lie to you. It will be very dangerous for you, but if you complete it with satisfactory results, I will reward you with whatever you desire." Light sparkled in Linda's eyes when she heard the last part of Berenger's sentence as she grabbed a hold of his hand. "Anything for you, master?" Berenger chuckled, and pulled her in close, and whispered in her ear. "I want you to spy on your father and my brother for me." He expected her to show some resistance. After all, her training had only gone on for a week, but instead, there was no hesitation in her voice while she returned the whisper as she breathed into his ear. "Your wish is my command." With that said, Berenger had gained the most valuable ally in his war of intrigue against his brother Lambert and the Count of Tyrol. They would not become aware that every plot they came up with to conspire against Berenger was secretly leaked to him by the most trusted member of their inner circle until it was too late. Though he would not know it now, one day, Linda would become the director of Berenger's extensive spy network and his personal concubine. A relationship in which a dynasty would be built upon. The sun rose in the clear blue sky above and shone through the open window of the Berenger's bedchamber, illuminating the scene of Berenger cuddling intimately with Linda. It would not be for many more hours before the rest of the castle awoke and began clambering about. As such, Berenger spent the time playing with his new slave and asking her many of his queries. Some he already knew the answer to and was merely testing her loyalty. When she honestly answered all of his questions, he was satisfied with the results of her training. Now that he had begun to trust her loyalty, Berenger had a peculiar interest in a rumor he heard recently. As the daughter of the Count of Tyrol, which was a region dominated by the Habsburg family and bordered the territory of the Duchy of Bavaria, Linda was in a much better position to gather intelligence than Berenger was. He was curious if she was aware of the inner workings of the royal court of Germany. Though the title King of Germany and its sovereign territory still existed at this point, it was far from what you would call a unified kingdom. Currently, the Duke of Luxembourg held the title King of Germany, though, over the centuries, the title had passed through many families' hands. Berenger had heard rumors about the kingdom facing a succession crisis when the current king died. There was a high possibility of internal conflict. Yet, he had no details about what was happening at the highest court of his country. However, Linda might know the details. Thus Berenger decided to see what she knew about it. Is it true the kingdom is on the brink of civil war? Linda looked up at him with a concerned expression and thought to herself, is the Baron and his family not aware of the current calamity that looms over the kingdom? Having fully accepted Berenger as her master, she would not hide anything from the young lord. Whatever he wanted to know, as long as she knew an answer, she would unhesitatingly give it to him. Of course. Why do you think my father is so interested in Kufstein's iron reserves? He wants to build an army second to none for the upcoming war. Berenger narrowed his eyes at the attractive girl currently pressing her bare chest into his own as she clung to him. What exactly does he need such a powerful army for? Yes, a gorgeous smile appeared across the peerless beauty's face as she swiped the bangs of her strawberry blonde hair out of her eyes. She stared at Berenger with her sky-blue pupils, expecting a reward for her answer. He wants to become the Duke of Austria. When the main family presses its claim to the throne, he will turn on them and seize Vienna as his own. Berenger patted the girl's head softly as if she were a pet and complimented her. Good girl. What else can you tell me about the current succession crisis? Linda could not stop smiling as Berenger stroked her red-gold hair with his firm but loving hand. She had no idea that being complimented by a master was so satisfying. She began to question why she had wasted her time as a dominatrix when being the slave felt so much more rewarding. Currently, the King of Germany is a feeble old man with no rightful heirs. He fathered no sons and only one daughter in his lifetime. The current claimants to the throne are his nephew, the legitimized bastard son of the king's younger brother, who recently passed. The problem is, even if he is a legitimized bastard, he's still a bastard, and few people support his claim to the throne. Berenger nodded at the information. This was valuable intel. He decided to reward the girl by playing with her well-endowed chest. Which startled Linda at first, but her face quickly became flushed as she closed her eyes, enjoying the treatment. However, after Berenger stopped, she realized he was waiting for her to finish her analysis. The second claimant to the throne is the Duke of Bavaria. His claim essentially relies on the fact that before the House von Luxemburg took over, his house the von Wittelsbachs were the monarchs. The divine seductress stopped her sentence after explaining the second claimant to the throne of Germany. She clearly wanted to be rewarded for each piece of information. Feeling the intel she provided was worth it, and in good faith, Berenger decided to indulge her as he pressed his lips against her own and twirled their tongues together for a few seconds before releasing. If she wanted to go any further, she would have to finish providing her report. Taking the hint, Linda quickly revealed the last bit of information she knew about the ongoing fight for the throne. Lastly, there's the Duke of Austria. He married the current king's only daughter and wants to install his teenage son as King of Germany. As you know, my family is merely a cadet branch of the von Habsburgs who rule Austria. Thus my father plans to betray them when they march on Munich and seize the duchy for himself. Linda immediately blushed upon revealing the last of her knowledge regarding the current political situation the kingdom was facing. Clearly expecting Berenger to finish what he started with her. However, the next statement that came from Berenger's mouth immediately triggered the discipline he had brutally installed in the young woman over the past week. A wicked smile appeared across Berenger's face as he saw the girl eyeing him up, waiting for him to conquer her. He wanted to see how far she had been conditioned at this point. As such, he gave a command in the most authoritative voice he could muster. Beg. The face of the youthful enchantress immediately became beet red as she followed his command and got on her knees, spreading her lower lips for Berenger to see in all of its splendor. Please. Reward me, master. Berenger could contain his lust no longer and spent the remainder of the morning enjoying his new toy to the fullest extent. One could say that the activities they engaged in for the next hour and a half could be considered his morning exercise for the day. It was not until their bodies were filled with sweat that Berenger finally emerged from his room. Linda was instructed to wait until the coast was clear before she rushed back to her room down the hall from his. Once Berenger verified the absence of others, Linda subtly snuck back to her quarters as if the two of them spending the night together had never occurred. Shortly thereafter, Linda had closed the door behind her, and Berenger's expression sank to one of deep concern as he thought to himself. It looks like I'm going to have to further my recruitment efforts. His next choice of action was to enter the bath and wash off the sweat that had accumulated across his body throughout the night and early morning. Having completed his bath and gotten dressed, he exited the private bathhouse his family had built and entered the dining room, where the rest of his family was waiting for him. including Linda and Adela, who were sitting opposite each other across the table. Adela was not pleased with the buxom beauty in front of her over the past week. This strawberry blonde-haired bimbo had interrupted all of her dates with Berenger and purposely attempted to provoke him. What could be the reason for Linda to have a conflict with Berenger? Unless, of course, she was acting on Lambert's behalf. Were the two brothers really so estranged that Lambert had to send his fiancée to instigate strife? Adela had begun to realize something the rest of Berenger's family was blissfully unaware of with only basic conjecture. There was a war of intrigue going on between the two siblings over the inheritance. The more she thought of it as a possibility, the more it began to make sense to her. She decided that she would have to ask Berenger about it later when she had the chance. When Berenger sat down at the table next to Adela, he could feel the intense gaze of envy coming from Linda and began to question whether this slave of his had any sense of self-restraint. He instantly gave the unrivaled bombshell a glare, signaling for her to act normal. If the rest of his family caught on to their current relationship, it would not end well for the two of them. Once more, Berenger entertained breakfast with his family. Nothing of importance happened. Lambert completely believed that his fiancée still intended on assassinating his older brother and was trying to seduce him. He did not have the slightest clue that the girl of his dreams had been completely stolen from him right under his nose by his elder brother. After having a pleasant meal free of discord, Berenger departed from the castle and entered the field where his militia was being trained to use firearms and cannons. Their numbers had grown to approximately 250 over the past week, and despite there not being enough muskets and 12-pounders to go around, there had been a great deal of progress in their training. Berenger seriously needed to sell the steel stockpile as soon as possible to get the mines running at full capacity. It would be essential to surviving the upcoming war. A few veteran men-at-arms belonging to Sieghard's standing army snickered at the pathetic peasants training with their hand cannons. They foolishly mistook the sophisticated musket capable of penetrating a knight's full plate with ease as the primitive firearm currently in use in a few feudal armies. If they had known that the invention of the musket ushered in the end of the era of knights and men-at-arms like themselves, they would be filled with despair. Each musket was issued its own socket bayonet, a technology that eliminated the need for pikemen and swordsmen. The pike and shot era never had a chance to come to fruition the moment Julian was reincarnated as Berenger. It was not until the cannon made a display that the veteran soldiers began to feel a sense of worry at the arms in use by the peasants. The cannon Berenger had designed was based on the smoothbore cannon Bizier de 12, or more commonly known in English-speaking circles as the 1857 Napoleon, named after Napoleon III, who commissioned it in the century. This cannon was light enough to be towed by horses and used as a field gun, but fired a heavy enough round to be used effectively in sieges during the era it was designed for. It was capable of firing shell, shot, or solid ball. Judging by the lack of chemical industry, it currently only utilized ball and canister shots. The primary differences between this piece of artillery and the one used extensively during the American Civil War were that it was made out of pure steel, thus making it more robust than its bronze counterpart, and that it did not utilize the more advanced friction primer to activate the firing sequence. As was pointed out earlier, Berenger had no chemical manufacturing process right now, and thus the complex chemical sequence needed to manufacture friction primers was unavailable. Instead, the cannon utilized the older vent primer in linstock to fire the cannon. It was a slower and less reliable process, but it was still used for centuries before the friction primer was invented, and it was the best option Berenger currently had. When the cannon simultaneously roared and fired off rounds of canister shot at the straw targets, which were placed at roughly 400 yards away from the guns, the men-at-arms who were previously mocking the peasant militia nearly lost their minds. Hundreds of straw dummies were shredded apart by the canister shot provided by the three cannons. As veterans of multiple wars, they had never witnessed such a destructive weapon before and could hardly believe their eyes. Berenger watched his militia form ranks and fired the muskets in their possession effectively. He could not wait until his militia could qualify as a true army. Despite being unarmored, the 250-man militia would soon be capable of providing a line of defense for the secluded mountain barony against its potential enemies. Berenger wanted to armor them in munitions-grade half-plate but could not get the approval. His father would never waste the production of armor on what he deemed to be mere peasant levies. If the peasant militia found themselves facing muskets, the armor would be practically useless. However, against armies equipped with bows, crossbows, and hand cannons, the armor Berenger had in mind was more than capable of defending against such threats. Munitions-grade plate was an invention that would normally be invented in the next century. Unlike current plate armor designs, it was not hand-fitted to the individual. Instead, it was mass-produced with the intent of equipping common soldiers. Berenger would never supply his father's forces with the technology he created. They did not answer to him, and he felt as if his father would carelessly hand over the weapons for reverse engineering to his lieges. As such, he had to play down how effective the weapons really were when in discussions with his father. After aiding in the training of his militia, he returned to the castle where he saw Adela waiting for him outside his bedchamber with a letter in her hand. Naturally, his interest was sparked, and as such, he opened his door and allowed the young girl inside. You have something you want to tell me?" Adela nodded with a pure smile on her face as she handed the letter to Berenger. It was from her father and concerned about purchasing the steel ingots lying in his storehouse. Berenger was extremely delighted when he saw the price offered and had no reason to negotiate. It was well above what he considered a fair price. Evidently, the Count of Steiermark was also preparing for war. Berenger was so excited by the news that he picked the young belle up in the air and kissed her on the cheek, which instantly caused her to blush. However, before she could protest, Berenger placed her down and patted her head. "You just made me a delighted young man. I haven't even found a potential buyer yet, and you have already done the work for me." Linda may have the appearance of a goddess and was the perfect slave, but she was far from wife material. On the other hand, Adela played that role perfectly, and Berenger was confident that she, too, would be as gorgeous as Linda one day. Berenger was completely satisfied with his romantic side of life. All he needed was 2 girls by his side, anymore, and it would become a hassle. He had no desire to become another shitty harem protagonist. Berenger spent the rest of the evening walking around the courtyard with Adela. Lately, he had been too preoccupied with training Linda, and he could not afford to neglect the relationship with his future wife. After a long evening of walking and enjoying the sunset, the two finally parted ways when the sun went down. She was still too young to be involved in Berenger's nightlife. Luckily, he had a properly aged beauty who would do whatever he asked, waiting for him in his bedchamber when he returned. The master and slave spent another night enjoying each other's warmth, and the rest of the family was none the wiser. It had been over a week since Linda first arrived, and as far as Lambert knew, she still had not made an attempt at Berenger's life. In fact, aside from the first night where she flirted with Berenger at dinner, she had made no effort to seduce him afterward. Worse yet, she had actively impeded her attempts to do so by deliberately provoking Berenger when the young lord spent time with his fiancée. Lambert could not begin to comprehend the thought process of that crazy bitch he called his mistress. Lambert was not a slow kid by any means. He was beginning to piece together that something was not right after all. Linda had not abused him since the second day of her visit. During that time, she was extremely unstable and forced him out of her room while insulting his appearance. Though he did not enjoy the treatment he received from Linda, the fact that she no longer engaged in such brutality meant one thing: she had completely lost interest in her toy. But why? Why would the girl who sadistically took pleasure in his pain until just a week ago change her attitude completely overnight? Unless something happened the night of her arrival? The more he thought about his beautiful fiancée's odd behavior, the more he realized that something was going on with her. He just could not quite find out what. He would have no choice but to politely interrogate her when the two were alone. There was still a deep internal fear of the young maiden who had caused many scars upon Lambert's body and heart. Currently, Lambert was sitting across from his older brother at the dining table, who chatted with his fiancée about the delicacy sitting on the table before them. The family was dining upon German pancakes. Lambert had no idea where these culinary inventions were coming from. Nevertheless, he thoroughly enjoyed the food that had recently appeared on their tables. Suddenly Lambert could hear his father's stern voice question Berenger, the contents of which shocked Lambert. "So Berenger, my son, I hear you have equipped your militia with hand cannons? Do you believe this to believe a wise choice?" Berenger nodded his head at his father's words as he snacked on a piece of breakfast sausage. "Of course, father, learning archery or the sword takes an extended period of time to gain the proficiency necessary to be useful on the battlefield. Hand cannons are simple weapons that the peasant forces can effectively use as a line of defense. Their effective range is quite poor, so they're better suited to defensive positions. Berenger had intentionally not corrected his father about the true nature or efficiency of the muskets. If he had done so, his weapons undoubtedly would be confiscated, and the technology leaked to his enemies. As such, Berenger emphasized their defensive ability, but not offense. Sieghard still had many questions about the weapons used by Berenger's militia. They were not ordinary hand cannons and artillery, but he trusted his son's word. As such, when he heard they were defensive in use, he lost interest in the muskets. They were best suited to a local militia after all. However, the cannons, on the other hand, he had heard remarkable things about and needed to know if they could be used efficiently in the field. What about those cannons they're using? I heard they have the remarkable ability to fire many balls at once. Berenger had already prepared an answer for his father. Seeing his cannons of the time were mainly static weapons used in sieges, he decided to lie about the mobility of his 12-pounder cannons and highlight that they were exactly the opposite. A strictly defensive weapon. Have you seen the size of my designs? They are far too large and far too heavy to be used effectively on the field or even during a siege. They're best suited to be mounted on the castle's walls and used as a means of defending our home from any potential threat. At first, Lambert was concerned about such sophisticated weapons falling into the hands of Berngar and his peasant rabble. Still, when he heard his brother say they were entirely defensive in nature, he had no desire to report such useless products to his partner in crime, Count Lothar of Tyrol. The Count needed weapons of war, not weapons of defense. Little did Lambert know that this was all a ploy by Berenger to keep his revolutionary designs as confidential as possible. The likelihood of Lambert or Sieghard having the desire to test the weapons themselves was virtually zero. Eventually, the Baron lost interest in the topic as he heard their use was solely for defending their territory. It appears Berenger was truly content with his position as a Baron's heir and had no loftier ambitions than that. Something in which Sieghard could agree with. Minor noblemen like themselves had no place getting involved in the affairs of the great families. The Baron decided he would leave the peasant militia Berenger had founded as defenders of his family's territory should he ever be called to war again in his lifetime. After all, according to his son, they were practically useless in an offensive manner. Only Berenger was aware of how efficient his forces would become on the field of battle, during a siege, engaging in guerrilla warfare, and especially defense. Yet, he would never inform anyone of their effective capacity to do so. Only when his forces were truly needed would Berenger display the overwhelming power of steel and shot to this feudal world. After finishing breakfast, the family dispersed, and Lambert found time to approach Linda about her recent behavior, something he would utterly regret doing. Berenger had already given her orders to maintain her relationship with Lambert. She would continue to abuse, punish, and degrade him, though she could not sleep with him, nor did she desire to. When Lambert approached the young temptress and grabbed a hold of her wrist, she instinctively slapped him in the face. Her flawless sky-blue eyes contained the fire of a woman's rage as she scolded her toy for touching her perfect skin without her approval. The sound of the slap could be heard throughout the courtyard, which briefly drew the attention of the servants working nearby. "How dare you touch me without my permission? Who do you think you are?" Linda was furious, and it was not just a facade. Only her master could touch her without her consent. Though she no longer held her previous sadistic personality, she was still ordered to abuse the boy, and as such, she would do as her master had commanded. The violent slap left a red handprint on Lambert's face. Now, this was the mistress he knew and lusted after. The truth is that Lambert despised Linda's personality, but he could not help but forgive her many transgressions, for, in his eyes, she was the incarnation of physical perfection. Some men would do anything to please a beautiful woman, and Lambert was one of them. As such, he kneeled before her and apologized. "I'm sorry, mistress, I did not mean to offend. I just wanted to inquire about your progress with Berenger." Linda kept a calm facade. However, she was internally furious that this little punk wanted to assassinate her master. Nevertheless, she had to put her feelings aside and play the part. After all, Berenger had tasked her with spying on Lambert and her father. He even promised her a reward if she did so successfully. "I have not found the ability to be alone with him. He is very wary of my actions and is always around others when I approach him. He's far more cunning than you give him credit for." Lambert felt his heart stinging. Did this bitch seriously compliment his accursed brother? She had never done such a thing for him. This was outrageous, but he could not deny the fact that recently his brother had become quite cunning. It would not surprise him if Berenger had become aware of his plot to use Linda to assassinate him. Eventually, Lambert decided to ask Linda for her plans after all. She was the one who insisted on getting rid of his brother herself. "So, what exactly is your plan to deal with him?" Linda looked at Lambert as if he was a pitiful fool before giving her a response. "I will keep approaching him as I have been and improve my attempts at seduction, but if he keeps avoiding being alone with me, we will eventually just have to face the potential reality that your brother is too crafty to be caught in a honeypot." A strong frown appeared across Lambert's face as he heard Linda compliment Berenger once more. It seemed she had begun to admire her prey for avoiding her womanly wiles for so long. Lambert began to wonder if there was something wrong with Berenger's head. How could a hot-blooded male in the prime of his youth possibly fail to be seduced by a goddess like Linda? He started to suspect Berenger was a lolicon based upon how he acted towards Adela. If that were the case, it would explain how his brother showed no outward interest towards Linda as the days went on. Only on that first night was there any semblance of lust in Berenger's gaze towards the immaculate young woman. As Lambert was deep in thought, he fled an iron grip on his shoulder and a wicked smile from Linda as she whispered in his ear. "More importantly, it seems to me that you have gotten unruly after going undisciplined for so long. It appears I will have to teach you a proper lesson for your sins." Immediately Lambert's expression sank as all the doubts he had about Linda's recent behavior were washed away at that moment. How could he be so foolish as to believe the sadistic dominatrix had changed her colors so easily? It only became apparent now that she was testing him throughout the last week, to see if he would behave differently on his home turf. The young boy began to question every decision he had made since he returned home as he was dragged off to Linda's quarters to be punished severely for his actions. Meanwhile, Berenger continued drilling the peasant militia in the fields, which was increasing in numbers by the day. The magnificent weapons Berenger displayed had attracted the attention of the common population. Those who had survived the battlefield previously as peasant levies could see the age of knights coming to an end as they witnessed the volley fire being followed by an organized bayonet charge which Berenger had commanded his troops to enact as they stabbed their bayonets into the straw dummies. The commander gazed at his troops respectfully. With each day, they were progressing closer to a true army. Ludwig had worked overtime to produce enough arms to keep up with the growing demands of the militia. In the last day alone, they received 50 recruits, making their numbers stand at a firm 300. This was practically half the size of his father's army during a time of war. After all, as a baron, Sieghard could call upon his vassals to mobilize troops of their own so that he may add their forces to his army. Without a doubt, he now had a force the size of a small battalion. Though mostly infantry, there were still a total of 3 cannons, one for every 100 infantry. Albeit a small team of men typically operated cannons, so currently, the ratio was not exact, but it would be soon enough. He looked upon his forces as if they were his own beloved sons, knowing that as long as he did so they would stand by him even unto death. By the time the king had passed and the kingdom of Germany descended into absolute warfare, he would have an army capable of defending his borders from any threat. After all, the likelihood of Berenger marching to the drums of war himself was slim. Sieghard had a passion for such things, and when his liege called upon him to take up arms, he would surely lead the charge. The question on Berenger's mind was whether or not he could convince his father to appoint him as regent by then. If his plans succeeded, he would wield absolute power in his family's territory for an extended period of time, and he could get many of his more important reformations underway. If his father returned from the conflict alive, he would be welcomed to a completely transformed land. For now, Berenger had many tasks at hand which included but were not limited to raising an army, installing his irrigation system across the fields, selling the steel stockpile to the Count of Steiermark, investing the profits into the mining industry, as well as gaining the support of the local nobility and their entitled offspring. Truly an ambitious man like himself never had time to rest. After observing and instructing the peasant militia, Berenger returned to the village. For now, their training was done for the day and the young lord had business to attend to elsewhere. The baron's son had to say goodbye temporarily to his fiancée, who would be returning to her homeland with 10 tons of steel. 5 more than Berenger had initially estimated. After all, as his plans became more ambitious, his family needed a larger treasury. Though the count's daughter would not be gone for long, she would return with the transport containing the gold and silver bars which were the promised form of compensation for such a massive stockpile of steel ingots. A small portion of the money gained from the transaction would go towards the engagement ceremony that Berenger had planned, seeing as he was far from beginning preparations for it. He had not sent out the invitations yet. Due to unforeseen circumstances, primarily involving Linda's arrival and the things that occurred afterward, Berenger was far behind schedule on preparing for the party he had promised Adela. Currently, it was his notable lack of funds that hindered his progress in that regard. After arriving at the castle, the young lord approached his fiancée, whose retinue of knights were loading the steel ingots into the convoy which Berenger had prepared for her. He trusted her to keep her father's side of the bargain intact. The cute girl who was at the cusp of her teenage years played with her twin tails as she waited patiently for Berenger to arrive. When she finally spotted him, she dashed over into his arms and embraced him firmly. She had grown quite fond of her fiancé since their initial meeting. After several moments had passed, the young girl let go of her hold over her betrothed and pouted. "Are you sure you can't come with me?" Berenger chuckled as he patted her silky golden hair. With such a reaction, he truly wished he could travel with her to the girl's ancestral homeland, but alas, he could not. The young lord had many preparations that needed to be made, and unfortunately, he did not have the spare time to go on a brief vacation with his future wife. He spoke from the bottom of the heart as he smiled endearingly at her. "I wish I could, yet unfortunately, there are many matters I must attend to here. But fret not, you will be back in no time." He tried to assure the young girl that they would not be separated long, as he too had grown quite fond of his young cousin. However, the real trial would be their long-term separation after the engagement ceremony was over, and she was forced to return home. It was not as if she could stay in his family's lands until their wedding. That would not be proper. Truthfully, she had already stayed longer than what was considered acceptable in the eyes of society. It was supposed to be a short meeting of a matter of days, yet she had been in her fiancé's lands for weeks already. The young girl eventually stopped pouting after hearing Berenger's words and smiled at him gratefully as she said in a hushed tone, "Come closer. I want to tell you something." Berenger thought nothing of it and leaned over so that he matched the girl's height. She quickly pecked him on the cheek with her full lips and whispered in his ear, "I'll miss you." Afterward, Berenger stared at her in disbelief. He did not think she had the nerve to do such a thing. As he stared at the young lady, her face became increasingly flushed until the point where she covered her face with her hands and rushed off into her carriage. Berenger instinctively placed his hand on the cheek where she had kissed him as he thought to himself, "This girl is just too cute." As his thoughts began to shift back to the wonderful memories he had made with the Count's daughter over the past weeks, the convoy began to ride off into the distance, leaving Berenger standing alone in the courtyard as the sunset came to a close. It was only after he could no longer see the carriage which contained his fiancée that Berenger decided to walk back inside and take a bath. Berenger sat in the large circular stone pool, the hot water soothing his milky white skin as he washed away the stress accumulated throughout the day. He was completely unaware of the creaking of the door and the sound of footsteps approaching. It was not until he felt the soft and bouncy mounds of his lover press against the back of his neck that he realized someone had intruded on his private time. The girl covered his eyes with her hands from behind as she asked in a playful tone, "Guess who?" Berenger chuckled as he grabbed a hold of the dainty hands and pulled the buxom beauty into the bath with him. Linda was not expecting such behavior and screamed as she splashed into the hot water, her alabaster skin instantly reddening as the heat began to affect her complexion. After climbing into the young lord's lap and pressing her chest against his, she looked at him while pouting. "You got my hair wet." Berenger wrapped his arms around the girl and kissed her. Only after a minute had gone by did he break away from her enticing lips. "It's the bath, of course your hair is going to get wet." The young temptress continued to pout as Berenger lectured her, but he paid it no mind. Initially, he was worried somebody might have spotted her sneak in here. After all, people were still wide awake at this hour and roaming across the castle, and thus he could not help but inquire about the girl's recklessness. "Did anyone see you enter here?" She shook her head as she buried it into Berenger's shoulder. Afterward, she pecked him on the opposite cheek that Adela had left her mark and expressed the concerns that were on her mind. "There, now there's no more space for another girl to mark her claim." The young lord nearly broke out in laughter as he heard such a childish remark from the young woman who had just a week prior boldly tried to seduce and enslave him. Was she jealous of his relationship with Adela? This would not do. Clearly, he had to discipline her further. As such, he spent an unusually long and energetic bath with the naked bombshell who lay next to him. It would not be for close to an hour before the couple retreated from the confines of the bathhouse and entered Berenger's chambers, where the real fun began. He spent an entire night further training his slave. After all, her jealousy was unbefitting of a proper slave. It was not her place to question whether or not her master spent time with another woman. By the time the sun rose, the couple was well and truly exhausted. Berenger began to regret his decisions in life, as he knew there was still a matter of lifting weights to attend to. Though intercourse was great for cardio, it was far from enough to increase his muscle mass further. After sending his lover back to her chambers, he spent the rest of the morning getting in his old exercise routine, which he had been slacking on lately. It did not surprise him that it took him longer than usual to complete his sets after an entire night of lovemaking. He would need to fit power naps into his schedule if he continued to behave in this manner at night. Nevertheless, he had plenty of work to do, so after his exercise for the day was concluded, as well as the morning bath, he had once more dined with his family. The meal was uneventful and mainly included small talk. Afterward, Berenger returned to the fledgling industrial district, where he checked on the progress of the irrigation pipes. Things were going smoothly, and truthfully all he had to do at this point was wait for production to be complete. His workforce was already stretched thin on the production of arms, munitions, and irrigation piping. At this point, there was no way for him to increase their workload to produce more designs. It was not until the irrigation piping was finished that he would see more peasants enter the industrial sector. After all, with the innovation fully fielded, there was no longer a need for so many farmers to water their crops by hand, and they would need a new occupation. Most would be delegated to the mines, while others would be working in the factories. It was not a glamorous life, but they would be paid a fair wage under Berenger's management and be allotted a proper 40-hour workweek with paid vacation time and sick days. It was best not to overwork your employees. If you were foolish enough to do so, you would see decreased productivity. These were lessons that could only be learned through experience. Luckily for Berenger, he had the history of Century America and the lessons it could teach in the back of his mind, thanks to the memories of Julian. It seemed that for now, his days would be primarily filled with overseeing the training of his volunteer militia. At least until Adela returned with the fortune he had obtained for his family through his many efforts. If at all possible, he would request a small portion of the profits for himself to purchase some land to grow flax on. With the inventions that dwelled within his mind, he could produce a flourishing textile industry with time and introduce the fashion of the Renaissance to his population, which he vastly preferred over the garments currently in fashion. Anything left over could be sold for a fair price to the neighboring regions. These were all plans for the near future. For now, nothing of significance could be achieved without the wealth to invest in it, which he severely lacked at the moment, though within a few weeks, that would no longer be a concern. He supposed he should enjoy the spare time he had available to him at the moment, but for some reason, if he did not fill his schedule with meaningful and productive activities, he felt like an idle wastrel. After checking on the progress of his industrial sector, he returned to the peasant militia, which was currently going over basic formations. Berenger had specifically chosen some veterans from the peasant population who had served in previous wars as levies to act as the officer class. They had true experience in the horrors of war. After being personally educated in line infantry tactics by Berenger himself, they had begun to form their own ranks. Of course, Berenger oversaw the daily training and tactics as much as possible to correct any errors. After all, these were revolutionary strategies and tactics in which had never been seen before. As such, he needed to lead the growth of his unit personally. His second in command was actually a knight-errant who had chosen to settle in Kufstein and lays about after many years of war. If one were to compare his situation to feudal Japan, he was essentially a ronin. A member of the military class whose lord had perished in battle, and with it his prosperity and land rights. The knight-errant named Eckhard von Hallstatt had lived in Kufstein for nearly 5 years and essentially lived as a beggar and a drunkard during that duration. It was not until he saw the militia and its unique weaponry and tactics that he decided to clean up his act and make something of his life. He had a keen eye for strategy and tactics, and unlike the other knights and men-at-arms in Kufstein, he was intelligent enough to realize that Berenger's militia was the future of warfare. As an old and grizzled veteran, Eckhard had many insights to which he could contribute. He had approached Berenger earlier in the week and offered the young lord his own rusty sword in fealty. After hearing the old veteran's story, Berenger appointed him major of the battalion and his right-hand man. Berenger had spent many hours of the night writing a military treatise on his vision of the future of warfare and the necessary strategies, tactics, and logistics to conduct it. Eckhard had practically treated this text as a holy book, and the more he read about Berenger's vision, the more he believed the young lord to be a military genius. Though Berenger was by no means a military genius, as a longtime veteran of various strategy games set in numerous eras and a graduate of West Point Academy, he could confidently say his skills were at the very least advanced for the time period. Eckhard did not disappoint Berenger's expectations. The man in his mid-40s had quickly grasped everything he was taught and was not simply following the book but effectively improvising when it was called for. If anything, Eckhard was the true military genius. It was a pity that his previous lord did not recognize the knight's talents in strategy and instead sent him to fight on the front lines. As far as Berenger could tell, it was likely to be a factor in the foolish lord's death. Truly, Eckhard was a diamond in the rough. Though the militia was entirely volunteer-based, they still received pay for their training and activity. Essentially, they would act in a fashion similar to America's National Guard in Berenger's previous life. The men who comprised its ranks would go through basic and specialized training, and after they had completed, they would be normal civilians who would meet up on weekends to continue their training. The primary difference is that Berenger wanted his militia training every weekend instead of just once a month. In a time of need, they would be called upon to fulfill their duty and be held to the same standards as a professional force, with the same penalties for desertion or other crimes. Berenger treated the men of his militia exceptionally well. He supplied them with proper meals during their training, and soon he would give them proper uniforms. Once his textile industry was up and running, the men would be outfitted in the attire of the Lanzknechts of the century from Berenger's previous life. The young lord was beginning to develop a flamboyant fashion sense, much like his father. For now, the volunteer militia still wore their everyday ensemble, which, truth be told, was not very professional. After guiding the battalion's training for the day, Berenger departed back to the castle where he intended to spend the rest of his waking hours drafting the plans for his soon-to-be textile industry. Time waited for no man, and soon he would acquire the funds to make his dream a reality. Thus he had to work hard and not be tempted by any worldly desires. Of course, after several hours of drafting blueprints, Berenger heard a knock on his door and could not resist the temptation to play with his favorite toy for the remainder of the night. A few days had passed without any major occurrence. Berenger had found himself getting dreadfully bored as his work schedule appeared to have come to a halt. Due to the trustworthy and competent people he had placed in implementing his innovations, he had recently acquired an asinine amount of free time. If Adela were still within the confines of his family's territory, then he would currently be enjoying her company. Unfortunately, she would not return to Kufstein for a few weeks. As such, Berenger recently found himself training in the art of swordsmanship with his personal retainer Eckhard. The two men were currently sparring with a pair of wooden arming swords, in which Eckhard was thoroughly beating the young lord who had never picked up a sword until a few days ago. Swordsmanship was an art that took many years to master, and unlike the flintlock musket required a great deal of physical strength, stamina, and finesse to become adequate. Despite its age coming to an end, Berenger still felt it a necessity to learn how to properly wield a sword. After all, as an officer leading the army that he was creating, it was only proper for him to wield a sword and pistol. Though the more he trained in the sword, the more he realized he would probably break the tradition from his old world and just use a musket. At the moment, Berenger found himself parrying the oncoming wooden sword currently wielded by Eckhard before unleashing a counterattack of his own. However, just when he was about to land his strike, Eckhard dodged in the nick of time and followed up with a thrust of his own, pointing the blade directly at Berenger's neck. Seeing that all was lost, Berenger fully surrendered to his instructor. "I yield." With that said, the middle-aged man retracted his sword with a smile on his face and placed it back with the others. "You're a quick learner, and you have the potential to become a competent swordsman. It's just a shame that its era will be coming to an end so soon." Berenger placed his sword alongside Eckhard's as he sighed heavily in response to the knight's words. The true shame is that I was incapable of training with the sword until now." The middle-aged knight nodded in agreement to Berenger's statement. He had become aware of the difficulties Berenger faced throughout his years, particularly about his health. It was a miracle that he overcame such an illness and became the man he is today. This transformation of body and mind is just another part of Berenger's character, which inspired Eckhart to do his best every day. After placing away the swords and stripping out of the training gear they currently equipped, the two men walked together back to the fields, which were being used as a training ground for the militia. The men who comprised the militia's ranks had come a long way in a short amount of time, but their training was still incomplete. It would take close to 90 days in total for the militia to be competent enough to act as a proper force after all these men were learning how to use firearms for the first time in their lives. As currently, the unit was split up into 4 infantry companies with 80 men in each. There was also an artillery battery trained alongside the infantry, though it was not a full-sized battery. At this point, the battery had 3 12-pounder cannons and roughly 40 personnel. It was approximately 13 the size of a proper artillery battery. Nevertheless, the numbers of the militia grew with each passing day, and a 4th gun was on the way. What he desired at a bare minimum was a small infantry battalion of 400 soldiers and a full-sized artillery battery. So at the very least, 520 men in his militia and 8 cannons. This was something that was actually quite feasible with his current progress. After all, these were not professional soldiers who would have to give up their day jobs. The quota Berenger had set himself for a bare-bones battalion would soon be met. The most difficult part was the manufacture of the cannons. Those would take time. Still, it was not as if the war would break out overnight. Though the king was in poor health, he was not in critical condition at the moment. Despite the fact that he could potentially croak at any moment, the likelihood of the old man dying before Berenger had reached his militia goals was slim. After overseeing the training of the militia with Eckhart for the afternoon, Berenger returned to the castle where, unbeknownst to him, he found himself being stalked in the shadows. As he passed through the winding corridor of the castle, his pursuer finally revealed herself from the darkness. It was none other than Linda, who had a worried expression on her face as she embraced Berenger from behind. Not expecting such a thing to occur, Berenger instinctively struggled out of the grasp before realizing who had attacked him. Afterward, he calmed down and accepted her tight embrace. Linda whispered in his ear so low that only they could hear the words. "Your brother is going to make another attempt on your life soon." Immediately Berenger's expression sank. It was a good thing he had properly trained this girl. Here he was walking around carelessly expecting himself to be safe from Lambert's schemes, and yet the boy had already plotted his death. He was immediately intrigued by the information she provided him. How does he plan to do it? Linda revealed Lambert's secrets without a second of hesitation. She had long since turned on the boy and her father. "He has grown tired of my attempts to stall him and has impatiently contacted my father for aid. Apparently, your father is planning a hunting trip. Lambert and my father have arranged for assassins to lie in wait for you in the mountains. They will appear as brigands, but they will secretly be men-at-arms under my father's command." Berenger patted the girl's silky strawberry blonde hair and comforted her. She was aware that Berenger was not much of a fighter and could not defend himself adequately against such a force. As such, she had a distraught expression across her face that soured her natural beauty, and Berenger hated to see such a thing. The young lord grabbed a hold of her chin and kissed her passionately in the empty corridors of the large stone castle. After releasing her, he whispered in her tender ear. "You don't need to worry so much. I'm stronger than I look." Linda's cheeks immediately flushed after Berenger had so brazenly kissed her in the middle of the hallway. Sure, there was nobody around, but what if somebody nearby had chanced upon them during their little affair? It was a reckless move on his part, but she could not help but feel excited. The thrill of potentially being discovered was something that made her heart race. However, she realized now was not the moment to engage in her desires with her master. Instead, she bowed respectfully to Berenger, who had noticed the complicated expression on the girl's face. His brain instantly connected the dots as he realized the girl might be developing a new fetish. A wicked smile appeared across the young lord's face as he pushed the exquisite young lady against the wall and began to partake of her flesh. Luckily for him, nobody came nearby as the couple engaged in scandalous behavior openly in the middle of the castle's corridors. By the time they were finished, the sun had already begun to set, and they realized their absence would soon be noticed as such. They parted ways until they were capable of meeting up again at dinner. This time the atmosphere at the dinner table was quite tense, as Lambert eyed Berenger like a hungry wolf, and Berenger sneered inwardly at the boy like an all-seeing owl. Lambert had no way of knowing that his scheme had already been revealed to his most hated brother, who was already concocting a plan to deal with the plot against him. It was not until their father had spoken up that the silence was broken. "Berenger, my son, now that you are healthy and fit, I think it is about time I take you on a hunting trip. What do you say?" Berenger had an innocent smile on his face, like a kid at the candy store, as he expressed his interest in joining up with his father as they explored the mountains which bordered their family's territory and hunted some wild game. "Of course, father, that sounds splendid. Now that I eat meat, I can't wait to feel what it is like to dine on the flesh of my own kill." Despite his innocent facade, Berenger was inwardly snickering at his brother Lambert, who had bought into the display and expected his plan to function flawlessly. On the other hand, Sieghard had no way of knowing the battle of intrigue that was transpiring at this very moment between his two sons. Instead, he felt happy knowing that Berenger was so welcome to the idea. After all, until recently, Berenger was a vegetarian who had a soft spot for animals. To see the boy so excited about hunting truly brought joy to the Baron's heart. He may be getting older, and his son may be an adult now, but the two still had the potential to grow closer. Lambert was pleased his brother was falling right into the trap he had prepared. After all, he could no longer sit idly by and allow Linda constantly to fail at seducing his brother. Berenger was either impotent, gay, or a lolicon. That was the conclusion Lambert had come to if he had known that his gorgeous fiancée he was so proud of had been ravaged openly in the hallway by his brother just an hour earlier. The boy would probably attempt to claim Berenger's life on the spot. The young lord had no way of knowing that Berenger had planned to bring a rifle to a sword fight. That's right, a rifle. In his spare time over the past few days, he had drawn designs for a barrel-boring bench and presented them to Ludwig. This invention would be instrumental to the effectiveness of his army. Currently, Ludwig was in the process of making a long rifle-style gun that was used effectively by American militias during the Revolutionary War in Berenger's previous life. For now, Berenger's militia would be equipped with smoothbores. After all, he really could not reveal the effectiveness of the rifled musket without garnering suspicion about such a design. However, if he were alone and separated from his father in the mountains, he could easily kill the assassins from a distance of 200,300 yards with a long rifle. He may be useless in the sword, but in his past life as Julian, he had earned his expert marksman badge during his tenure in the army. By the time the hunting trip began, Berenger would be well equipped to deal with the assassins, as long as he spotted them first, that is. If they got close to him for whatever reason, he had specifically designed this rifle to be capable of using a bayonet, something with which he also had ample experience training in. For now, he just had to act like he had no idea what Lambert was scheming behind his back and go along with the ploy. The two brothers had a pleasant conversation with their father about the finer details of hunting and all Berenger should know about it. It was only after dinner that Berenger returned to his quarters to get some work done. Currently, he was drafting designs or keeping track of ledgers, the usual administrative operations he had been engaging in at night ever since his father gave him jurisdiction over the fledgling industrial sector. When he was not signing documents related to the industry, he oversaw reports of military spending and training. Everything was currently within his budget, and the troops seemed to be progressing well. So there were no immediate concerns he had to deal with there. It was not until midnight that he heard the knock on his door that he had grown so accustomed to over the last couple of weeks. This girl was voracious. Even after having fun in the middle of the day, she still came for more at night. Well, he supposed he should take a break from reports and relieve a little stress. As such, he spent part of the night training his slave before the couple fell asleep in each other's arms. It would not be until the crack of dawn where they awoke from their slumber. Over the next few days, Berenger had made preparations for the hunting trip, while also working on the many other tasks he was currently micromanaging. As usual, everything was progressing smoothly, but he could not increase productivity until the irrigation pipes were fully installed and the mines were working at full capacity. Thus it was mainly just basic administrative operations he was forced to oversee every day, which began to take its toll on Berenger, who desperately needed an escape. He was actually looking forward to the hunting trip, as he would enjoy the fresh air of the mountains and take care of some pesky gnats that were conspiring against him. The day they were set to leave the castle, Berenger had stopped by Ludwig's shop to pick up his rifle, which should be ready by then. When he walked through the dusty old doors of Ludwig's shack, which was now used as office space for the growing industrial district, he noticed the old man cleaning the rifle's barrel before a wide smile spread across his lips. "So you've taken a liking to my newest design, huh?" Ludwig quickly snapped to attention as he heard the young lord's voice calling out to him. "Milord, it is brilliant. Who knew that by cutting grooves into the barrel, you could stabilize the lead ball's flight through the air, thus achieving a greater degree of accuracy?" It was a rhetorical question, of course. There was only one mind in this world capable of thinking of such a thing, and that was Berenger's. Ludwig politely handed the rifle over to Berenger, in which he thoroughly inspected. When he saw the proof mark on the barrel showing that it had been properly test-fired, a smile crept upon his regal visage. "Ludwig, you're an artist," Berenger said as he looked up and complimented the old man. By now, he had made hundreds of firearms that were used to equip the militia, yet this was the first rifle the man had ever made, and it was a masterpiece. The rifle was chambered in .58 caliber and fired a mini-ball projectile, a lead slug that was far more effective than the current lead balls used by his militia. The mini-ball was matched specifically to the rifling so that it stabilized better in its flight, thus giving it a more effective range than the traditional lead ball. With the overwhelming barrel length of the long rifle, matched with the superior mini-ball, he felt as if the practical range of accuracy on this rifle was greater than the 1861 Springfield rifled musket used by Union troops in the American Civil War in his previous life. After clasping Ludwig's shoulder, Berenger thanked him for his service. "You have no idea how much this means to me, my friend." Ludwig removed Berenger's hand and remained humble. "I'm just doing what I should. Make sure to get some proper use out of this thing on your hunting trip, milord. It would be a pity if you failed to kill anything with such a beautiful weapon." Berenger smiled at Ludwig and said farewell to his friend. It would be a few days before returning. "I'll be gone for the next few days. Make sure to keep an eye on things around here when I'm gone." Ludwig chuckled as he parted ways with his friend while reassuring him of his competence. "You do not need to be afraid, milord. Everything will be running smoothly by the time you return." Afterward, Berenger departed from the shop with a rifle in hand and a belt that contained his bayonet and cartridge holder for his paper cartridges. Today he had dressed in earthly colors, mostly green and brown, so that he may blend in with the environment better. He did not want the assassins who would be waiting for him in the mountains to spot him before he did them. With Linda's warning, he could now successfully stalk the assassins and take them out from hundreds of meters away. The hunted had become the hunter. Speaking of Linda, as he left the shop and rounded a corner in the village, a pair of dainty hands reached out and grabbed a hold of his waist, as he felt the familiar softness of Linda's heavenly bust pressed against his back. When he turned around to face her, he could see tears in her eyes as she wished him good luck. "Stay safe out there. I don't think I could live without you." Berenger nearly laughed at her remark. Her training was going wonderfully. She was now a properly broken slave who would never betray him. After observing her angelic face, which was covered in tears, he reached out his index finger and wiped them from her sky-blue eyes with his finger before kissing her farewell. "I know," is all the young lord said as he walked away from his lover with a confident stride, slinging the rifle on his back as he did so. Berenger eventually regrouped with his father and a small host of men to accompany them. Their journey would be a long one, and thus they needed men to carry supplies with them. Berenger found that he had slung the rifle over his shoulder. A leather sling was attached to the steel sling points that hung beneath the rifle's stock. After many miles of hiking, Berenger was thankful to whoever came up with such an idea in his previous life. It made long marches far more bearable, and today he had hiked many miles into the mountains. The sun had begun to set, and as such, Berenger's servants had set up the encampment for them. They had finally reached a wooded portion of the mountains, his father's favorite hunting spot. It had been a long while since Sieghard had last been here, and he took a moment to enjoy the scenery before passing a wineskin to his son, who was currently cradling his rifle like it was a newborn babe. "Drink. It is not a hunt if you are properly sober." Though Berenger wanted to keep his mind sober as he knew there was a dastardly plot to end his life nearby, he couldn't very well refuse his father. So he took a swig from the wineskin and wiped his lips with his sleeve before returning it to his father. Sieghard could not understand his son's fascination with hand cannons. It was hardly a proper tool for hunting. Yet the youth had brought an even larger hand cannon out than his previous one. He began to wonder what was so special about the design. Nevertheless, he would not chastise the boy for liking the weapon, he just wished his heir was as good as his second son with the sword. Berenger, on the other hand, was thinking of the information Linda reported to him the night before. Lambert's assassins should be camping out just out of hearing range for the sound of his rifle. Which worked perfectly for Berenger, as he had decided that he would launch a night raid. Seeing as how the full moon was out, there was plenty of illumination for him to pick off his targets, especially if they stood by the fire. When his father finally fell asleep, Berenger would take the high ground and snipe his enemies from above. After he got rid of them, he would search for any evidence among their bodies that could be used against his enemies. As such, Berenger spent a lot of time getting his father drunk. It was only after the man could barely stand that Berenger led him back to his tent and tucked the old drunkard in. After leaving his father's tent behind, Berenger snuck around the campsite and picked up the rifle, where he absconded into the night. Along the way, he slathered mud in his hair and across his face and hands to blend into the darkness better. It was quite the trek up to the position where he wanted to take control of. However, before he arrived at the outcropping, Berenger had a sudden encounter with someone he was not expecting. One of the assassins had left the camp to take a leak, and while Berenger was sneaking past the area, the two came face to face with one another. Though the man could not tell Berenger's identity, it was not a good idea to allow a witness to their location to live. As such, the man instantly grabbed his sword and swung it out of his scabbard as he attacked Berenger in the dead of night. Berenger had to roll out of the way as he struggled to fix his bayonet. The fucking rifle wasn't even loaded yet, nor was the bayonet attached. As such, he had elected to hide behind a tree while he attached the blade to his rifle. The man was just about to scream for help from his comrades when he walked by the tree Berenger hid behind and noticed a giant steel spike insert itself into his neck. Instantly feeling the sharp pain of a bayonet stuck in his throat, the man began to gargle on his own blood as he looked at Berenger in disbelief. Since when did this guy have a spear? Berenger removed the bayonet from the man's throat and wiped it across his jerkin. It had been quite some time since Berenger last killed somebody. He served as an engineer officer in the United States Army in his previous life, but he had found himself engaged in combat on more than one occasion. He even managed to kill a Taliban insurgent while he came under fire from their assault. As such, he was no virgin when it came to taking a life. After confirming the men in the camp were unalerted, Berenger snuck up to the position above the campfire, where he saw 3 more assassins sitting in front of the fire and drinking. After acquiring his targets, Berenger took out a paper cartridge and bit off its top before pouring its contents into his muzzle and packing it down with the ramrod. Once the round was properly chambered, he pulled back the hammer that contained the flint and aimed down the sights, which landed on the largest group member, who appeared to be dressed in brigandine armor. The man heartfully chugged down a flagon of wine, completely unaware that he was in the sniper's sights. Berenger took a deep breath as he settled the sights on his target and calmly squeezed the trigger. The thunder of the explosion which propelled the mini-ball projectile filled the air. Having never heard such a sound before, these men-at-arms turned assassin thought that it had begun raining. After all, they were young upstarts who wanted to prove themselves to the count. Hand cannons were not that common on the battlefield at this point. As one of the assassins looked back at the man who had an enormous hole in his brigandine breastplate with shock, blood spurted from the caved-in hole in the man's chest as he soon collapsed. The others had no idea what had just transpired, but they were beginning to panic. As they were freaking out about the loss of their friend, a second thunder went off. This time, the head of one of the assassins exploded. The last survivor instantly hid behind one of the crates lying about the campsite. It had become obvious after the second occasion that they were under attack from an unknown enemy and weapon. Unfortunately for the young assassin, he had chosen poorly in regards to cover. After another a minute or so had passed, the .58 caliber slug pierced through the wooden crate, and the contents within penetrating its way through the man's leg, practically blasting his femur in half. He would bleed out shortly thereafter from a damaged femoral artery. Just like that, Berenger had claimed the lives of the 4 assassins who were sent after him. After having sent the men to the afterlife, Berenger rushed down to the camp below and scoured it for any evidence that could be used against Lambert or Lothar. Luckily, he came across the letter which contained the details of Berenger and Sieghard's hunting trip, including the general location in which Sieghard always set up his campsite. It was signed by Lambert and in his handwriting. Berenger nearly broke out in laughter upon obtaining this letter. He finally had a key piece of evidence in which he could begin to build a case against Lambert's assassination attempts. Throughout the remainder of the night, Berenger used his time wisely and got rid of any sign pointing towards his bloody deed. He did not want the Count's men sniffing around and finding out that he had personally dispatched his men-at-arms to hell. After everything was either buried or burned to ash, Berenger had left the area behind and returned to his own camp night. As if God were looking out for him, the heavens began to weep that night and washed any remaining sign of the skirmish. After a covert investigation, the Count would later assume that the men had abandoned their duties and fled Tyrol. He would later place a bounty for their heads, which nobody was ever able to claim. For the rest of the night, Berenger slept like a baby. He had no second thoughts about murdering those men who were sent to kill him. Not even a tinge of guilt could infect his pure consciousness or lack thereof as he enjoyed the sound of the pounding rain outside of his warm tent, which slowly aided him in drifting to sleep. His last thought of the night was simply, this fucking hunting trip, I could be playing with Linda right now. Throughout the entire venture, Berenger's absence throughout the camp went entirely unnoticed. By the time Sieghard and the servants awoke, they saw Berenger cleaning his rifle next to the fire. Sieghard could not help but exclaim in his heart, "This boy is too dutiful even on a hunting trip, he awakes at the crack of dawn." It had become a habit for Berenger to awake at dawn, in both his previous life and his current one. By now, he was used to running on a few hours of sleep a couple of times a week. In his hands was a glass of water which he had boiled over the campfire to rid it of impurities, at least to the best of his ability. He refused to drink polluted water and had spent the morning purifying a large supply of it. Since coffee had yet to be transported to Europe, he was forced to drink water this early in the morning. He was beginning to consider expanding his territory when he came to power. It would not be easy to establish a trade route from the mountains of Austria to the Near East, and if he wanted to retire in luxury one day, he would need coffee. Berenger's plans were simple: work hard for 30 years in establishing an industrial and economic powerhouse in his family's territory, and then retire in luxury, giving the reins to a well-educated heir to continue his legacy. As of now, he had no desire to spend the remainder of his adult life at war. Something he had managed to do in his previous life. Of course, life did not always go as planned, and the future was unknown to him. There may be a necessity for him to expand his territory in time. As of now, he was still just the son and heir of a lowly baron, which meant he had no authority to make such decisions even if he desired to do so. Instead, he spent the remainder of the next few days being dragged around by his father hunting stags and collecting the meat. When he finally returned home, he was exhausted and covered in grime. The first thing he wanted to do was take a bath and cleanse himself of the filth he was covered in. Throughout the duration of the hunting trip, he had never revealed the full capabilities of the rifle despite successfully hunting a buck of his own. His father was not impressed with the limited range that was displayed, and the exceptional reload time of the rifle. The man had a traditional mind and felt that Berenger's use of what he incorrectly referred to as hand cannons were merely the fascination of youth with the newest technology. If he had known that the previous night Berenger had taken out 3 targets in a matter of minutes at a distance of 100 yards in the dead of night with his rifle, then he would probably have a heart attack from the shock of such a thing. Unlike an arrow, the rifle which fired a mini-ball projectile was fully capable of piercing through a knight's hardened steel breastplate, let alone a common brigandine. Even the muskets fielded by Berenger's militia were capable of such a feat, albeit at a severely reduced distance. There was a reason that during Berenger's previous life, after the invention of muskets, body armor slowly disappeared from common use. Even with the advanced manufacturing processes of the Renaissance and the surpassing era, the breastplates used by heavy cavalry were only useful against melee weapons and musket fire at long distances. At close range, the steel breastplates used by cuirassiers would be punched through by a musket ball like an arrow through a common tunic. If the medieval knights of the current era charged on horseback against a firing line of musketeers, they would be ended up as a bunch of blood-filled sieves, and such a frightening spectacle would be sure to affect the morale of the soldiers behind them. Even Berenger's militiamen who wielded such terrifying power had no way of knowing how capable their weapons were. After all, it is not as if they tested their guns on straw dummies covered in steel plate armor. That would be ludicrously expensive. Only Berenger was aware that his militia was capable of such an incredible achievement. After arriving in the village with his father and the servants who followed them into the mountains, Berengar noticed a familiar sight waving towards him in an alleyway. It was his loyal slave who currently had tears of joy in her eyes that he had safely returned. The entire time he was away, the pitiful young lady was in constant fear that her lord and master, whom she had pledged her life to, had perished in the ambush set up by her dastardly fiancé. When she saw him covered in the dirt and grime of the mountains, she could not help but smile. There was not even a scratch on him. Truly, she had worried too much. Without arousing suspicion, Berengar approached the alleyway where she was currently alone. As he finally fell out of sight, Linda rushed over into his embrace and nuzzled her porcelain cheek against his chest, dirtying it in the process. Berengar accepted her embrace as he petted her sleek strawberry blonde hair in an attempt to calm her down. He had only been gone a few days and felt that she was overreacting. Nevertheless, he did not scold her, as he actually felt happy that she cared enough to worry so much about him during his absence. After all, their relationship was complicated, to say the least. She was his concubine, and brother's fiancée, whom he had forced himself on, and practically brainwashed into being obedient to him. Though he did not feel remorse for such actions, ultimately in Berengar's mind such actions were justified, and the young lady deserved her fate. After stroking her luscious red gold hair for several moments, Berengar responded kindly to the young woman. "See, I told you I would be fine." Though she still continued to sniffle, the buxom beauty wiped the tears from her eyes and began to smile. Everything turned out fine, and she could not be happier. However, Berengar could not abide the muck that had spread across her doll-like face and heavenly body from their brief intimate moment. As such, he whispered into the girl's ear, "Meet me in the bath." The girl nodded her head and smiled as he departed before her. Things would not bode well for the couple if she was caught following him into the bath. As such, they had to be extra cautious about how they moved from here on out. And with that being said, Berengar took off and headed towards the bath. Linda waited a few moments and did as she was commanded. Not long after, the young vixen found herself enjoying the company of her master in the warm water of the bathhouse, which proved to be a worthy investment. By the time the two were finished getting reacquainted with one another, it had already turned into evening. Dinner would soon be approaching, and he knew his father would have his chefs cook their gains during the hunt into a lavish feast. As such, the two left the confines of the bathhouse and separated. It would not look good if they arrived at the dining room together. When Berengar finally entered the dining room, he saw Lambert with a wicked smile on his face. He was the first to arrive, and the teenage youth was certain he would be enjoying the feast without his older brother this night. However, when he saw the handsome features of his older brother walk into the area, the young boy instantly went pale, with the expression that he was witnessing a ghost. How could it be possible that his brother had survived the ambush he had set in place? Nevertheless, Berengar sat down across from Lambert and snickered at the boy, savoring his distraught expression to the fullest. He was beginning to think he might have become a true sadist after his many nights with Linda, as he now enjoyed the suffering of his enemies on a deeply personal level. The expression on Berengar's face told Lambert all he needed to know about the fate of the assassins he sent. However, Berengar would never admit to it. If he bragged about killing 4 assassins, nobody would believe him, and those who did would instantly question how a young man with no combat training whatsoever had managed to defeat 4 brigands by his lonesome. Eventually, the effectiveness of his rifle would be discovered, and his weapon designs would no belong to him alone. Eventually, the rest of the family arrived, and Lambert had heard the tales of his father and brother's exploits from the Baron himself. Yet, there was not a single mention of the men who were supposed to ambush them. Is it possible that the Count's men were unreliable and deserted? Then what was with Berengar's smug grin earlier? Eventually, Lambert concluded that the men could have deserted and decided to write a letter to Count Lothar informing him of the operation's failure. Secretly, Count Lothar would send a party to investigate the last known coordinates of his men-at-arms and come to the same judgment. For now, Berengar could relax and enjoy the new dishes, which used the venison of their hunt as the meat of choice. Berengar savored the taste of venison. Truly, it was one of the best meats a man could dine upon. After finishing his meal, he returned to his quarters. He needed to brush up on his history of this world. After all, it had been some time since he read about the many changes in the timeline from the world he once knew, and he would need to become accustomed to his surroundings if he wished to prepare for the upcoming war. Berengar arrived at his chambers and quickly latched the door behind him. He opened up a scroll and spread it across his desk, the oil lamp in the corner providing the proper illumination necessary to view it. Truly it was different from his own timeline. The year was 1417, yet the Holy Roman Empire was at the height of its power. On the map in the center of Europe lay the Holy Roman Empire, whose borders stretched beyond their peak in 1138 to encompass all of Italy aside from the Papal States, as well as all of the regions that would one day consist of the Netherlands and Belgium. The empire had also annexed the Teutonic state as a vassal territory extending into the Baltic. The Teutonic state was still a force to be reckoned in its own right, as it was victorious in the Battle of Grunwald. In this timeline, the victory sparked an extended campaign that lasted 5 years. During this campaign, the Teutonic Order had conquered all of the coastal regions of the Baltic from Pomerania to the borders of Finland. Though the Teutonic state held the authority of its own kingdom, it was essentially a theocratic vassal state of the empire and a puppet of the Pope. As such, its grandmaster was not afforded the ability to vote upon the next emperor, unlike the kings who presided over the other kingdoms. The feudal system of the Holy Roman Empire in this timeline was far more streamlined, splitting into a very linear vassal system instead of the complex and convoluted semi-autonomous regions of Berengar's previous life. The Holy Roman Empire was comprised of several kingdoms, including the Kingdom of Germany, the Kingdom of Italy, the Kingdom of Bohemia, the Swiss Confederation, and the Kingdom of Burgundy. The leaders of these territories were kings in their own right and held varying control over the vassals beneath them, which were split into duchies. These dukes ruled over the various counts whose land comprised the territory of the duchy, and the counts presided over the barons, who in turn presided over minor lords and their knights. Berenger currently resided in the barony of Kufstein, a vassal region of the county of Tyrol, which was a vassal of the Duchy of Austria, the southernmost duchy of the Kingdom of Germany. The Duchy of Austria in this timeline was far larger than in Berengar's previous life at this point in history. The size of the Archduchy of Austria included the counties of Tyrol, Vorarlberg, Salzburg, Carinthia, Trient, Lower Steiermark, Kärnten, Upper Austria, and Lower Austria, and finally Steiermark, which was the region ruled by his fiancée's father, Count Otto von Graz. Seeing as how Graz was the seat of power of the county and where his family derived its name from. Aside from the changes with the Holy Roman Empire and its vassal states, Western Europe, Scandinavia, and the British Isles held the same territory in this timeline as they had in Berengar's past life. Even the Reconquista was going exactly as it had in the other timeline. The only other major change to the geography of Europe was the Balkans being held by the Byzantine Empire, which had over the centuries since the Crusades to the Holy Land recovered much of its lost territory. Extending from the Balkans, through Greece and Anatolia, all the way into the Levant. Though it has not yet been able to reclaim its former North African regions, it was currently doing so. Despite it being the late medieval ages, Europe had begun to take its place in the world as a powerhouse. However, they were far from reaching their full potential. Berenger gazed at the changes of the map with a growing sense of ambition. He was beginning to get the suspicion that being a baron was not his destiny. In the back of his mind, the thought of reaching greater heights began to manifest. He did not know what the future held for him, but now was not the time to think about it. He had plenty of work that needed to be done, and much of it could not be accomplished until he held absolute control of his family's lands. For now, he had to be patient and play the long game. Soon enough, the Kingdom of Germany would find itself embroiled in civil war, and he had to convince his father to declare him regent before that happened. The hunting trip had not been a complete and total waste of time. He was capable of stopping his brother's wicked plans and grow closer to his father. Gaining his father's trust would be paramount for his plans to acquire power. With that being said, Berenger heard a knock on the door and decided to end his studies for the day. He initially thought the knock on his door was most likely going to be Linda, and he could spend some time relaxing with his favorite toy. However, when he opened the door, he saw little Henrietta looking up at him with a frightened expression. The young girl held her favorite doll in her hands as she looked up at her big brother with tears in her eyes. "Big brother, I had a nightmare. Will you read me a story?" It had been a while since Berenger had told his little sister a bedtime story. After all, he had been occupied with other things during the night as of late. As such, he let out a sigh and pet her silky blonde hair as he led the little girl to her room, where he spent the next hour telling her the story of the Battle of Kasseliter during the Second World War in his previous life, where German and American forces came together to free prisoners of war from the Waffen-SS days before the end of the conflict had occurred. His fantastical telling of machine guns, tanks, and cannons, as well as the brotherhood forged between former foes, enthralled the little girl who thought her brother was making up such an incredible story. In the end, Henrietta fell asleep from overexcitement, and Berenger kissed her on the forehead before leaving her room and returned to his own quarters. When he returned, Berenger had found Linda lying naked on his bed, waiting for his arrival with a pouting expression on her lips. Damn this girl, she was just too sinful. The young lord immediately closed the door to his chambers behind him and enjoyed the company of the beautiful young woman for the night. Days turned to weeks as time flew by. During this time, Berenger had been primarily overseeing the growth of the militia. By now, he had met his minimum infantry goals: 4 companies of 100 men each. The artillery battery was properly taking shape as well, with 80 men and 5 guns. It would not be long until he had reached his minimum goal, but in his mind, that was not good enough. He now desired a full-sized battalion and 2 artillery batteries before the war began. Though their training continued, it was done in such a manner that, when observed by outsiders, highlighted the limitations of the weapons. As such, Lambert never once felt the need to report the mass use of hand cannons and field guns to his allies, and Sieghard had no desire to conscript Berenger's forces into his standing army, which all played perfectly into the young lord's hands. Berenger was in a perfect mood today, as today was the day in which Adela returned from her trip to her homeland. Not only did he miss the company of his little fiancée, but he also desired the gold and silver hoard she would bring with her in payment to the 10 tons of steel he had sold to her father. With it, the next phase of expansion could begin to take place. Berenger, alongside his family and Linda, had stood outside in their courtyard to greet the young lady's arrival. After a long while, the banners of House von Graz appeared in the distance. Her family's coat of arms was a divided field of azure and sable in Prebend division. On it, an or swan with argent beak, feet, and eyes was emblazoned. It was a truly magnificent and detailed coat of arms, unlike that of the House von Kufstein. Their coat of arms was rudimentary in comparison. It consisted of a Prebend division in sable and or, with an argent bend across its center. It was remarkably similar to the black, white, and red shield decal seen on German helmets in World War I and II during Berenger's previous life, with the exception of the red being replaced by gold. Despite House von Graz's far more complex design, Berenger felt a certain sense of pride in his own family's banner. It reminded him of his great-grandfather from his previous life, who served in trenches of the Great War as a soldier in the Kaiser's army. After the German Empire's collapse, his family fled the fatherland for greener pastures in America. As Berenger reminisced about his past life, Adela's caravan had arrived inside the courtyard. The moment her luxurious carriage stopped in front of the family, its doors swung open, and the little girl jumped out of the carriage and into Berenger's arms, wrapping around his waist like a spider monkey. The young lord barely had enough time to stabilize himself as he caught a hold of his fiancée, who pecked him on the cheek with her precious lips. "I missed you." "Did you miss me?" was the first thing the girl said as she clung to her fiancé in front of his family. While the family was stunned by the outburst, Linda had a pouting expression on her face. Now Berenger's fiancée had arrived, she would have less time with her lord and master to herself. Luckily, everyone was too stunned by Adela's actions to notice Linda's sulking eyes. She would have a hard time explaining the look on her face if her fiancé had caught wind of it. After Berenger had pried himself away from the young girl's grasp, he asked her the question which was on everyone's minds. "So, is it all here?" Adela quickly recovered and realized the degree of affection she had just showed Berenger in public. As such, her cheeks quickly flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, like a proper noble lady, she calmed her heart and pointed to the servants carrying large crates filled with silver and gold. It was not until all of them piled up did she boldly declare, "My father is a man of his word. The agreed amount of our transaction is in these crates in the form of gold and silver ingots. Count Otto von Graz wishes to express his thanks for supplying such a large amount of steel and looks forward to future cooperation." Yes, Berenger smiled as he ordered a few of his family's servants to check the authenticity of the crates. Though he trusted Adela's words, he was still a cautious man and had each ingot inspected only after its worth was confirmed. Was the mass of gold and steel transferred to the treasury? He now had the ability to invest in the textile industry, expand the capacity of the mines, and by extension, his steel surplus, which would come in handy for the many inventions he had planned. Once the irrigation system was fully in place, he would have many unemployed farmers who could begin work in the mines or the factories. Things were truly going according to his plans. After Adela's arrival, the family threw a feast to celebrate her return. She thoroughly enjoyed the lavish cuisine she had so desperately missed during her absence. Berenger found the young girl's appearance as she devoured the food with a satisfied expression on her doll-like face to be incredibly cute. However, Linda could not help but glare at her rival. Even if she would never be the wife, Linda still did not like to see Berenger show his young fiancé such a different side of himself that he showed to her. Her menacing gaze did not go unnoticed by Adela. She could not understand why Linda disliked her so much. It must be the fact that the two brothers were feuding after all. It's not as if they were currently fighting for the affection of the same man. After the meal was over, Berenger immediately got to work. Though he wanted to spend the day with Adela, pockets needed to be filled with coins to ensure his engagement ceremony was well supplied, his forces well equipped, and his factories manned. His father would normally handle the investiture into the mines, but the Baron had been delegating more and more responsibility to his son and heir recently. As such, Berenger quickly found himself managing the mines, which worked perfectly for his plans. It also meant that his father was testing him. If he could handle such a monumental task efficiently, he might be able to earn the title regent. Maybe his father was also aware of the upcoming war and was beginning to make his preparations. For now, Berenger could not know the truth of the matter. Thus he handled his business as best as he could. Supplies were brought in to improve the mines, and blueprints were drafted by mining safety standards and improvements from the industrial era. The last thing Berenger wanted on his hands was a collapsed mine. As such, he practically overhauled the system in place overnight in which the mines had used for centuries. One of these critical inventions was the safety lamp, which would provide adequate lighting in volatile areas where other lamps and candles could be hazardous. Mining was dangerous and backbreaking work. The least Berenger could do was apply safety standards and equipment and an adequate paycheck to compensate the workers for the work hazards that may appear. What would really speed up the process of mining was dynamite. Though he knew the chemical equation to create such a thing, he lacked a knowledgeable chemist and a production facility to manufacture it. He seriously needed to get his hands on an alchemist which he could personally tutor in chemistry, but unfortunately, there was none within a small region like his family's. However, he decided it was better to have a chemical laboratory he could utilize within his spare time than to have no ability to produce chemicals whatsoever. As such, he put aside a small portion of the mining funds to construct a chemical laboratory and the equipment necessary to outfit it. As long as he requested the funding under the guise of miscellaneous mining innovations, his father would approve it. Thus the young lord quickly drafted the plans necessary for such production. Though he had limited spare time nowadays, he needed to produce supplies that required basic chemistry. It was better to have a system in place before he had a proper chemist than a proper chemist and no means of production. While he was in the middle of his work, he heard a knock on his door, which he quickly responded to. After opening the door, he saw his darling little fiancée dressed in a pastel pink velvet gown and a tray of snacks in her hands. She knew her fiancé was busy with work, but she still desired to spend some time with him, even if it was just watching him a snack while he was hard at work. A large German cheesecake sat on the tray which the young girl had begun to divide up into pieces for the couple to consume. After taking a bite from the delicious cheesecake, Berenger could feel a tear forming in his eyes. It was exactly as his mother used to make. After all, it was her recipe that he remembered. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel a sense of longing for his old home. He started to wonder how his family reacted to his death. He had been too busy with work and school in his adult life to visit home often. Eventually, he drifted apart from his family. He began to lament that he had not spent more time with his parents before he passed. It was a shame. He was an only child and had perished in Afghanistan. His parents were sure to regret that he had never produced grandchildren for them. As he began to think about his grieving parents with no grandchildren to comfort them, the tears in his eyes began to produce more rapidly, which did not go unnoticed by his loving fiancée, who sat next to him. Adela noticed the tears streaming from Berenger's eyes and tried to comfort him. She had no idea what would cause such a strange reaction. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Berenger wiped the tears from his eyes and smiled. He felt ashamed of himself for crying in front of a little girl like Adela. Yeah. I'm fine. The taste brings back memories. Adela did not know what memories he could be referring to. As far as she was aware, these recipes were his inventions, they had never been seen before. At this moment, Berenger finally realized he had not answered the girl's question from when she first returned and looked softly into her eyes as he spoke truthfully with her. "I did miss you, Adela, I'm sorry I wasn't able to say so earlier." The young lady immediately began to blush as she heard his words. She was not expecting him to say such a thing. For the next half hour, she shared the snacks with Berenger, and by the time they were finished, she was satisfied with the small time she spent with her fiancé. She was finally able to figure out if he felt anything during her weeks of absence. The young girl thought that she was lucky to have such a loving fiancé. If she knew he was cheating on her with his brother's fiancé behind her back, she probably would not have such thoughts. However, she did not know, and Berenger intended to keep it that way. It was best not to have your wife find out about your concubine if you could avoid it. Who knows what reprisal he might face if she were to become aware of his complicated relationship with Linda. So he continued to lie to his little fiancé, and she continued to believe him. After some time, Adela had left Berenger's chambers, and Berenger focused on his work. All of his plans for the mines and the industry he had drafted were either delivered to Ludwig for implementation or sent to his father's desk for approval. The engagement ceremony's plans had been put into action by competent people beneath his father's command, and the family's coffers were filled to the brim. With it, another day's work had come to an end. He sighed heavily as he sat back in his comfy leather chair and watched the moon in the sky above. Any minute now, Linda would knock on his door and beg for attention, and he would spend the rest of his waking hours disciplining her for being so obviously jealous at Adela's arrival. It was good to be a noble scion, even if he was merely a baron's son. As the rise of dawn awoke Berenger from his slumber, he quickly got dressed and left Linda by her lonesome in his quarters as she still slept. Today would be a hectic day for Berenger as he personally visited the mines to oversee their expansion. He did not even have time to work out this morning. For the next couple of weeks, Berenger would be at the mines near the village of Wildschnau. Wildschnau was currently under the direct control of one of Sieghard's vassals, known as Lord Ulrich von Wildschnau. It was a perfect chance to leave a favorable impression on the minor lord and his family. After all, the rumors of Berenger being a petty, indolent, and sickly young lord were still prominent outside of the town of Kufstein and those who have had direct contact with him. After grabbing a quick snack in which the chefs woke up early to prepare for his journey, Berenger left his family's estate while only leaving a letter to inform them of his absence. He was a man of action, and since he had decided to oversee this venture personally, he would not waste time with parting words, especially since he would only be gone for a few weeks at most. As he stepped into one of his family's carriages and looked back at the window to his room in the tower up above, he could see Linda's heavenly figure gazing down at him as she waved goodbye. Evidently, his absence had awoken the beauty from her precious sleep. Berenger's parting gift to her was the kiss he blew in her direction before stepping into the carriage, which swiftly took off from the castle and regrouped with the supply caravan down in the town below. He would travel for several hours before reaching the lordship of Wildschnau. When his caravan arrived, Berenger stepped out of his carriage to greet Lord Ulrich and his family. He had sent a letter in advance to inform the lord of his arrival. As the baron's son and heir, he still had to follow the proper etiquette when approaching his family's vassal territory. After stepping out of his carriage, the expressions on the family's faces went from forcing a gracious smile to deep shock. Berenger had appeared far different from the last time they had met. Though they could not see the extent of his fitness beneath his fine doublet, they could tell that his skin had a healthy glow and that his cheeks were no longer sunken. Evidently, the sickly boy they once knew had recovered from his childhood infirmity. Berenger approached Lord Ulrich, who bowed before him. After all, despite his preconceptions about Berenger as a person, the young lord was still the son of the baron and, as such, held a higher position than him. "My lord, it is a great honor to host your stay at our humble abode." Lord Ulrich was a man in his early 30s, and his wife was nearly 10 years younger. They were a young couple, and Ulrich had recently acquired the title of lord from his late father. He was not exceptionally handsome, nor was he sufficiently strong. He was truly an average guy all around, at least from an aesthetic perspective. The man had mid-length dirty blonde hair and ocean blue eyes with a trimmed beard to match his hair color. His skin was not as fair as Berenger's, nor was it as tanned as the commoners. His wife shared a strikingly similar appearance to Ulrich, and Berenger began to wonder if they were related in some way. In her hands, she held an infant boy, which was the third son of Ulrich. Kneeling next to the couple were another two boys who were in their formative years. The little tykes gazed up at Berengers with a sense of wonder. This was the first time they had met a family member of the Baron, and they were well aware of the position he held in the household. Berenger motioned for the family to rise as he put on a charming smile. "You honor me with your kind words, Lord Ulrich. I'm merely here on business and will be spending most of my time at the mines. However, I will not turn down the hospitality you have shown me. Be aware that I may otherwise be preoccupied to become acquainted with your fine household fully." Berenger's words were chosen wisely. He did not wish to offend Lord Ulrich or his house, but he also needed to make it clear that he would be swamped overseeing the expansion of the mines. Thus he would not be able to entertain his hosts properly. On the other hand, Lord Ulrich nearly sighed in relief as he heard those words. The last time he had met Berenger, the young lord had acted like a spoiled brat of lower intellect. He wanted to avoid wasting time with such a wastrel if at all given a chance. However, Ulrich was quite shocked by how Berenger was behaving. It was quite different from his old self. Ulrich quickly dismissed his family when Berenger made it clear he wanted to head to the mines as quickly as possible. He personally elected to guide the youth to the mines. If this petty young lord was overseeing the expansion of the mines in which Sieghard had ordered, it was best for him to stay close by and prevent any mishaps. As the two noblemen got into the carriage and departed for the mines, Ulrich could not help but ask about the project. "So, what are the plans for expanding the mines?" A smile appeared on Berenger's face as he began a long discussion about the new safety standards, which included a more robust support system to prevent mine collapses and the safety lamp. He also demanded proper work hours and sufficient payment, which the Baron would personally take care of. There was also the ban on child labor in the mines, in which Berenger had gotten approval from his father. Eventually, Berenger informed Ulrich that he would be using gunpowder to blast certain areas of the mine open, revealing new veins to extract the ore from. Because he did not have dynamite, Berenger had to use gunpowder and lots of it to expand the mining shafts rapidly. It was a risky move, but he was willing to take it. As long as it was done properly, he could mitigate the risks of the mine collapsing on the workers. Luckily for him, he had been stockpiling black powder for use in his militia. He had an overabundance of it which he felt fearful leaving lying around in his own territory. Thus Berenger had opted to bring quite a lot of it with him to aid in blasting open the mines. After hearing all of Berenger's plans in great detail, the man could not believe that the petty, dull, and indolent young lord he knew years past had come up with such an extensive plan to overhaul the mines. It would take weeks to implement, but if it were done successfully, the productivity of the mines would skyrocket, especially since Berenger brought with him some of the unemployed farmers to act as the additional workforce. Until Berenger could build steam engines and a proper rail system, he would be forced to relocate families to the territory ruled by Lord Ulrich to increase mining productivity. Berenger also handed the lord a set of documents that contained all the details of his four-field system. He would also supply the lordship's fields with enough fertilizer to last the season. However, Berenger had no plans to inform Ulrich about the irrigation system at the moment. Until the fields of Kufstein could properly field the irrigation system itself, he would not lend the knowledge behind its implementation to Ulrich. For now, he wanted to increase crop yields in his vassal's territory, and gifting the four-field system to his vassals posed no major disadvantage. Even if Ulrich leaked it to other regions, the increase in food production throughout Europe as a whole was a good thing. His plans to be the breadbasket of Austria would still come true even if everyone else found out about the four-field system, as that was not his only agricultural innovation that would result in massive growth. When Ulrich looked over the designs of the four-field system, he could not believe his eyes. He had to ask the question on his mind at that moment. You came up with this?" Berenger smiled gracefully when he responded to Ulrich. "I came up with the theory, but I had some help from a good friend testing it. We won't know how effective the results are until this year's harvest. However, I myself and many others are fairly certain there are at the very least no disadvantages to this system." The man could not believe what he was hearing. Berenger had gifted him this information without asking for anything in return. This knowledge would greatly affect his crop yields, and in turn, the income his land would garner. Why would Berenger give this tremendous knowledge away for free? What do you want in return for this information? Berenger continued to smile as he assured the Lord that there was nothing he wanted from exchanging information. There is nothing I want in return for these designs. The more food we produce in our lands, the better it is for everyone and the fewer farmers we need. The unemployed farmers can then be put to work in the mines. I have great plans for the resources those mines contain, and I will need every hand I can get in producing it. Ulrich struggled to believe Berenger was so benevolent he was truly gifting him this knowledge free of charge, merely so that his commoners were more productive? The Lord had a hard time grasping such a concept. Of course, he had no way of knowing how grand Berenger's plans were for the industrialization of the barony and its vassal territories. As such, he could hardly think of the need for a massive workforce. Ultimately, after some time to think for himself, Ulrich accepted the plans and promised to have the four-field system and the use of the phosphate fertilizer he had been gifted implemented as soon as possible. I humbly accept the designs and will do my very best to implement them as quickly as I can. Yes, Berenger smiled graciously at the man's humble demeanor. Lord Ulrich truly knew his place in this world. A quality he could not say everyone had. After a long conversation about the ongoing changes in Kufstein, the supply caravan finally arrived at the mines where they saw a camp set up outside of its entrance. Many of the miners had a difficult time returning to their families with all the work they were required to do, and as such, had built a shantytown outside of the mine's entrance which the miners referred to as Miner Village. Berenger found himself disgusted by the conditions these poor peasants were forced to live in and vowed that he would at least make some improvements to their temporary housing. After all, with the 40-hour workweek being introduced as one of Berenger's many safety and wellness innovations, they would no longer be forced to work until they dropped from exhaustion. After getting out of the carriage in which the two noblemen had ridden, the miners stood at attention as they noticed the arrival of their lord, who ruled over the territory they found themselves dwelling in. It was sporadic for him to visit the mines, and many men did not react. Berenger, however, was the first to speak. As you were, he had many things to handle in the upcoming weeks and did not have the time to mingle with the locals. Eventually, dozens of men started getting out of the caravan and bringing supplies over to improve the mines. Seeing the handsome and well-dressed men standing next to their lord and giving commands, the miners with more common sense took it to mean that Berenger was their boss's boss and swiftly obeyed his orders and got back to work. Only asking each other and the newcomers about who the man was with the slick-back golden hair. After several hours, the miners became used to Berenger giving commands as he stared at a map of the mines and their current excavation process. It would be a long and arduous journey to get these mines up to code. However, Berenger would be damned if he failed to return in time for his engagement ceremony. As such, he once more burnt the midnight oil. It was not until the whistle blew and the miners returned to their shacks did Berenger finally get some rest. He would work as long as the miners did and lead by example. That was always how he had handled things when in a leadership position and would not change now just because he faced the dangers of the mines. Berenger lied down upon a makeshift cot under a linto shelter as he gazed up the moon and stars above, thinking about his past and present life. Eventually, he fell asleep thinking about the two lovely girls waiting for his return. By the time dawn arrived, Berenger was already awake and hard at work overseeing the mine's construction. He acted like a true overseer as he issued orders left and right. If one way within the vicinity, he could feel the ground shaking and the sounds of explosions as he commanded the workforce he brought with him to blast their way through the solid portions of rock with gunpowder caskets. The debris was rapidly cleared, and support beams were put in place to prevent a collapse. This was how Berenger spent the entirety of his time during the initial week after his arrival. He would personally go into the mining shafts to inspect the progress several times a day at regular intervals. Berenger had personally led these men through the current overhaul of the mines and had championed their cause for better working conditions. As such, he felt as if he was safe among these hard-working men, for in their eyes was a level of genuine respect rarely afforded to someone of Berenger's status by the common people. It was the same gaze the people of Kufstein gave Berenger every time they laid eyes upon him. Berenger felt happy knowing that he had made a positive impact in the people's lives under his family's dominion. He did not think for one second that the people whose lives he had improved would turn on him. After all, who would harm their benefactor? Ulrich had visited the mine several times throughout the week and was amazed by Berenger's progress. If things continued as planned, Berenger would be able to complete the project in a total of 3 weeks, which was slightly over his initial projection. Nevertheless, it gave Berenger ample time to prepare for his upcoming engagement ceremony, in which he had personally handed Ulrich his invitation. Everything seemed to be going as planned, that is, until 3 days after the second week of the project had begun. One afternoon, while Berenger was going through one of his regular inspections, he was led rather deeply into the mine by the foreman he had placed in charge. Despite this, he initially did not feel any sense of danger after all. This man was one of many who had directly benefited from Berenger's labor reformations. By the time Berenger had reached the end of the mine shaft, he had begun to feel a bit suspicious. He had not encountered any miners for the last 300 yards aside from the foreman he traveled with. After coming to a volatile section of the mine shaft, the supervisor turned around while holding onto his safety lamp. The bright flame illuminated the eerie smile that spread across the man's lips as he mouthed the words, "Your brother Lambert sends his regards." As soon as the man said those words, Berenger instantly realized he had been led into a trap. He had been surrounded by allies for far too long and had forgotten a valuable life lesson from his previous life. Greed and avarice will always prevail over good and virtue as long as the price was right. Even the most honorable of men would do the most despicable things. He had no way of knowing it at the time, but this man who under Berenger's guidance had seen his life, and that of his family's vastly improved, had been paid an extensive sum by Lambert to lead Berenger to his death. Before Berenger could react, the man sprinted behind him towards the exit. A second after passing him by, a blast went off, collapsing the tunnel upon the young lord. Then everything went dark. Hours passed before Berenger regained consciousness. He was pinned under a giant stone and had difficulty breathing. His body was aching, and he could feel blood dripping from his forehead. There was no light nor sound, only the feeling of pain reverberating throughout his body. Debris filled the air, causing the young lord to choke as he cursed himself for being foolish enough to follow the man alone into the mine shaft. God fucking damn it. This is what I get for trusting people so easily. After venting out his frustration, Berenger attempted to lift the stone that was lying across his chest. The large stone must have weighed 150 pounds, and under the circumstances, he had a hard time lifting it off of his chest. Luckily for him, he had been using his bench press extensively over the past few months and had made significant gains in that time. Through much effort, he could lift the rock off his chest and slide it to the side, allowing him ample space to breathe. As the young lord looked around to get his bearings straight, he could see very little. However, a few yards away, he could see the light shining through the cavern, which gave him hope. At least there was fresh air circulating through the cutoff region. Hopefully, the others would notice he was missing and send a rescue party. The biggest problem he currently faced was that he had nothing to drink, which meant if the search party could not find him within 3 days, then he was destined to die again, and so shortly after, he had reincarnated in this world. That, of course, was assuming that a search party would be sent after him. After all, if the foreman betrayed him, who's to say the others weren't in on it as well? Things were not looking good for Berenger at the moment. As such, he spent the next 30 minutes looking for an escape route. When he found out that he was well and truly trapped, he could only rely on the grace of God for his salvation. The night after Berenger was trapped in the mineshaft, Lambert opened a letter in his chambers addressed to him by Lord Ulrich von Wildschnau. The contents of the letter were as followed. Dear Lambert, son of Sieghard von Kufstein and the rightful heir to the barony of Kufstein. With great pleasure, I inform you that your brother has been trapped within a mineshaft and currently has no means of escape. It will only be a matter of days until you are officially recognized as the heir to your family's lands. I congratulate you early on succeeding your father in gaining the title Baron of Kufstein. I will make sure to be at your wedding in the coming months. I trust you know what to do with this letter after you have finished reading it. Sincerely, Ulrich von Wildschnau. After reading the letter, Lambert lit a candle and was about to set it ablaze when Linda walked through the door to his bedchamber. Seeing what the young boy was about to do, she felt as if something had gone terribly wrong and immediately inquired about the details of his latest scheme. Is that a letter from my father? Lambert pulled the letter away from the flame and handed it over to Linda with a deeply satisfied smile spread across his lips. Better, it is a letter from the Lord of Wildschnau informing me that has taken care of our little problem. Linda hardly listened to Lambert's little narration as she studied the contents of the letter. When she read about Berenger's precarious situation, she could not prevent herself from breaking into tears, which Lambert immediately noticed. Confused and suspicious, Lambert got up and approached his fiancée with a concerned facade. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Finally noticing that she was choking back tears with her free hand over her mouth, Lynn began to wipe the tears from her eyes and did her best to reclaim her calmness, despite the wavering of her heart. "Yes. Of course, these are tears of joy. We are one step closer to our goal." Lambert, though initially suspicious, ended up believing the Heavenly Beauty's act. However, before he could further advance their relationship, she tossed the letter and pushed Lambert aside. "If you'll excuse me, I need to write to my father about our success." With that said, Linda rushed out the door. It was only after she was out of sight that she began to break out into tears, which crashed down around her as she ran to the only person she knew who could save Berenger, if he was still alive, that was. Ludwig stood in his shop, operating the trip hammer as he pounded an ingot of high-carbon steel into the form of a sword. Though it had been many years since he last built a sword, it was something he would never forget how to do. The masterpiece's design he was working on was referred to in Berenger's many records as a sidesword. A design that would usually not be made for the next 100 years, yet due to the many projects Berenger had spent time designing existed solely in the form of blueprints until now. Initially, when Berenger was started learning swordplay, he wanted a proper sword designed for himself. Though he later scratched the idea, the design still existed within the confines of the old engineer's shop. Ludwig and his team of smiths, engineers, and metalworkers had all banded together to create a wedding present for Berenger. Though it was years away, they rarely had downtime, so after hours, they would spend a little bit of time each day working on their masterpiece to present the young lord as a token of their appreciation for everything he had done in their lives. Here in Kufstein, Lambert had no allies among the common population, and the level of respect they had for Berenger was beyond the means of simple bribery. Everything was calm and quiet on this evening, and only Ludwig was currently still in the shop working on the design of the production of the exquisite sword. Just for Berenger, he had made the weapon out of crucible steel. Due to Berenger's innovations, he created a small crucible furnace solely for the production of fine crucible steel to be used in presentation-grade swords. Crucible steel was not common in European countries in either timeline but was largely used by Eastern civilizations, the variations of which had different names, such as Damascus or Wood steel. Berenger had always mentioned how beautiful crucible steel swords were and had much desired one for himself, even though he felt the sword would soon become largely ceremonial. While Ludwig was in the process of creating the sword blade, he heard the doors to his shop swing open and immediately looked up at the disturbance. Linda, the Heavenly Beauty, Lambert's fiancée, was standing in the doorway with tears streaming down her face and a nervous expression as she shouted at Ludwig in a pleading tone. "You have to help him. You have to save Berenger." This perplexed Ludwig, as the man had heard on several occasions when drinking with Berenger that there was a cabal of nobles conspiring against him to remove him from his inheritance, and it was all led by Lambert. He could not understand why Lambert's fiancée would say such a thing and was immediately suspicious. He instantly stopped what he was doing and backed away from the girl who had a crazy expression in her eyes. "Help him how? Save him from what?" Linda struggled to find the words to say and tried to calm herself down. After several seconds she was able to articulate her thoughts properly. "Lambert, he got the Lord of Wildschnaw to collapse the mines on top of him. He might be dead already." Ludwig could see the genuine look of concern on the beautiful girl's face and was deeply confused by this. He accidentally let his thoughts slip through his tongue. "You're Lambert's fiancée. Why do you want to save Berenger?" Linda instantly became aware that Ludwig knew about her fiancé's intent to assassinate Berenger and could not come up with an excuse for her actions. As she stared at the old man who was waiting patiently for her answer, she had no choice but to tell the truth. After all, Ludwig was Berenger's dear friend and could be trusted, right? Because I love him." Ludwig heard this and could not help but mumble beneath his breath, "S fucking nobles." However, he could tell from the look on her doll-like face that she was telling the truth, and as such, he sighed heavily. "All right, I'll go gather the boys. If he's still alive, we'll save him. If not, well, let's not think about that." With that said, Ludwig rushed off to gather the men and supplies he needed to mount a rescue expedition. If the Lord of Wildschnaw was on Lambert's side, then there was no way his own men, the miners, would help in the search for the young lord. He had no hope but to gather as many people as he could as quietly as he could. His first stop was to Eckhard Berenger's second in command of the militia. They needed to be rallied and quickly. If Ulrich were really on Lambert's side, he would not allow excavation to occur, and the rescue force needed an army loyal to Berenger to protect them in case things turned bloody. If he reported this matter to Sieghard, he would need proof to obtain his help. Even if he could convince the Baron, it would become a political battle between a Baron and his vassal. By the time help arrived, the young lord would be dead. When Eckhard heard the news from Ludwig, he did not hesitate to muster the militia. By midnight, an army of 600 men and 6 cannons were on the march to the lordship of Wildschnau, alongside the hundreds of volunteers whose aim was to rescue Berenger. Just as the young lord was about to lose faith in the bonds he had sown with the commoners, they would reward him in a greater capacity than he could ever ask of them. Under the cover of night, the army in which Berenger had formed rapidly covered the distance between Kufstein and Wildschnau. By the time the dawn had arrived, they had occupied Mining Town and detained Ulrich's workers. The sappers in the field began to construct fortifications surrounding the mining towns. By the end of the day, the makeshift town would resemble a miniature version of fortifications used during the siege of Petersburg from Berenger's previous life. The volunteer militia manned the fortifications while others interrogated the workers that had been detained. Eckhard personally oversaw this effort. He began by speaking to the workforce Berenger had brought with him, which was far more loyal to the people of Kufstein where they had grown up. However, they were unaware of the assassination plot, but when they heard that Berenger might be stuck in the mines, they quickly revealed the only information they knew, which was that the foreman had led Berenger into the mines during a routine excavation and that they were oddly ordered to withdraw. Nobody saw Berenger again after that, but a large explosion was heard, which they had assumed was regular construction. When Berengar's workers had asked the foreman about their lord's whereabouts, the man claimed that Berenger had left to visit Lord Ulrich. After hearing such information, Eckhard immediately seized the foreman who had already been detained and violently tortured the man for the information regarding the exact location where Berenger had been trapped. After some good old medieval justice, the man sang like a canary, and the rescue operations had begun. Meanwhile, Berenger was trapped inside the confines of the collapsed shaft. He had no food or water and was slightly injured. It was a miracle that no serious injury had occurred. He was slightly concussed and possibly had a broken rib. Luckily it had not punctured his lung, or else he would long since have passed from this world. His throat was dry, as he had not quenched his thirst since before the Cavian, and while stuck in the darkness with no way out, he began to become deeply paranoid about the forces conspiring against him. He swore that if he survived this ordeal, he would personally lay siege to Ulrich's castle and drag him to the dungeons by the throat. There was simply no possibility the Lord of Wildschnau was not involved in this attempt on Berenger's life. Shortly after having such thoughts, he had heard a muffled voice behind the rubble, which he could barely recognize as belonging to Ludwig. "Milord, can you hear me? Are you alive in there?" With a hoarse voice caused by dehydration and breathing in the fumes of the debris, Berenger managed to converse with the man behind the wall. "Ludwig? Is that you? How the hell did you find me?" Ludwig had an enormous smile spread across his face when he heard that the young lord was still alive. He began to speak awkwardly as he confessed to how he found out about his current predicament. It's me. Though I'm not one capable of judging the actions of the nobility such as yourself, your brother's fiancée revealed your current situation to me as she begged me to save your life." Berenger could not help but chuckle but groan in pain as he did so. He had definitely fractured a rib, and it made breathing difficult and laughing agonizing. "Dear Lord, do I love that woman. She came through for me once again. I'm seriously going to need to reward her this time." Ludwig could tell by the tone of Berenger's voice what the young lord was implying and could not help but sigh. It is good to be young. After getting out those words, he decided to inform Berenger of what was transpiring. "Just hang on, I've got hundreds of the villagers to come to your rescue. You should be out of there in no time." Berenger quickly realized the problem with this. There was not the slightest possibility that their actions would go unnoticed by Ulrich. After all, this was his land that they were currently standing upon. When the Lord found out that there was an ongoing attempt to rescue the target of his assassination, he would undoubtedly send his army in an attempt to cover his tracks. As such, he began to give orders to Ludwig. "Ludwig, my friend, you need to get Eckhard to muster the militia. When the Lord of Wildschnau finds out what you are doing, he will surely send his army to eliminate you all. Ludwig could not help but chuckle. He knew what Berenger was thinking and had already acted accordingly. "Please rest assured, milord, Sir Eckhard and his men are already here fortifying the position as we speak. All 600 men and 6 guns are currently in a position to defend this mine with their lives." 600 men and 6 guns? Fucking Christ, I need to give these guys a raise, they are working way too hard. Berenger thought to himself as he laid down and waited for rescue. For now, he had no choice but to wait for the excavation to be complete. If Ulrich showed up with his meager army during this time, he would be in for a rude awakening. The might of his militia was not to be underestimated, though the feudal forces of this world were sure to do so. A soldier in the field was in the process of cleaning his musket. This musket was personally designed by Berenger and was named the 1417 Land Pattern Musket, and it was quite an anachronistic design. It utilized a barrel much like the infamous Brown Bess used by the British Army for a length of time and a similar flintlock design. Yet, the stock was closer in design used by the early doglock muskets utilized by English forces during the English Civil War. As such, the firearm maintained quite the Renaissance aesthetic. The primary difference in the design of the stock was that it had been cut off shorter at the end of the barrel to allow for the attachment of a socket bayonet. The stock also had sling swivels, and each musket was equipped with a leather sling. The barrel was bored in a .58 caliber and had iron sights similar to the 1861 Springfield rifled muskets used by Union forces during the American Civil War. The reason for these two things was that they were all manufactured with the intent to be rebaired and rifled for the use of the .58 caliber mini-ball projectile when the factory could handle such an extensive workload. It was truly a unique design blending components of 3 eras of musket development from Berenger's past life. This was a weapon designed with 2 purposes in mind: waging war in the most efficient manner available and looking good while doing it. The soldiers who wielded this mighty weapon were using their downtime to clean their muskets and ensure everything was functioning properly. It would not be long before Ulrich and his armies arrived. Though they had quite the defensive position, as well as a numerical advantage, most of these men had never seen a battlefield before. Those who had been in the field were now officers and NCO respectively and formed the veteran backbone necessary to lead their men properly. Against a professional and experienced force, things might not go so smoothly. As the sun began to set, the soldier cleaning his musket pointed into the distance as he saw a scout on horseback riding off towards the castle. A scout? Where's the marksman? Take him out now. Berenger had implemented tactics from modern doctrine and installed a designated marksman with a long rifle into each platoon to engage targets a larger distance. The marksman was already aware of the target and had loaded his rifle in the meantime. When he finally was able to get a shot off, the scout was at a distance of roughly 250 yards, though that was not a problem for the rifle he wielded, which was a replica of the one Berenger had used to take out the assassins during his hunting trip. Slowly but surely, the dirty peasant, clad in earthly linen clothing, lined up his sights, took a deep breath, and squeezed the trigger. After a thunderous explosion and a puff of smoke, the mini-ball projectile was sent down range and pierced the back of the scout, who was riding off to report to his master to inform him about the occupation of the mining town. A massive hole appeared in the man's torso as the mini-ball pierced through his brigandine breastplate as if it were made of single-weave linen. Ultimately, the horse was frightened by the blast, and with no concern for the rider, which had fallen of its back bleeding out into the dirt below, rode off towards the castle from which it had come. When the horse returned without a rider, it immediately invoked suspicion. As such, Ulrich knew something had happened to the scout he sent to oversee the rumors of an occupying force at Mining Town. He had no idea how large the force was or who it belonged to, but an enemy force had seized the land right under his nose. This was an insult to his authority, and if he could not handle it himself, he would only lose the trust in the Baron whose son and heir he had just assassinated. His first course of action was to muster his troops. As a lowly lord, he only had a dozen or so knights under his command and at most 100 men at arms. Still, his warriors were well experienced, and he had little doubt what he was facing was merely a pack of brigands. When he finally arrived with his army, he was shocked to see many peasants armed with what appeared to be oddly shaped spears. He was unaware of the invention of the musket, or the earlier hand cannon for that matter. It was an especially rare piece of equipment during this time. As such, he vastly underestimated the forces in which Berengar's allies had brought to aid him. Lord Ulrich approached the fortifications and inquired about the identity of the peasant rabble who dared to offend him. "I am Lord Ulrich von Wildschna. Under whose authority do you trespass on my territory and occupy my mines?" Eckhard stepped out in front of the defensive line and approached Ulrich. Unlike the rest of his troops, he was properly equipped with the munitions-grade half-plate armor prototype. Adorning his head was a Sturmhaube, or Bergonet, a type of helmet that would normally not be developed for the next century or two. Ludwig was able to sneak a few sets into production for the officers and NCOs of the militia. In Eckhard's hands was a musket with its bayonet attached, which he rested on the ground as he chatted with Ulrich. "I am Ser Eckhard, retainer to Lord Berenger, son and heir of Sieghard von Kufstein, the baron who presides over these lands. It is under his authority that I am here." Ulrich's face instantly turned ugly. This meant Berenger was still alive and somehow could muster such a force to come to his rescue. Things were not going well. Luckily Berenger would only know that Lambert was behind this plot and had no proof of his involvement. As such, Ulrich tried to play it cool. After all, the forces he was up against were practically 6 times the size of his own. Even if they were unarmored peasants armed with sticks and spears, such numbers still posed a threat. "As far as I'm aware, Berenger left back towards his home a while ago without paying proper respects. Why would he order you here?" Eckhard spit in the general direction of Lord Ulrich, which was an enormous slap to his face. "Cut the crap, my lord. We know you are responsible for the cave-in. I suggest you lay down your arms and surrender to justice. If you confess to the actions of the real mastermind behind this plot, I promise in the name of my liege, Berenger von Kufstein, you will be granted leniency." This response shocked and outraged Ulrich. There was no way of knowing that he was involved in this plot unless Lambert turned on him or someone in his employ did. Though why Sieghard would send this rabble to bring him to justice instead of his own army, Ulrich could not understand. The truth that he was incapable of understanding was this was Berenger's private militia and was fully capable of bringing down the Lord and his army. Hell, they could even lay siege to his castle if they wanted to. Ulrich threatened Eckhard further in an attempt to strike fear into the hearts of the peasants who followed him. "When I return with my levies, I will teach you a thorough lesson in the art of war." Eckhard chuckled at Ulrich's comments, which thoroughly provoked the Lord. "What's so funny?" Eckhard stared at Ulrich with a look of contempt as he spoke the blatant truth. "My lord, you could attack this position with tenfold the numbers you currently possess, and the result would still be the same. If you march on this position, only death awaits yourself and those who are foolish enough to follow. If you run and hide in your castle, I promise that we will follow you, and when we tear down those mighty walls in which you cower behind, I will personally see to it that Berenger is the one who rips you from your seat of power by the throat." Eckhard was clearly the victory in this war of threats that was currently ongoing between a fallen knight and the Lord of Wildschna. The more Eckhard spoke, the more Ulrich was enraged by his words and made foolish comments. Really? How do you expect to accomplish this without any knights or men-at-arms? Ulrich felt with this statement he would make the militiamen under Eckhard's command back down. Still, when he looked in their eyes, he was shocked to find the same look of determination and disdain Eckhard had so boldly displayed in his presence. Were these peasants mocking him? Eckhard's final words to Ulrich before he retreated was this: "If you do not surrender, I swear to show you that the age of knights has already passed." With that statement spoken, Ulrich snorted at the remarks and returned to his holdings. While the excavation for Berenger's rescue was ongoing, the Lord of Wildschna called upon the peasants in his territory and raised his levies with 1,500 men. Even if the cost of the battle was the death of all his levies, he makes certain to take Berenger's life. It took the entire night for Ulrich to raise his levies and properly equip them with what little equipment he could spare. It's not like their lives mattered to him in the slightest. Of course, the levies had no idea who they were fighting or why such a significant number of them had been conscripted. Most of them had never held a spear before in their lives. If they had known they were going against Berenger, the son and heir to the Baron of Kufstein, and were essentially acting in open rebellion, they probably would have taken a stand against Lord Ulrich. Unfortunately, they did not know their opponent and merely did what they were told in fear of persecution. As the sun rose on the next day, the sound of excavation could be overheard by the forces resting in their trenches. The rescue men worked day and night to free Berenger, and now they had finally achieved their goal. As the wall of rubble collapsed around Berenger and the light of their lamps shone into the room, he shielded his eyes, as his eyes were not adjusted to such brightness. Then he felt a handclasp on his shoulder, and he looked up, barely making out the haggard old face of Ludwig, who was covered in soot. "Milord, I'm glad to see you're okay." Berenger began to chuckle and cough from the debris particles which filled the air. "Apparently, I'm hard to kill," he said with a wry smile on his face as Ludwig dragged the young lord to his feet and began walking him out of the mine shaft. Now let's get you to a field medic and see if we can do anything about those injuries of yours." After exiting the cave, Berenger saw the hundreds of volunteers and the militiamen cheering for him as if they were watching a general return from triumphant conquest. In either of his 2 lives, he had never witnessed such a scene before. Maybe he was a little too rash to lose his faith in the common people. Some fresh air did wonders for the clarity of his head as he sat down on a stool and had a field medic disinfect his wounds, which stung horribly as the distilled alcohol killed the bacteria that had begun to fester. The moment Berenger founded the militia, he was sure to start up a production line for first aid supplies and medic kits that those who became field medics could use to save lives on the battlefield. It was by no means a surgeon's kit, but it got the job done. He would never send an army to war without medics alongside them to aid the wounded. As such, the medics received both infantry training and basic medical training, or at least to the best that Berenger could remember. He never was trained as a proper medic, he just knew some basic first aid from his time fixing himself up after some scraps in his old life. After all, in his old life, the American health system was atrocious, and he'd sooner suture himself than go to the emergency room and shell out hundreds if not thousands of dollars for it. What he learned in his old life he passed on to his field medics so at the very least, they could save some lives from minor injuries. After being treated by the medic, Eckhard approached him, who patted him on the shoulder and informed him of the situation. "Lord Ulrich has conspired against you with your brother to bring your demise in these mines. The foreman we captured spilled everything he knew about their plot. Last evening Ulrich approached us and demanded we leave. Of course, we refused, and he vowed to return with levies. How should we proceed?" Berenger was currently shirtless with many bandages wrapped around him. His body was covered in soot, grime, and dust, which blackened his otherwise flawless milky white skin. The pomade in his hair had collected the filth of the cavern, like moths to the flame. If one was not familiar with the young lord, they might have mistaken him for someone else. Berenger took a sip of water from the canteen he was provided and exhaled deeply. He felt like his entire mouth was filled with dirt and iron after inhaling the debris particles for the past few days. After gargling the water and spitting out the filth, he looked up at Eckhard with his reply. "How should we proceed?" "We kill them all, of course. Every man who marches on this position is guilty of treason. I do not care if they simply follow orders. Let us show these traitors what happens when they march upon a trench line filled with 600 guns and the brave men who wield them." Berenger shouted his command loud enough for all the nearby militiamen to hear once more. The cheering began, but this was not the cheer of men thankful that their lord and commander was safe. This was the cheer of men who were about to lay waste to their enemies and who reveled in it. Though when Berenger stood up and raised his hand, silence quickly followed as he began his speech. "I look around me, and who I see are not peasants, nor serfs, nor commoners but the people of Kufstein, brothers, fathers, and sons. Under my leadership, we have made great progress towards a new era, where a man's worth is not determined by the class he was born into, but by the hard work and effort he puts into his community. Many of you have been raised from the life of a serf, breaking your back every day in the fields so that you may grow crops for your masters. Now you work in factories and are afforded good wages and proper living conditions. The men out there want to take my life, but more importantly, they want to take away the life you have made for yourself, which I have worked alongside you all to implement. I ask you not to put your lives on the line for some petty grievance in which I, your lord and commander, have suffered, but to preserve the way of life that we have all built and continue to work towards. Today is the day we stand up to those who would oppose the dawn of a new era, the dawn of the industrial era." Though it was not some epic speech of a lifetime, it was more than enough to rally the men who had begun to question their position in the line of defense and bolster their courage. As soon as Berenger had finished his speech, the enemy's horn roared in the distance, and with it, an army of 1,600 men came marching towards the fortifications. However, by now, the defenders were fully enthralled by the rallying cry of Berenger and would defend this position with their lives if need be. The militiamen rushed to their positions and began to load their muskets, rifles, and cannons. Berenger could not stand idly by and walked over to Eckhard, who was busy commanding the forces to their positions. "Major Eckhard, I require a musket," Berenger said in an authoritative tone to his second in command, which baffled the old knight. Berenger had not eaten in days. He barely had enough time to hydrate before the enemy showed up. He was covered in cuts and bruises. He was slightly concussed and had a fractured rib. Yet the filth-covered young lord stood there, demanded a musket so he too could join the action. Eckhard, of course, could not help but voice his complaints. "My lord, do you really think that's a good idea?" Berenger glared at Eckhard with a tyrannical stare as he boldly declared in front of his forces lined against the trenches with their muskets raised. "I will not sit idly by while the men under my command put their lives at risk in the face of the enemy. Now tell somebody to fetch me a musket." Eckhard could not help but admire Berenger's spirit. Even in his condition, he chose to fight and die alongside his troops. He was truly a young lord worth following. Before Eckhard could even bark the command, a man came over with a musket and paper cartridge box tied to a belt and presented them to Berenger while kneeling. "My lord, I have acquired what you asked." Berenger grabbed a hold of the equipment and attached the belt shortly after. He bit open a paper cartridge and began to reload his weapon. While he was in the process of it, he barked at the soldier who had brought him his weapon. "Rise, I do not need every soldier to kneel at me every time they are in my presence. A salute is fine enough. You should have learned this in your basic training." The man quickly snapped to attention and saluted. "Yes, my lord." Berenger returned the man's salute before giving him commands. "Good, now take me to the front lines. I want to be among the first line that gets a shot at these bastards." The militiaman was assigned to a support unit. He was initially thankful, but after seeing his lord and commander's enthusiasm for battle, he could not help but feel sorrow that he would not get to fight at the front line by the side with the young lord. After leading Berenger to the front line, the man returned to his support unit with a gloomy expression. Berenger, as the highest-ranking officer, had seized direct command of the front line, something in which the troops were pleased. Meanwhile, Ulrich stayed behind his troops with his houseguard. He was a cowardly man who refused to get his hands dirty on the field of battle. Alongside the houseguard were the knights and men-at-arms. Essentially the entirety of his professional force. Ulrich's plans were simple. He would have the peasant levies charge at the enemy's defenses. After all, they completely outnumbered Berenger's militia. When the levies had removed the cavalry traps placed in front of the trench line, his knights and men-at-arms would ride through Mining Town and slaughter Berenger's remaining forces. While Berenger was covered in dirt, grime, and filth from the mines and had no proper armor, nor even a doublet to wear, Ulrich was covered head to toe in steel plate armor in the style which was common during this time, which would later be referred to as the Cherbourg style. Currently, the visor to his great bassinet was open as he watched his peasant levies march towards the fortifications. He had very few archers. However, once they were within range, they would rain a volley down upon the unarmored defenders, allowing his levies to rush towards the trenches. His plan was all supposed to go smoothly. It would allow him to defeat Berenger and his militia and cover his tracks successfully. So when his archers advanced into the range, which was still far beyond their capabilities, he did not in the least expect the cannons that were hidden under cover would begin to rain fire upon them. When the 6 cannons echoed with thunder as the canister shot flew out of their bores and rained upon the archers, piercing their gambeson and mail armor as if it were made of tissue paper and scattering their limbs across the field, Ulrich nearly fainted from fright. He had never before witnessed cannons, let alone muskets. Instantly what little archers he had were decimated into piles of mincemeat, their bodies no longer recognizable. The first part of his plan was completely and utterly destroyed. However, the cannons did not stop there. They quickly reloaded and fired a second bombardment of canister into the peasant levies, reaping the lives of dozens, if not hundreds, in the process. Their blood flowed onto the fields like a river and fertilized it in the process. At this point, the morale had already been broken among the levies, and they began to panic. Even the warhorses of the knights and men-at-arms began to become frightened. As Lord Ulrich saw his ranks breaking, he swiftly commanded the knights and men-at-arms to hold the line at any cost. "If those peasant bastards start breaking ranks, ride them down. They will move forward or they will face the consequences." The knights and professional soldiers heeded their lord's command and rode down their own routing levies. Very quickly, the peasant levies began to understand where they stood and were pushed forward out of fear into the line of fire. Though the cannons continued to sound off, taking the lives of dozens if not hundreds with every step. The levies rushed through it, knowing their only way out was forward and into death. Even Ulrich figured once they got close enough, those frightening thunderous weapons would have no effect. Berenger, on the other hand, was making sure his men did not fire in panic instead. With each bombardment of the cannons, their morale grew rapidly. Many even stared dumbfounded at how effective their weapons were. Hold your fire. Hold your fire. Do not fire until you see the whites in their eyes. This was a phrase Berenger continued to repeat to his musketeers as they held the line with their fingers firmly on the trigger. Despite the cannons blasting the ranks of the levies and the hundreds of losses, there were still close to 1,000 troops who rushed towards their position. The number was staggering and frightening. Nevertheless, they knew Berenger would not steer them wrong as they waited until they were given the command to fire. Finally, when the first line of Ulrich's levies were within 25 yards of the trench line, Berenger shouted at the top of his voice. Fire! With that, the echo of close to 500 muskets went off in unison, each musket ball finding its way into the body of an enemy. Limbs were torn apart, holes the size of a fist were punched through chests, and the blood-curdling screams of those unfortunate enough to survive filled the air as the militiamen rapidly reloaded their muskets. By now, the average militiaman could reload their musket within 20 seconds after all were reloaded, including Berenger's. He would give the commands of ready, aim and fire as the Symphony of War continued to rage upon the battlefield. Despite losing hundreds of men with each volley, the peasant levies pushed on as their escape route was cut off by Ulrich and his professional soldiers, who by now would not dare move forward. Ulrich finally understood the absurd comment Eckhard had made to him the day prior: "The age of knights is already past," as he gazed upon the horrendous destruction wrought upon his army by Berenger's volunteer militia. Luckily he was out of range of these crazy weapons. He began to feel as if the wrath of God was raining upon him as his army collapsed and began to rout, no longer fearing the men-at-arms behind them that were essentially acting as Soviet commissars and reaping the lives of those who fled. Right as Ulrich was about to give the command to retreat, he once more heard the thunder of the cannons and the whistle of the shot in the air. However, this time, it was not a canister that was fired, but a solid ball. The cannonball flew in his direction and punched through his chest, blowing his body apart. The lord who supported Lambert in his attempt to assassinate Berenger's life was completely and utterly dead. Berenger laughed as he saw the man's body torn apart by the massive cannonball, as he thought to himself, "Getting shredded by artillery fucking hurts, doesn't it?" Instantly conjuring up the scene of his death in his previous life. Nevertheless, Ulrich was now dead, and his forces were routing. The knights and men-at-arms knew better than to stay in the confines of Kufstein, where they had just acted in rebellion. As such, they took off on their horses, fleeing the barony and Tyrol altogether. Nobody would ever believe what they claimed to have witnessed on that battlefield, and it would be a long time before such a scene resurfaced. Meanwhile, Berenger could not get rid of the orchestra of war that had filled his ears throughout the battle, despite the loud cheers of his men celebrating a battle that was won without a single casualty. Berenger had an epiphany, and would one day in the distant future be quoted saying as follows: "It was on that day when 600 men defended their position with their guns thundering in the dawn that the Grim Reaper was conjured. When I saw his ugly face, I recognized that I was not a dealer of steel and textiles but thunder and death. At that moment, I came to a sudden realization about my fate. One day I would be emperor.